1701. Peeping into the Secrets of Mountains and Seas. Chapter 1687. Peeking into the Secrets of Mountain and Sea. The eternal silent void realm seemed to have sensed this segment of mountain and sea, which had reappeared from destruction. Undercurrents surged abruptly, causing the other shore sages, long chains to fluctuate ceaselessly. The shadow of mountain and sea flickered erratically, like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The other shore sages stood firm, protecting the nascent mountain and sea shadow like a dam. In this stalemate, their respective intentions had already spread to various parts of the mountain and sea shadow. This segment of mountain and sea, swallowed by the void realm, had continuously existed for over 58,600 years. As Li Fan's true body was still in the other shore, his divided intention only roamed the far end of the shadow, closer to the real mountain and sea. Even with the protection of the other shore sages, long chains, it is still within the void realm, which is vastly different from the true mountain and sea. The true mountain and sea has countless possibilities flowing in parallel. However, within this shadow segment, most possibilities have not yet recovered. Only a sparse few, which can be called the mountain and sea Luo, currently exist. Even though it was like being in a mirror image, with everything around him blurry and hard to distinguish, Li Fan still immediately identified one main Luo. It was the Xuanwang world, the original, which he was more than familiar with. Without hesitation, Li Fan's intention entered it. The shadow emitted a faint light, integrating his intention. As Li Fan invested his consciousness, he also seemed to enter a state of intermingled illusion and reality. Even though he was not a true sage, being able to wield the Tao of Xuanu meant Li Fan's intensity of intention was not much weaker than that of the other shore sages. Thus, with only a little more time, his consciousness quickly awoke. He shook his head slightly, dispelling the sense of unreality, and tried to fully integrate into the current possibility. After a long while, the strange feeling of his body being out of place with the surrounding world finally dissipated. Li Fan examined his own condition. Because at this point in time, I do not yet exist, I can only parasitize another's body. Xuanwang world, Shenmu sect, Li Bufan. This name is quite interesting. A grand era of cultivation with many sects and the immortal path not yet severed. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the divine wood above his head, which overshadowed everything, its canopy covering an area of over 30,000 li. Not long ago, the God Desolation sect summoned the 12 God Desolations to appear, shaking all the sects in the world. 3 of the God Desolations jointly attacked, but were fortunately forced back by the divine wood. However, the divine wood was also injured as a result. The divine wood is the foundation of everything in the Shenmu sect, concerning the prosperity and future of the school. The elders within the school tried every possible method to resolve the divine wood's injuries. Among them, Elder Ku Chengchu heard that the reincarnation sect possessed a 1i 10,000 years pearl, which had the divine effect of accelerating time. So, he went to request it. But he only brought back a painting. Although it temporarily alleviated the divine wood's injuries, it was ultimately a temporary solution. Li Fan carefully reviewed the memories in Li Bufan's mind, and his expression immediately became subtle. I've seen this time node before. Deep within the core of the Lanka Taoist temple, guided by the secret message from the bronze immortal crane left by Sun Piao Miao, Li Fan located and glimpsed a marked period of time. The 213th year of the Tianluo era. Beginning with Shengzheng Deyuanxian and Zuo Erfeng, ending with Zuyang Chifenruo and Yanmao Shuanei. This is precisely the time node I am currently in. It is also an important Luo of the mountain and sea shadow, where the so-called mountain and sea memory condenses. It seems Sun Piaomiao's guidance was not aimless. Li Fan's thoughts flowed, and he slightly moved his somewhat stiff body. He recalled the instructions given by the other shore sages earlier. To promote the transformation of the illusory mountain and sea into reality and its self-generation, the most crucial thing is to let nature take its course. That is, to allow what should have happened to continue to happen along the historical Luo. However, because this segment of mountain and sea only exists in illusory form, and the void realm is still eyeing it from outside, it is necessary to compress the time for the key Luo to develop. In short, it means promoting the earlier occurrence of a series of key events without changing the original direction of history. If one could employ a sage's methods, it would naturally be easy. But the illusory mountain and sea is truly too fragile. Sages themselves are existences comparable to mountain and sea. If it were to detect an external force invading, it would likely instantly trigger repulsion, perhaps backfiring. More importantly, once the illusory mountain and sea distinguishes itself from these real sages from the outside, it will realize that it is already in destruction. The truth maintained by the other shore sages would then burst like a bubble in an instant. Everything would return to square one. It would require painstaking effort again, connecting the sage's long chain from the previous segment of mountain and sea and reinitiating the Qifa Act. These were all experiences summarized by the other shore sages during their previous relinking of mountain and sea. Although the conditions seemed quite stringent, for the sages involved, whose aptitude was unparalleled in mountain and sea, it was merely a bit troublesome. First, I need to figure out what the crucial mountain and sea memory is. That's simple enough. Li Fan sat down, his intention communicating with his true body in the other shore. His true body's gaze fell upon the mountain and sea shadow, which was shrouded in darkness, focusing on the original in Xuanwang. Observing the situation after the current time point. The basis for the re-emergence of the mountain and sea shadow. Even though it was somewhat blurry, it was clearly different from other light and shadow, discernible at a glance. A figure secretly descended from the immortal realm to Xuanwang, and from the mountain and sea fishing ground, escaped to another place. The divine wood gradually withered, attracting the covetousness of the Ruo wood, leading to a shocking great battle. The God Desolation sect again invited the God Desolations, but the immortal realm gave no response. No, these should not be the key. Suddenly, Li Fan's heart stirred, and his gaze passed through these outer scenes, reaching the true inner core of the mountain and sea shadow. The images were hazy, but he could vaguely see a figure suddenly, falling out of the void realm in a disheveled state. He looked around, seemingly pleased. He muttered a few words, then cast a spell to conceal himself. In just a few moments, in the mountain and sea memory, his specific appearance could no longer be seen clearly. However, mountain and sea had already changed because of him. The mountain and sea fishing ground, which had been gradually closing due to the descent of the lower realm figure, slowly reopened. The war between the divine wood and the Ruo wood was originally evenly matched. However, as if an invisible wind blew, the divine wood's green leaves suddenly withered. Thus, the divine wood gradually fell into a disadvantage. The Tao annihilation tide from outside the realm was inexplicably affected, changing its direction. It lightly brushed against a corner of the original immortal realm. Large sections of immortal domains were erased. In the Xuanwang world, many sects lost contact with the upper realm. As if an invisible hand was manipulating and changing the mountain and sea centered on the Xuanwang world. Each change seemed to draw out an invisible thread. A densely woven great net slowly formed. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, sitting in the center of the net. Seemingly waiting for something. After an unknown period, the figure suddenly looked up. He raised his hand high, and with a distant grasp towards the sky. Mountain and sea, as if twisted in that instant. 1702. The beginning of the dark. Chapter 1688. Primordial mists. The mysterious figure seemed to have truly grasped something and was exerting all his strength to control it. At that instant, the entire mountain and sea's gaze focused on his hand. Within the mountain and sea, a great wind blew, bringing the gaze from the infinite sea's depths. Outside the mountain and sea, undercurrents surged, as if countless thoughts were communicating with each other. The supreme treasure in his hand seemed as if it could break free at any moment. The figure trembled violently, almost unable to control himself. His image flickered rapidly, appearing and disappearing. Even the original possibility where he was located seemed precarious. A slight mishap could lead to annihilation in the confrontation between these two forces. In the Xuanwang world, the sun rose and set 3 times. This struggle finally had a victor. The object in the mysterious figure's hand no longer struggled. It seemed to have been completely subdued. His heart surged with emotion, and he burst into laughter. However, the smile on his face completely froze the moment he let go. He had clearly been confident of victory just moments ago, but now his hand was empty. Even from the mountain and sea's memory images many years later, Li Fan could discern the mysterious figure's extreme rage. However, perhaps out of some apprehension, he did not implicate or casually destroy the Xuanwang world. Instead, he continued to search the Xuanwang world repeatedly, unwilling to give up. But ultimately, he found nothing and returned disappointed. This event happened quietly back then, and no one in the Xuanwang world could detect it. Not even the Lanka Taoist temple recorded it. Only the mountain and sea itself, due to the struggle between the mysterious figure and that unknown existence, remembered its light and shadow. If the mountain and sea were in its normal state of existence, this memory would be hidden within the endless, continuous mountain and sea, not revealing itself to the world. Even sages would find it difficult to detect. Only now, with the mountain and sea in an intermediate state of transitioning from sheet illusory to sheet real, are general memory light shadows concealed, while only important scenes appear. Thus, Li Fan witnessed it. Who was that person, and what was he trying to hunt? In Li Fan's mind, the scene he had just witnessed replayed constantly, and a strange premonition suddenly arose in his heart. What that mysterious figure was trying to hunt? Perhaps it was Huan Zhen. Covertly rewriting everything was to weave a net to attract Huan Zhen. But why exactly would Huan Zhen come here? Moreover, did Huan Zhen appear so early? In an instant, thousands of thoughts surfaced in Li Fan's mind, and various doubts suddenly arose. He urgently wanted to contact Huan Zhen and get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, his main body was stationed in the Xuanji Ring, surrounded by numerous illusory figures of sages, and Huan Zhen was deeply immersed and could not be communicated with. There's no rush, no matter where Huan Zhen came from, or why he came. The key is that he is now under my control. Besides, with his personality, even if I asked, he probably wouldn't say. Li Fan shook his head secretly. However, that figure, the other shore sages, probably knows him. Considering that he did not destroy and vent his anger even when Huan Zhen unexpectedly broke free and he was extremely enraged, Li Fan guessed that he was probably worried about other sages detecting his whereabouts. After some thought, Li Fan directly asked, "Everyone, take a look. This segment of the mountain and sea's memory is quite interesting." The sages' gazes were originally focused on where their own intentions were invested. Now that Li Fan spoke, all their gazes turned to him. Slowly, a strange atmosphere flowed gently among the sages. So that's how it is. Back then, when he inexplicably disappeared, I thought he had gone to an even older time. I never expected him to come to this time. Lianshan Sage was the first to speak. His unchanging illusory figure actually rippled. That object in his hand. Lianshan and Guihai both looked at Tai. Tai pondered for a long time, first nodding, then shaking his head slightly. It looks very similar. But whether it truly is, it's hard to say. What exactly are you talking about? Don't speak in riddles. Without waiting for Li Fan to speak, Bai Xiao impatiently asked first. Seeing Bai Xiao's eager demeanor, Tai chuckled softly. We are talking about the primordial mists, the creations before the mountain and sea. Primordial mists. These 4 words immediately attracted the attention of the newly ascended sages. Tai no longer played coy and slowly explained. The mountain and sea originated from the first heavenly god. However, back then, was there anything that existed alongside the heavenly god? Before the beginning of the mountain and sea, no one knew this. However, from various signs, we can vaguely confirm something. How do you explain that? Bai Xiao asked curiously. It is the existence of the mountain and sea great path. If only the mountain and sea truly existed when the heavenly god fell, then the mountain and sea, being of one mind, should have divided all the divine power. But, in this world, there exist Tao on the same level as the mountain and sea that have not truly integrated into the mountain and sea. Such as longevity, such as knowing fate, such as Chuanu. As Tai spoke, his gaze swept over Shou Chu, Gui Ming, and Li Fan respectively. It's as if when the heavenly god fell, something shared and devoured him with the mountain and sea, causing the divine power to dissipate and not fully return to the mountain and sea. Perhaps it is precisely because of this deficiency that the star ultimately appeared. We speculate that those ancient existences, like the mountain and sea, are the so-called primordial mists. Bai Xiao Xian shook his head with some disappointment upon hearing this, so it's purely speculation. I thought you had actually seen them. The voices of Lianshan and Guihai came together. I have indeed not seen them. But Tai is different. Tai's illusory figure swayed slightly, seemingly lost in memory. In ancient times, when the mountain and sea first came into being and the myriad Tao first emerged, I was merely one of the many innate divine charms that evolved. Those like me included Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Ji, and even Wu Ji, and so on. However, the reason why only I could become a sage is because an existence enlightened me. Tai's illusory figure did not conceal anything and spoke frankly. As one of the strongest among the sages, Tai also achieved sagehood through enlightenment from another. The newly ascended sages were all astonished to suddenly hear such a secret. Li Fan, however, recalled the Mountain and Sea Genesis chapter he had once seen. It was written by Tai and annotated by Wu Ji, explaining his feelings after observing Lianshan and Guihai building the immortal realm. It already subtly hinted at Tai's identity as an innate being. The sages were shaken, but Tai remained calm and continued. At that time, the mountain and sea had not yet fully formed and were still in gestation. In the primordial immortal realm, all things competed. There were even those who fed on the Tao. I was just one of them. But one day, as I gazed at the mountain and sea, I suddenly saw clouds surging, and a streak of flowing light passed through, landing in the primordial immortal realm. An inexplicable excitement suddenly arose in my heart, as if finding that wisp of flowing light would bring immense fortune. However, it seemed that such individuals were not few in number. Therefore, even after a bitter search, I ultimately failed to find it. Just as I was about to give up, one day, that flowing light appeared before me on its own. 1703. Life Pivot Transformation. Chapter 1689. Destiny Pivot Transformation. Originally, I thought that stream of light was my opportunity. But when it truly stood before me, I finally realized. I was the other party's opportunity. The Tai phantom chuckled, the stream of light seemed to feed on the Tao. When it stood still, I was uncontrollably drawn to it, as if I had originated from it. Can you all comprehend the terror I felt at that moment? All the sages, phantoms nodded in agreement. At that time, although I had not yet become a sage, my strength was already close to the current transcendence realm. Yet, under the overflowing stream of light, I was completely bound, unable to struggle, like a desperate prey slowly falling. Amidst the dreamlike radiance, I vaguely saw myriad Tao paths arrayed. Some positions were empty, some were returning, and some were completely erased, leaving only faint traces. All the Tao paths stood in parallel within a magnificent hall. And above them, a phantom sat. Like an emperor-dominator, looking down with indifference. The Tai phantom waved his hand, intending to recreate the scene he witnessed for the sages. However, the light and shadow flickered for just an instant, then vanished like a bubble. Even with the power of the Tai phantom, he couldn't maintain or replicate the exact appearance within the stream of light. Tai, as if long accustomed to it, stopped trying and continued his description, saying, "When I suddenly saw this shocking scene, my body and thoughts seemed to freeze. I drifted towards the position of open black lens bracket Tai close black lens bracket within the hall. At the same time, I realized that if I truly fell into it, I would never be able to leave. So, with a warning in my heart, I struggled with all my might. But how could a bug in a net escape? In the end, I still got closer and closer to the Tai position. Although they already knew that Tai was safe and sound, recalling the perilous scene made the sages secretly break into a cold sweat. Just as they were about to await the next part, the Tai phantom fell silent. What happened next? How did you escape? It was still Bai Xiao, unable to resist asking. That, I do not know, Tai suddenly smiled. The newly ascended sages were astonished. However, the other shore sages clearly knew already and all shook their heads helplessly. It's not that I can't reveal it, but rather that I truly escaped from that great Tao hall in a daze. This has been my greatest inner perplexity all along. Until later, when mountain and sea formed, the original immortal realm disintegrated, and I achieved sagehood. I never encountered that stream of light again." Tai spoke with some emotion, looking at the sages present. "If one day, any of you encounter this stream of light again, please ask for me what exactly happened back then. To resolve the confusion in my heart that has lasted for countless years." Having finally heard a rather exciting story, only for it to abruptly end midway without even a continuation, the sages naturally felt depressed. Bai Xiao hesitated, then finally just coughed lightly. "You've lived longer, so naturally, you've seen more. None of us have seen any primordial creation, and even if we did encounter it, it would probably be difficult to discern. That won't be the case. Just like this thing held in the open black lens bracket destiny pivot close black lens bracket, S hand, even if it's formless and invisible, you will surely feel its extraordinary nature," the Tai phantom said, pointing at the flickering mountain and sea memories in the illusory realm. Li Fan thus learned the identity of the mysterious figure sitting and weaving a net in the Xuanwang world. From Sage Lord Lianshan's words, it seems he's an old acquaintance of this destiny pivot. He was merely a companion on my journey up the mountain above. At that time, the mountain and sea Jeju was not yet set, and countless heroes and prodigies wanted to establish a foundation for all ages. Naturally, I wasn't the only one who wanted to climb the mountain above. There were countless climbers, but this destiny pivot was the only one who could closely follow behind me. Hence, I had a deep impression of him. However, I ascended to the peak a step before him. As I was meditating with my eyes closed, I suddenly saw him reveal a look of terror, as if he had foreseen something incredibly terrifying. Then he gritted his teeth and fled, never to be seen again. From then on, he was gone from the mountain and sea, and I haven't seen him again for many, many years. Sage Lianshan's voice was somewhat ethereal. Perhaps he thought Sage Lord Lianshan would perform the act of open black lens bracket Zuoshan close black lens bracket. He thought he would be suppressed by someone his entire life, which is why he fled in a hurry, Bai Xiao quipped. I thought the same thing at the time, Lianshan suddenly said, and Bai Xiao's smile immediately froze. Although the decision at that time was carefully considered, I hadn't yet made a decision before the destiny pivot disappeared. It was precisely his terrified flight that ultimately made me decide to act as Lianshan, and not Zuoshan. There seemed to be something unsaid in Sage Lianshan's words. Li Fan and the other sages naturally understood the hidden meaning. Roughly speaking, the Lianshan who had not yet attained the Tao was once arrogant. He had not yet made his choice, and the destiny pivot, upon seeing this, hastily fled, which inevitably made Lianshan think, how could he see me like that? Or, am I really that kind of person? Thus, it influenced his decision at that time. The newly ascended sages secretly chuckled. Unbeknownst to them, the image of this first immortal in the world became more concrete in their hearts. He was no longer the perpetually unfathomable strong cultivator. So, it seems this destiny pivot, seeing no hope for initial Tao attainment, sought a method of reversal. This primordial creation then became his target. If it truly predates the mountain and sea, and is its divine source, it might indeed be able to change everything. I wonder what exactly he's been planning and pursuing. Judging from his joyful expression upon his initial entry, this might not be his first attempt at enticement, Bai Xiao murmured to himself. The sages remained silent, their gazes once again falling upon the mountain and sea memories. Finally, it was Shouchu who spoke. The priority now is still to restore the mountain and sea. As for the clues about this primordial creation, once the mountain and sea are successfully connected, perhaps we can personally visit the site and investigate further. The sages nodded, then withdrew their gazes, their attention returning to the area seen by their own thoughts. Li Fan secretly noted Shouchu's words. With the restoration of the mountain and sea, everything within the mountain and sea will return to its former state. But Huan Zhen, having transcended the mountain and sea and already being within my body, naturally won't reappear out of thin air. That destiny pivot sage is probably the same. The so-called sight is nothing more than traces that are a bit more real than memory phantoms. Li Fan wasn't worried about this point. I just don't know if the stream of light Tai encountered back then was Huan Zhen. The Hall of Tao he described seems to somewhat coincide with the great Tao of returning to truth. But it's not certain. If it's not Huan Zhen, are there other primordial creations in the mountain and sea? Amidst a myriad of thoughts, Li Fan's attention slowly returned to Li Bufan. Now that he understood the key memory nodes of the mountain and sea, what Li Fan needed to do was to ensure that this illusory memory continued to flow as it once did. If the destiny pivot isn't there, I will be the destiny pivot. If the captured entity doesn't come, I will still create its movement. I'll put on a show to deceive the mountain and sea that is transforming from illusion to reality. However, how to perform this show requires careful consideration. First, he couldn't use the power of his true sage body, other than the phantom. Instead, he had to rely on the strength of this, Li Bufan, himself. Otherwise, the illusory mountain and sea would surely detect external manipulation. But a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Li Fan frowned, then relaxed. Fortunately, he also cultivates the open black lens bracket sitting mountain skill close black lens bracket. It was still very different from the version he Junghao obtained in later generations. The later version, though still named Sitting Mountain, was in essence Sitting Person. After all, if one wanted to truly find a mountain that could grow daily and occupy it for cultivation, one would probably turn into withered bones before finding the target. And by funding promising talents and forming good relationships everywhere, the efficiency wouldn't be particularly low under a widespread net. But the Shenmu sect's oldest version of the Sitting Mountain skill was truly about sitting on a mountain to cultivate. Simply because the Shenmu sect had a divine wood. Li Fan examined the cultivation methods of the Shenmu sect disciples in Li Bufan's memory. The divine wood of the Shenmu sect came from outside the heavens and was the foundation of the sect's establishment. Rooted in the earth, it shaded an area of over 30,000 li. As the wood rose, the earth grew. Originally, where the divine wood stood was an endless plain. But as the divine wood rose from the ground, the plain had now transformed into a continuous, majestic mountain range. The divine wood was perched atop this mountain range. And as the divine wood continued to grow, the mountain beneath Li Fan's feet also increased in height at a perceptible rate. Those who cultivated the sitting mountain skill in the Shenmue sect, sitting still, also saw their cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. The weaker the cultivator, the better the effect. After all, compared to the divine wood and the mountains, even a slight increase for them was an unimaginably vast power for low-level cultivators. Once one's cultivation reaches a high level with the help of the sitting mountain skill, one can then switch to other cultivation techniques. With the divine wood's help in raising the mountain, the number of low-level cultivators in the Shenmue sect far surpassed that of other sects in the Xuanwang world. They were everywhere. Li Fan's gaze swept across. Under the shade of the divine wood, almost every mountain peak had courtyards built, where cultivators lived and resided. No wonder Ruo Wood wants to fight this divine wood to the death. At this rate, if it continues to grow, it might completely occupy the Xuanwang world in tens of thousands of years. This divine wood came from outside the heavens. I wonder whose handiwork it is. It must also covet the so-called opportunity. It's just a pity it was brutally cut down, Li Fan snorted softly in his heart. The great battle between the divine wood and Ruo Wood should have been a stalemate. However, with the destiny pivot secretly intervening, the Shenmue sect quickly fell. The wood died, and the sect was destroyed. This time, I will act as a Shenmue sect disciple and repeat the destiny pivot's past actions. As Li Fan thought, he came outside the courtyard, to where the disciples originally cultivated. By the open cliffside, one could look up and gaze at the divine wood's form. Li Fan sat cross-legged, feeling the rhythm and growth of the mountain beneath him, silently circulating the sitting mountain skill. Indeed, with each almost imperceptible tremor of the mountain, as the mountain grew along with the divine wood, it also provided cultivation feedback to the cultivator sitting upon it. The increase in the mountain's height was imperceptible to the naked eye. However, the cultivation feedback within the body was clear and substantial. Like a trickling stream, steadily accumulating. This speed naturally cannot compare to the geniuses of the world. However, it can definitely crush most cultivators. At least it's much faster than He Zhenghao's cultivation. If there truly is a mountain, then there is no need to sit on people, immortals, or the heavens. The initial concept of this sitting mountain skill actually coincides with its ultimate derivation. There is no change. It's just that this mountain is not that mountain. After experiencing it for a while, many insights emerged in Li Fan's mind. Although cultivating by sitting on the divine wood was fast, it couldn't satisfy Li Fan's needs. He wanted to increase the strength of Li Bufan, whom he possessed, as much as possible, while also trying to conceal it and prevent the illusory mountain and sea from noticing. You sit on the mountain, I shall sit on you. Li Fan looked at the hundreds of thousands of Shenmue sect disciples in the mountain range, an idea forming in his mind. Next, Li Fan temporarily gave up on cultivation. Instead, he spent a year traveling all the mountain peaks of the Shenmue sect. What he did was quite simple. Every time he met someone, every time he arrived at a place, he would definitely offer a gift. The gift wasn't about how valuable it was, but about the gift itself. As long as they accepted Li Fan's gift, then a connection was formed. How much to repay, and when to repay, that was no longer up to them. For the very few who were unwilling to accept, with Li Fan's methods, it didn't take much effort to make them, overtly or covertly, owe Li Fan a favor in a different way. As for the hundreds of thousands of gifts Li Fan gave out, where did the funds come from? You wicked creature, in just 1 year, you're going to squander all our family fortune. Li Bufan's birth father and mother were both shocked and furious. However, they were helpless against Li Fan. They couldn't possibly kill their only son, could they? Moreover, he wasn't spending it on himself, but distributing it among the sect members. Thanks to his actions, Li Bufan's birth father and mother, these two Shenmue sect elders, gained a great reputation. They could only sigh deeply and use some other means to accumulate more family wealth. As for Li Fan, at this moment, he had arrived at the highest peak of the Shenmue sect, outside the sect's ancestral hall. He looked down at the countless Shenmue disciples below. My debts, without a scale, weigh less than 4 taels. But on a scale, they weigh more than 1,000 catties. After a year of hard work, it's time to collect some interest. Consider this a rehearsal for my Sitting Heaven Sutra. The Sitting Heaven Sutra quietly circulated within his body. Boom! All the Shenmue sect disciples who had received Li Fan's favor felt their bodies subtly vibrate at this moment, and the spiritual energy flow within their dantian seemed to accelerate significantly. Unaware of the reason, they thought it was the divine wood manifesting its power, further boosting their cultivation speed. They were all overjoyed. However, they didn't know that as the spiritual energy circulated within their bodies, nearly half of every bit of cultivation generated was stripped away and converged upon Li Fan. It was just that Li Fan, using the Sitting Heaven Sutra, secretly urged the Shenmue disciples to temporarily increase their cultivation speed at the cost of their own life force. Therefore, overall, their cultivation progress increased rather than decreased. Li Fan did all of this extremely secretly. A sage's methods are naturally difficult for ordinary people to detect. Anyway, in the upcoming great battle between the Divine Wood and Ruo Wood, you will all die. Prematurely overdrawing won't affect the direction of the mountain and seas, my Luo. Feeling the continuous stream of cultivation feedback gathering within him, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. The power of one person, no matter how fast he cultivates. How could it compare to the achievement of Sitting Heaven? In just 3 years, Li Fan had already ascended from the foundation establishment stage to the Tao integration stage. The limit for mortals. 1704. Enlightenment between reality and illusion. Chapter 1690. Comprehending the Tao between reality and illusion. At this point in time, the immortal path still exists. After Tao integration, one becomes an immortal. Even if it was only the mountain and sea in a state of mutual generation of reality and illusion, what should exist, still existed. Li Fan, standing at the peak of the Divine Wood, vaguely sensed the within-reach aura of the immortal realm. It seemed that with just a little more effort, he could ascend. The restrictions are indeed not as strong as they would be later. One can truly achieve immortal ascension. It's just a pity that as the immortal realm's immortal domains successively crumbled, the terrified immortals, in their search for a way to survive, placed increasingly high hopes on the lower realm experimental grounds. This led to a situation where all living beings in the Lanka Taoist temple, except for those with backgrounds, those who originally came from the immortal realm, or those who were chosen, had no possibility of successful ascension after Tao integration. Even if their strength and realm were sufficient, what awaited them was only endless heavenly lightning. However, on the other hand, the Lanka Taoist temple, especially the Xuanwang world, was a true treasure land that many nameless true immortals vied to enter. If those who painstakingly sought to ascend and leave knew this truth, I wonder what they would think. Li Fan, with his feet on the Divine Wood, mused thus, slowly taking a deep breath. The lives and cultivation of hundreds of thousands of Shenmue sect cultivators were once again mobilized. They slowly transformed into feedback cultivation within Li Fan's body. Although he was already at the peak of the mortal realm, his realm could not advance further. But the interest that should be collected still had to be collected without pause. Bit by bit, in the form of tribulation body phantoms, it was stored in Li Fan's dantian, in case of need. The so-called following nature can only be used to manipulate the power of the mountain and sea itself, born within this illusory mountain and sea, without arousing suspicion. However, just Tao integration cultivation is a bit strenuous to replicate everything the Destiny Pivot once did. It's time for the next step. Although the Shenmue sect also had Tao integration cultivators were not all equal. Li Fan stepped on the Divine Wood in broad daylight for a long time, yet no one could discover him. Even the Divine Wood itself was unaware. Li Fan's figure flickered, and in an instant, he took 100 steps consecutively on the peak of the Divine Wood. It was as if an abstruse formation was forming. At the same time, the aura of hundreds of thousands of Shenmue cultivators below was also stirred, surging towards Li Fan. Passing through the Divine Wood's trunk, they coiled and intertwined. Like countless ropes intertwined, all converging in Li Fan's hand. Go! As Li Fan lightly shouted, these ropes connected to the previously left phantom footprints. Cultivators are entrenched on the Divine Wood, using its power for their benefit. The Divine Wood's strength surpasses that of cultivators by tens of thousands of times. Therefore, it can ignore the burden of cultivators and even assist them in their own growth. However, this weight of cultivators, passing through my hands, you may not be able to bear it. Li Fan's gaze deepened slightly, and using the hundreds of thousands of cultivators he controlled as a lever, he gently pressed downwards. Creak, creak, an invisible immense force instantly applied to the Divine Wood's body. From the outside, everything seemed normal. Not even the Divine Wood's leaves swayed excessively. However, in reality, the divine wood, which shaded an area of 30,000 miles, along with the mountains beneath it, were pressed down by Li Fan by 1 inch. Damaging the benefit of sitting on the mountain was not Li Fan's intention. It was merely to test the limit of the power he could currently mobilize. After achieving his goal this time, he quickly withdrew his hand. In my opinion, there is actually no need for the upper realm to guide. One can step into the mountain and sea and become an immortal on their own. But in this era, no true immortals were born. If what is derived in the illusion deviates from the once real mountain and sea to a certain extent, the mountain and sea illusion will not reappear. To achieve transcendence with mortal power is indeed fraught with restrictions and quite troublesome. Perhaps only the sages can accomplish it. Li Fan's solution was also very simple. Since he couldn't solve it by creating external forces out of thin air, he would simply use the immortal power that already existed in the Xuanwang world. No matter what the intermediate process is, as long as the beginning remains unchanged and the end remains unchanged, and there is no external force intervention during this period, then the illusion can be revived. The first thing Li Fan had to do was to intercept this wisp of immortal power lingering around the divine wood. The divine wood came from outside the realm. It was a means by which an upper realm true immortal implanted it into the Xuanwang world. This was beyond doubt. It was just that the means of this unknown true immortal were extremely clever. This connection was faint, almost imperceptible. Even Li Fan, with his Tao integration cultivation, couldn't sense that faint connection between the divine wood and the distant immortal realm. But now, with the help of hundreds of thousands of cultivators' power, he achieved complete suppression of the divine wood. Upon closer observation, he finally found a clue. This wisp of connection is not in the branches or the trunk, but in the roots. Li Fan's divine thought swept through the divine wood's roots, which spread for 1,000,000 miles through the complex underground veins, and found signs of its connection to the immortal realm. On the other side is also a nameless true immortal. He is extremely cautious, fearing that his coveting of the Xuanwang world will be exposed. The immortal power he can use is very limited. But as a starting point, it's enough. A gleam flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and he lightly pressed with both hands. While suppressing the divine wood again, he resorted its roots. In an instant, billions of root veins, like dragons dancing chaotically, were disassembled and reorganized underground. Slowly, amidst the surging earth veins, a formation woven from the divine wood's roots suddenly took shape. With a thought, Li Fan separated a phantom of himself and leapt into it to take charge. At this point, the divine wood's power had been completely intercepted. The life and death of the divine wood were also at his whim. He could easily suppress it even without the help of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators he controlled. The faint wisp of immortal power transmitted from the upper realm, when obtained by the divine wood, only allowed it to grow into a towering tree. However, when obtained by Li Fan, it could turn decay into wonder, unleashing hundreds or thousands of times more power. Next, it's the immortal artifacts left by the various sects. With the intercepted immortal power, Li Bufan, though only at Tao integration cultivation, was actually no different from a true immortal. Silently, it was an easy matter to suppress and subdue a host of immortal artifacts. Although the immortal artifacts were still stored in various sects, in reality, they had secretly changed owners. After the immortal realm, came the Xuanwang world's protective Great Formation. At this point in time, the ancient immortal array was perfectly preserved. The power it could mobilize surpassed that of the immortal artifacts stored by the various sects. After some modifications to the ancient immortal array, Li Fan also stole its immortal power and made it his own. Thereafter, Li Fan meticulously searched the Xuanwang Great Land. Everything that could be utilized was mercilessly taken into his possession. The Xuanwang world seemed calm, with no apparent changes on the surface. But internally, it had long since undergone earth-shattering changes, a complete transformation. As time passed, Li Fan finally reached the first critical node in the mountain and sea's memory. This day was the day in the phantom memory when the destiny pivot suddenly appeared. Rolling black chi enveloped Li Fan. Stepping out from the Li Bufan he was possessing, he arrived at the position where the destiny pivot should have appeared. His movements and demeanor were identical to those in the mountain and sea's memory. Initially a bit disheveled, then surprised and overjoyed. Then he sat cross-legged, arranging and weaving a net. This position is more suitable for me after all. Sitting high above the Xuanwang world, overlooking the myriad Zhongsheng below, Li Fan couldn't help but think with delight. Although his position was not the exact center of Xuanwang, The power he controlled was already dense, occupying every corner of the Xuanwang world. Where he sat, that place had already become the absolute center of the Xuanwang world. With every move, the Xuanwang world changed accordingly. The situation was precisely like the destiny pivot recorded in the mountain and sea. Suddenly, an invisible net was woven. Outside the illusory realm, within the other shore. Li Fan's true body observed that at this moment, the mountain and sea illusion seemed to solidify further. The scene derived from the memory illusion perfectly inherited what had happened in the actual mountain and sea. As if reliving everything that once was, the changes between illusion and reality began to flow. After a moment of frozen light and shadow, it flickered again, but was undoubtedly much more stable. This change naturally did not escape the attention of the other shore sages. Xuanu, fellow Taoist, your progress is quite fast. Fang Kun said in surprise, I was still thinking of taking more care of your side. Let me observe. Oh, Xuanu, fellow Taoist's methods seem to be quite practiced. Bai Xiao also looked at Li Fan with considerable surprise. Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. Every time I flow against the current from the mountains and sea's end, I suffer heavy damage and have to start over. It's just practice makes perfect. The sages nodded slightly, but offered no comments. Regardless, what Li Fan did was indeed beneficial for the reconnection of the mountain and sea. It seems I need to speed up my progress. Jin Gui laughed heartily, his gaze shifting away from Li Fan. Silence once again fell upon the other shore. Within the illusory mountain and sea, in the Xuanwang world. With the establishment of the first critical memory node, the entire world seemed to become more real. At the very least, the circulating immortal power controlled by Li Fan was almost no different from what he had seen in the true mountain and sea. Truth and falsehood, illusion and reality. How exactly are they defined? When the mountain and sea was swallowed by the stars, and then recreated by Huan Zhen with a single thought. How exactly was this achieved? Only by being between reality and illusion can one better perceive the Tao of reality and illusion. Though he sat motionless, Li Fan's comprehension of it grew day by day. Not long after, another critical node arrived. In the southeastern corner of the Xuanwang world, a hidden light glowed. It was an upper realm true immortal who had stealthily arrived. The true immortal thought his whereabouts were secret, but little did he know that every move, every word, was under Li Fan's control. True non-action and carefree existence cannot be achieved when trapped in calamity. The light and shadow gradually dimmed, and the true immortal revealed his true form. He looked towards the immortal realm, shaking his head and sighing softly. Perhaps because a segment of memory had already solidified, the scene derived by the mountain and sea was now clearer than when Li Fan had observed it from afar in the other shore. The previously unobservable face could now be seen clearly. Li Fan had also seen this true immortal before. It was the master of the hungry immortal, non-action. At this moment, he unhurriedly headed towards the fishing pond. He clearly already knew the location of this mountain and sea fishing ground. He seemed to quite enjoy the process of escaping, not rushing, but instead walking and looking around. Long in the cage, returning to nature. He hummed softly, feeling at ease. But slowly, the relaxed and carefree expression on his face gradually disappeared. Replaced by extreme solemnity. This place seems a bit off. He stopped humming, his expression somewhat flustered, no longer bothering to look around. He quickly accelerated his pace and arrived at the edge of the fishing pond. As if prepared, he lightly cast his fishing rod. He didn't even sit down, just stood there, waiting for himself to take the bait. Soon, the fishing pond water rippled slightly. Waves gradually rose, and a huge force came from under the water. Instead of being alarmed, the carefree one was delighted. Without any resistance, he fell into the pond with the momentum. And disappeared. The water surface of the mountain and sea fishing ground gradually returned to calm. On the other side, it was unknown what had happened, causing the passage on the Xuanwang world side to gradually close. Just then, exactly as the destiny pivot did in real history, Li Fan made his move. Throughout the Xuanwang world, points of starlight lit up. This was Li Fan exercising his callable power to its limit. Behind the fishing pond, there was faintly the existence of a sage. Although a true sage could not be materialized in the illusory mountain and sea, the mountain and sea would instinctively simulate the sage's might as much as possible. Li Fan dared not be careless. And indeed, his prediction was correct. When he tried to prevent the mountain and sea fishing ground passage from closing, an inconceivable pulling force suddenly came from beneath the water's surface. Li Fan, sitting cross-legged in the void realm, almost couldn't maintain his balance. Fortunately, he was sufficiently prepared. The divine wood's roots were embedded in the Xuanwang earth veins. The immortal artifacts of the world were intertwined with the luck of the various sects. The ancient immortal array was even integrated with Xuanwang. At this moment, they all transformed into Li Fan's tentacles, intertwining, helping Li Fan stabilize his figure. But the pulling force from the fishing pond exceeded Li Fan's imagination. After being obstructed, it increased instead of decreasing. As if it wouldn't stop until it hooked Li Fan, this big fish. Because the current Li Fan was actually deeply bound to the Xuanwang world, in reality, it was pulling the entire Xuanwang world, and even the original possibility, slowly into the fishing pond. No matter how much preparation he made, all of Li Fan's arrangements relied on everything within the Xuanwang world. This was determined by the inherent limitations of the illusory memory itself. Yet, how could he contend with such immense force? Irresistibly, he was falling inch by inch into the fishing pond. What was happening in the illusory memory began to deviate from the real mountain and sea. The entire world, at this moment, seemed to be covered in a different hue. It became strange and bizarre. The beings within the world could not perceive it. But the other shore sages saw the change happening at the first instant. If Li Fan failed here, the sages' efforts to reconnect this time would all be in vain. In an emergency, Lianshan sage made a decisive decision and transmitted guidance: do not contend with it. Use its weakness, and there may be a turning point. Li Fan had an epiphany and instantly withdrew part of his strength. But he didn't completely give up resistance either. Because of this momentary shift in the stalemate of forces, the Xuanwang world seemed to fall a few more inches into the pond. The pond's area remained unchanged, but it looked even deeper. What was strange was that as Li Fan let go, the force coming from the mountain and sea fishing ground also decreased accordingly. After a few more tugs, determining that this was not a big fish, it lost interest. And then completely gave up pulling. 1705. I would rather be idle than be holy. Chapter 1691. Preferring leisure over sainthood. The two sides ceased their struggle, and the fishing pond water slowly calmed down. With Li Fan's power obstructing it, the mountain and sea fishing ground was no longer sealed. The trajectory of the mountain and sea phantom finally realigned with history. Everything that was on the verge of collapse returned to stability. Li Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I almost made a fool of myself, he said, feeling ashamed in the beyond. There won't truly be a saint appearing in the mountain and sea phantom. However, the mountain and sea memory will instinctively manifest everything as it originally was. This means that although this fishing ground is fake, the pulling force it just erupted was no different from a real mountain and sea fishing ground. To be able to contend with it for so long with just an invested thought is already quite remarkable, Shochu said. The mountain and sea phantom should be imitating that mountains and seas angler. The more a hooked fish struggles, the happier he becomes. But if the prey itself is unremarkable, he will lose interest. He might even give up directly, Lianshan's phantom explained. It sounds like this mountains and seas angler is a true angler. But the mountain and sea has already fallen into a state of destruction, and he still has the leisure to fish across the heavens, Bai Xiao muttered, staring at the mountain and sea fishing ground, his tone inscrutable. Tai chuckled upon hearing this. Everyone has their own aspirations. The angler's heart is only set on fishing. As for anything else, even if the mountain and sea collapses, he doesn't care. Let alone trying to reverse the flow and save the mountain and sea. Bai Xiao snorted. If the mountain and sea truly perishes and this fishing ground ceases to exist, where will he go fishing then? Regarding that, he did say something. The mountain and sea fishing ground connects all sections of the mountain and sea. If he can still fish continuously, it means the overall condition of the mountain and sea is far from as bad as it appears. If one day, he can't catch a single fish anywhere in the mountain and sea, then he will naturally take action, Tai said, shaking his head. What twisted logic? Bai Xiao, still wanting to speak, was interrupted by Lianshan's phantom, leaving aside that the mountains and seas angler is on par with us in strength. Even if he were immortal, it would not be appropriate to impose our will on him in the name of saving the world. Just like you, if not for your desire to connect with the stars, even if you secretly spied on Zhang Sheng's secrets, we wouldn't forcibly interfere with you. This is called, Zhang Sheng each have their own Yuan Fa. It cannot be forced. Bai Xiao's expression immediately stiffened. He sullenly shut his mouth. Tai then chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Do you still remember the great sage of the scripture tomb in the immortal realm? How could I not remember? That person is very petty. Wasn't it just that I exposed his true form? He wanted to hunt me down all over the world. After I became a saint, I was only concerned with saving the world, and I forgot to go back and trouble him, Bai Xiao said half-jokingly. Scripture tomb, he had the potential to become a saint back then. However, he was naturally laid back and unwilling to bear too much. Even the affairs of one realm were more than he could handle. So for so many years, his realm has remained stagnant. We used to advise him from time to time, but after realizing it was useless, we stopped bothering. If you really want to hunt him down in return, it's not impossible. Perhaps it could even give him pressure and help him take that last step. He hides in the real mountain and sea, enjoying himself secretly. If you search carefully, you should be able to find him, Tai said indifferently. Then forget it. Bai Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of apprehension, as if remembering something, and he said sullenly. After a burst of noise, the beyond became quiet once more. It turned out that Li Fan's progress in controlling the memory phantom was among the forefront of the saints. After he stabilized the situation, substantial light continuously emanated from the false realm. These were all signs that the saints had completed the main memory Luo of the mountain and sea. Li Fan's mind returned. In the phantom Xuanwang world, he was next to orchestrate the demise of the Shenmu sect. For Li Fan, who had already subdued Divine Wood, this was naturally even easier. It's a good time to turn Divine Wood's power from overt to covert, and completely use it for myself. As for the people of the Shenmu sect, those who deserve to die will die, in the end. Li Fan's expression was indifferent, having already decided the fate of a grand sect and millions of cultivators. Everything unfolded just as it had happened in the historical mountain and sea. The news that Divine Wood was severely wounded by Desolate God and that the Shenmu sect was forced to search everywhere for a way to heal Divine Wood spread like wildfire in the Xuanwang world. Some people's hearts began to stir. Among them, Ruo Wood was the most prominent. As the origin of life in Xuanwang and the ancestor of all trees, the arrival and growth of the extraterrestrial Divine Wood was the first true threat to him. It was a pity that he didn't care at first, and by the time he realized its threat, it was already too late. Having bided his time for so many years, he finally saw a golden opportunity. So he no longer hesitated. Countless mountain spirits and tree spirits, obscuring the sky, came from all parts of Xuanwang, surrounding the Shenmu sect. Among them were many Dao integration cultivators secretly mixed in, lured by Ruo Wood's promise of increased lifespan, as well as loose cultivators who harbored thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos. The Shenmu sect cultivators, united in their hatred, fought the enemy with one heart. Although their top combat power was not numerous, the total number of cultivators from Golden Core to Soul Transformation stage far surpassed that of the invaders. Moreover, backed by Divine Wood, as long as they didn't die on the spot, they would quickly recover under the continuous nourishment of life qi. For a time, this great battle was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Seeing no opportunity to gain an advantage, many cultivators on Ruo Wood's side began to retreat. As long as Divine Wood can be uprooted, I will surely reward you all with longevity fruit. This is a true divine medicine that, if consumed, can grant lifespan equal to heaven and earth. Ruo Wood, manifesting a human form, continued to entice them. A crystal-clear fruit phantom appeared in Ruo Wood's hand. At this time, Ruo Wood was not the hunched, terrifying old man of later generations, but a handsome young master. Dressed in green, his appearance was as if carved by heaven and earth, perfect and flawless. Coupled with the crystal fruit emanating Chongsheng realm qi in his hand. The Dao integration cultivators present were all moved and expressed their willingness to fight again with all their might. Thus, the final bloody battle began. Because Ruo Wood had completely drained the life qi of the Xuanwang world to attack the Shenmu sect, all other regions fell into a desolate winter, with thousands of miles of ice. Even the circulation of heaven and earth's spiritual qi became sluggish. Normal flight for cultivators was affected. With the harsh weather conditions, cultivators from other sects, except for the Shenmu sect battlefield, generally chose to seclude themselves. Waiting for the outcome of this great battle. My son truly has foresight. He usually bestows kindness everywhere, so even if the war is continuous and he doesn't go to war, others, out of past courtesy, won't say anything, Li Bufan's father sighed. Unlike the children of other elders, who have stayed in the back for too long and can no longer be suppressed. To quell public anger, they were forced to go to the battlefield. How could they endure this terrifying meat grinder? They basically went and never returned. You can delay it for a while, but not forever. No, old Li, you have to find a way. If this continues, even if Bufin can still hide in the back, if the Shenmue sect falls. Silence. You're speaking like a woman. Li Bufin's father harshly interrupted his wife. But looking at Li Bufin, his eyelids drooped slightly. He had already secretly made up his mind. The next day, Li Bufin received a talisman from his father. Following its instructions, he quietly came to a Rongdong deep in the sect's back mountain. After showing the talisman, he was allowed to enter and found that many people had already gathered inside. They were all familiar faces. Although most of the elders of the Shenmue sect were willing to fight to the death, they all wanted to find a way out for their descendants. This was human nature. What pitiful parental love, Li Fan sneered inwardly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. In real history, these second-generation Shenmue sect members naturally did not escape the pursuit. In the phantom memory, Li Fan also didn't mind the trouble and was willing to send them off. After the personnel were assembled, the cave entrance was sealed. With a slight tremor, Divine Wood's roots broke through the ground. The group followed Divine Wood's roots, going deep underground, quietly leaving the Shenmue sect's territory. No, this Divine Wood root, why isn't it stopping when it's reached its destination? The leading cultivator's expression changed dramatically. But it was already too late. Underground, where no one could perceive, Divine Wood's roots seemed to have a will of their own, instantly branching into millions. They deeply embedded themselves into the bodies of the Shenmue sect disciples present. At this moment, their life chi remained, but they were no different from dead people. And the powerful cultivators of the Shenmue sect, sensing that their descendants' aura was gradually moving safely away, no longer had any worries. They engaged in a death struggle with the invading enemies. Even at the cost of consuming Divine Wood's origin power. Both sides were fighting for survival, regardless of right or wrong. Blood chi surged, reaching the heavens. The entire sky of the Xuanwang world was dyed crimson because of it. Too many beings had died. If this continued, even if a victor emerged, other sects would take advantage. So both sides began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Just then, Li Fan, who had been hidden and watching silently, finally made his move. With his current cultivation, even without using the power of the Divine Wood disciples, he could easily subdue Divine Wood. Under his manipulation, Divine Wood suddenly showed signs of decay. A great wind blew, and countless withered yellow leaves, like a torrential downpour, fell from the sky. This scene made both sides, who were in fierce combat, suddenly feel astonished. The Shenmue sect felt a chill in their hearts, while Ruo Wood's side was invigorated. Final victory was within sight, and they surged forward, eyes red, as if injected with chicken blood. Under the influence of Li Fan's mysterious great hand, the scales of the battle had already tilted. The Shenmue sect's defense collapsed like an avalanche. The battlefield also transformed from a struggle between two sides into a one-sided slaughter. Good. Seeing victory in sight, Ruo Wood was ecstatic, uttering 3 goods in a row. Even behind him, his true form's phantom could be faintly seen. Beneath the earth vein, Ruo Wood's roots came from all directions. They tightly entwined Divine Wood, which stood alone on the mountain. Then, they broke through the tree's trunk and rooted themselves inside. If I can gain nourishment from this wood, not only will past injuries be fully recovered, but I might even advance further. Ruo Wood was leisurely envisioning the future, unaware that threads of strange power had already entered his body through the Divine Wood he was absorbing. Finally, as the towering Divine Wood collapsed with a roar, turning into Shumu and flying ash, it signaled the end of this great battle. Ruo Wood also kept his word, distributing longevity fruit to several cultivators. After this, Ruo Wood returned to the space where his true form resided, happily tallying the gains from absorbing Divine Wood. But he was horrified to discover that, at some point, at the top of his head, a figure was sitting. Since Divine Wood is gone, I'll use you instead, Li Fan said indifferently. Who are you? Ruo Wood was about to speak, but he already found himself unable to move. Roots sprouted from Ruo Wood's trunk, piercing through his body and growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, they replaced Ruo Wood. The Shenmue sect was destroyed, and Ruo Wood regained control of the Xuanwang spiritual vein. Another predetermined fact was completed, and the mountain and sea memory phantom became even more stable. Li Fan sat atop Ruo Wood, using its power to control the entire situation. At this time, Ruo wood is far from comparable to its withered state in later generations. It is the central hub for the circulation of life qi in the Xuanwang experimental ground, capable of even fundamentally altering the 4 seasons of the Xuanwang world with a single thought. It's just a pity that, whether actively or passively, too many longevity fruit were distributed. This led to a tragic outcome in the future. But it doesn't matter. With a thought, Li Fan sensed the whereabouts of the many longevity fruit Ruo wood had bestowed. How can the opportunity for Chongsheng realm be lightly given to others? Although I cannot change your destiny pivot, but I can turn you into my chess pieces. Under Li Fan's Zon power immersion, the fruit that could grant lifespan equal to heaven and earth silently transformed into a puppet-like poison. Though the consumers were unaware, their every word and action, and even their inner thoughts, could be influenced by Li Fan. Originally, although Li Fan had great power, he still needed his own strength to intervene to manipulate and twist the Xuanwang world. But with the implantation of these Chongsheng realm chess pieces, no external force was needed. Just a thought from within could silently change the situation of the Xuanwang world. Under absolute influence, the overall situation was decided. The game of Xuanwang world no longer required Li Fan to personally move the pieces. The game could change according to his thoughts. Saving effort and worry, only one last step remained. And it was the most important step. Reenacting the scene where Destiny Pivot captured that unknown divine object. Simply reenacting the scene isn't difficult. The difficulty lies in reproducing the profound fluctuations generated during the struggle between the two sides. Li Fan frowned slightly. Even the saints observing from the beyond would instantly feel its extraordinary nature upon witnessing the fluctuations. To achieve a state of realism, even deceiving the mountain and sea itself. Li Fan slowly recalled what he had seen. At the same time, outside the false realm, in the beyond, his true form once again cast its gaze. He didn't ask the saints for help but began to comprehend it himself. He thought of the mountain and sea phantom's spontaneous simulation of the mountain and sea fishing grounds pulling force earlier. It doesn't have to truly exist. It just needs to make the mountain and sea feel that it exists. I can play the role of Destiny Pivot. And the other one. As Li Fan pondered, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the deepest part of his heart. Extremely small, even less than the fluctuations in Li Fan's own state of mind. But it was very clearly not from Li Fan himself. This is Huan Zhen. Li Fan's expression remained calm on the surface, but he was actually suppressing the shock in his heart, guessing Huan Zhen's intention. The Huan Zhen ripple flashed and disappeared. But it was by no means aimless. It must have sensed my thoughts just now. Just now. I was thinking of perfectly reproducing the fluctuations from that time. Does Huan Zhen mean that doing so is dangerous? 1706. The Great Backlash of the Void. Chapter 1692. Great Backlash of the Void Realm. Ever since I came to the other shore and made contact with the sages, Huan Zhen has remained hidden. But now, it suddenly risked being discovered by the sages to warn me. This indicates that if I were to act according to my original thoughts, my situation would likely become even more perilous. Having been with Huan Zhen for a long time, even though it didn't speak clearly and only emitted faint fluctuations, Li Fan instantly understood its intention. Before Huan Zhen's warning, I intended to mimic the fluctuations of the two contending as much as possible, to deceive the void mountain and sea. After careful consideration, Li Fan gradually understood. The primordial creation, mountain and sea are one. The fluctuations it caused while contending with the destiny pivot were, in theory, unreplicable. Even mountain and sea itself could not truly restore the scene at that time. Only the change of truth and falsehood might be able to achieve a perfect replica. Deeply immersed in it, desperately trying to reproduce the scene from that time, I instinctively wanted to invoke the change of truth and falsehood. If that were truly the case, the fluctuations I forged might even be more real than what the void mountain and sea's memory showed. Because that primordial creation is very likely Huan Zhen itself. Realizing this, Li Fan inwardly thought, that was close. In fact, Li Fan's identity as a reverse traveler from the end of time already had some flaws. However, because he truly possessed the divine ability to imbue true spirits, the sages could choose to turn a blind eye. But Li Fan believed that if he were to expose his possession of the primordial creation, the outcome might be different. I only need to restore it to the best of Xuanu's inherent strength. As for whether I can truly deceive the void mountain and sea and achieve the restoration, I am merely here to probe the sages' true strength and find a path to further advancement. What good would mountain and sea's safety do for me? Li Fan snorted coldly to himself. Then, his thoughts slightly condensed, and recalling his previous thoughts, his heart sank slightly. Speaking of which, it's a bit strange. Sitting in this Xuanji ring for so long, I've gradually started to genuinely, spontaneously want to save mountain and sea. The influence on my main body isn't that obvious yet, but the thought invested into the void mountain and sea. Although its actions are still similar to mine, its purpose is truly to restore mountain and sea, even going all out. These old fellows are indeed not to be trifled with. No wonder they insist that the newly ascended sages take their seats in this Xuanji ring. It can subtly twist a sage's thoughts. Although I am awake now, I cannot guarantee when I will be affected again. I must return before I am completely changed. Huan Zhen's guidance was like a sudden enlightenment, allowing Li Fan to temporarily escape the influence of the Xuanji ring sages. Li Bufan in the void Xuanwang world also naturally became less zealous. This preparation should be sufficient. If I can deceive the void mountain and sea, all the better. If not, I've done my best. He thought this while sitting on Ruo Wood. Time passed, and the day in mountain and sea's memory when the destiny pivot and the primordial creation contended arrived. Although Li Fan had already mastered almost all possible powers in the Xuanwang world, he still couldn't perfectly reproduce the mysterious fluctuations of that time. Deviations from the memory appeared, and faint tremors began to emanate from deep within mountain and sea's my Luo. Although the foundation laid by the first two memory points made the void image more solid than before, preventing immediate collapse. The instability at the end, however, had already begun to gradually affect the entire mountain and sea void image in the void realm. It was almost predictable that it would soon fall into a precarious situation, with overall annihilation imminent. Not good. Li Fan's main body on the other shore cried out in alarm, losing his composure. The anomaly of the void image had already attracted the attention of the other sages. Although the Lianshan three sages intended to help, their main bodies were far ahead in the void realm, beyond reach. And the newly ascended sages near Li Fan were also powerless to simulate and present those mysterious fluctuations. Even if Lianshan's void image transmitted guidance immediately, it was already too late. The collapse of mountain and sea began subtly. The void image, originally 9/10 complete, began to instantly collapse. Countless light and shadow shattered like bubbles in an instant. Like stirring up a monstrous wave, the cold void realm's massive backlash arrived instantly. Return. In the Xuanji ring, the void images of Lianshan, Guihai, and Tai sages simultaneously roared softly. The white circle also burst forth with unprecedented light, as if illuminating through the boundless void realm, reaching directly to the sages' main bodies. Li Fan clearly saw that, in the midst of it all, there seemed to be invisible ropes extending from the Xuanji ring, connecting to the sages in the void realm. At this moment, the ropes instantly tugged, violently pulling back the sages who were caught in the void realm's backlash. The sages' void images instantly materialized from void, and all of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Only Li Fan, who was already in the Xuanji ring, was an exception. Li Fan seemed stunned by the scene, frozen on the spot. Before he could speak, Lianshan sage spoke first, solemnly, the void realm's backlash, the Tao annihilation tide, will erode for at least 800 years. It cannot be defended against. Give up. The newly ascended sages did not yet understand what this meant, but the 9 saints of the other shore already sighed softly, preparing themselves. The other shore's halo seemed to suddenly contract. Its covered area was invisibly shortened by a small section. After adjusting the protective range, Li Fan saw it. At the end of this section of mountain and sea, a black tide arrived silently. It was even more suffocating than actually being in it. Wherever it passed, it was devastating. Everything in mountain and sea was swallowed in an instant. Countless possibilities, countless living beings, were lost because of it. It advanced, engulfing more than 800 years of time, and only when it met the other shore's white light did its momentum barely halt. Although the Tao annihilation tide was temporarily curbed, the price was. All the sages in the Xuanji ring collectively spat out blood again. The other shore was still in violent tremors, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. The onslaught and backlash of the Tao annihilation tide did not only come from the direction of the void realm. Instead, it suddenly surged from all parts of this section of mountain and sea. Li Fan witnessed countless possibilities, originally in a stalemate, instantly losing balance and falling into Tao annihilation. Originally, mountain and sea was relatively healthy, but now, under a round of backlash from the void realm, it was subtly eroded and riddled with holes. This scene was like a sudden gust of wind ripping off the roof of a house during a storm. Torrential rain poured into the house, leaving it disheveled, chaotic, and even precarious. It is my fault. Li Fan slapped his thigh, regretting deeply. It's just that the reconstruction of the memory void image failed, right? How did it come to this? Bai Xiao coughed lightly, feeling slightly aghast. In the struggle with the void realm, if you don't advance, you retreat. If the initial construction had failed, it would have been fine. The backlash wouldn't have been so terrifying, Lianshan said, while suddenly standing up. He took a step forward. At this instant, it was as if countless versions of him walked from the Xuanji ring to various parts of mountain and sea. Each figure of Lianshan was like a dam, forcibly plugging the various loopholes in mountain and sea. Not long after, the continuous trembling of mountain and sea gradually weakened. Escaping from this shocking upheaval, Lianshan then looked at Li Fan. Buzz. The pressure of the main body was truly incomparable to that of the void image. Even with Xuanu protecting him, Li Fan suddenly felt as if endless mountains and seas were pressing down on his shoulders. He seemed to hear the roaring of mountains and seas, growing louder and louder, echoing incessantly. Although Lianshan Sage did not utter a word, the invisible pressure in the field was substantial. The sages remained silent, all looking at Li Fan. Li Fan took the opportunity to lower his head, continuing to regretfully say, "It is my fault. The previous steps were all perfect, and I thought this last step would also be easy. But I never expected." Enough. Lianshan Sage suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Li Fan's self-reproach. He returned to his seat and said softly, "It is also my fault. I also thought fellow Taoist Xuanu could succeed." There seemed to be deep meaning in his words, but the sages present kept their eyes down, showing no abnormality. Li Fan continued to keep his head down and remain silent. Tai Sage stepped in to smooth things over. Success and failure are common in warfare. Our previous restoration of mountain and sea was not smooth either. We just need to rest and regroup, and start over. Why be so discouraged? Upon these words, the ice-like atmosphere in the field slowly eased. At this moment, as if sensing what had happened to the other shore sages, Taiwei's sacred emperor's figure descended. And brought 9 great medicines. That's all there is. The next refining will be 1,000 years from now. Taiwei's sacred emperor came and went like the wind, departing immediately after speaking. Only before leaving, his gaze seemed to sweep over Li Fan. There were 16 sages present. However, there were only 9 Saint Luck great medicines. Lianshan, Shou Chu, and Tai sages spoke first. "We don't need them." Li Fan then very tactfully said, "Fellow Taoists, please go first." Afterwards, Shou Chu, thief of opportunities, and Gui Ming also spoke up. Only then was the ownership of the great medicines decided. After consuming the medicinal pills and undergoing a period of recuperation, the sages, Qi finally stabilized completely. Where we failed, there we shall rise. Today, let's first talk about the destiny pivot and the primordial creation. Lianshan Sage spoke again. In the Xuanji ring, the images remembered by mountain and sea reappeared. They were lifelike, even more real than what Li Fan perceived from afar on the other shore. The destiny pivot, the one who controls the Tao of written destiny. The destinies of all living beings in mountain and sea have their strings, all within his flick and play. They can be gathered into a net, or scattered as a chessboard. Lianshan Sage's voice was incredibly calm, explaining the destiny pivot's principles. Li Fan listened, gradually becoming engrossed. Unconsciously, he seemed to have entered the threshold of the destiny pivot's sage Tao. This is definitely not a talent I possess. Rather, it's the assistance of the other sages comprehending the Tao in the Xuanji ring. This mutual influence is even stronger than when the sages were in their original void image state. As Li Fan thought this, a sense of guilt gradually rose in his heart. Due to his own negligence, the restoration failed. Although he quickly sobered up, this trend of awakening conscience was like surging waves, unstoppable. It was difficult to suppress. Having spoken of the destiny pivot, let us now speak of the primordial creation. Although I do not know its true form, since mountain and sea retains its memory, it can be reproduced to a certain extent. Lianshan Sage gently pointed towards the sages gathered in the center of the field. A speck of light then emerged. That was the remaining fluctuation of mountain and sea's memory void image, after stripping away the destiny pivot's influence. The sages stared at the speck of light in the field, deep in thought. This wisp of Tao intent is quite peculiar. It already bears a 3/10 resemblance to what I saw back then, Tai sage said, frowning after a period of observation. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I actually sense the chi of Daoda within it. Daoda sage looked surprised. It seems to encompass all things in mountain and sea, containing everything. It is also like a clear mirror that can reflect us. Gui Hai sage said softly. The sages each offered their opinions, and Li Fan also spoke accordingly. Indeed, one can subtly detect the chi of the Xuanu Great Tao within it. He appeared calm, but in reality, his heart had already churned with stormy waves. He was merely forcing himself to remain composed. Because the moment the speck of light appeared, he distinctly sensed the chi belonging to Huan Zhen within it. However, Huan Zhen was still inside him, so Li Fan quickly realized that Lianshan was simulating and manifesting chi that resembled Huan Zhen. The change of truth and falsehood. Those who do not know, do not understand. But Lianshan sage can restore it to this extent. Seemingly unaware of Li Fan's thoughts, Lianshan sage continued to expound to the sages. Gui Hai sage's words are excellent. This primordial creation, though its name is unknown, is indeed like a clear mirror. Since it can reflect all things in mountain and sea, we can, by comprehending mountain and sea, in turn glimpse the existence of this mirror. As he spoke, without Lianshan sage's signal, Gui Hai sage cooperated, and both simultaneously projected images of mountain and sea. Mountain and sea stretched endlessly, appearing faintly, echoing the speck of light in front. Within the speck of light, there seemed to be corresponding mountain and sea scenes. And the boundless mountain and sea void image also slowly contracted, transforming into another speck of light. Like two suns in the sky, suspended before the sages. The sages, of course, did not know the true nature of the primordial creation. But regarding the various aspects of mountain and sea, the sages knew a great deal. The sages first looked at the mountain and sea speck of light, then at the other one. From one to the other, the existence that was originally intangible, now looked at, subtly gave rise to a sense of familiarity. Lianshan looked at Li Fan again and asked, "How confident are you in reproducing it now?" Li Fan squinted his eyes, not answering immediately. After pondering for a while longer, he extended his hand and presented another speck of light. Although one could tell at a glance its difference from the other two in the field, it was already 70 to 80% similar. Lianshan sage nodded. After another 1,000 years of refinement, it should be fine. Let's wait for the Tao annihilation backlash tide to recede. With that, Lianshan sage closed his eyes and remained silent, leaving only the two specks of light in the field, allowing the sages to comprehend them. The void realm, having gained the offensive advantage, did not temporarily cease its activities. Instead, it continued to relentlessly devour. The other shore's halo did not directly contend with it, retreating again and again. It was only after another 1,000 years had fallen into the eternal silent void realm that a balance was once again achieved between the two sides. The sages' injuries had long since recovered, but they did not act rashly. Instead, they waited for Taiwei Sacred Emperor to finish refining the great medicine. During this period, Li Fan also searched for talents capable of becoming sages, but unfortunately, he found none throughout mountain and sea. In the Xuanji Ring, the number of sages remained unchanged. 1707. The mountains and the sea are finally connected. Chapter 1693. The mountain and sea finally connect. I fear I might fail again and implicate all fellow Taoists, Li Fan said with a worried expression before the mountain and sea were connected again. Just do your best. Even if you fail again, we'll just wait another 1,000 years. Fellow Taoist Xuanu, there's no need to worry so much, Shou Chu Gong said with a smile. Besides, I observe that you have already grasped 9/10 of its essence, deceiving the illusory mountain and sea should not be an issue. What Shou Chu Gong was referring to was naturally sage Lord Lianshan's explanation of the destiny pivot and the primordial creation to the sages. Not to mention Li Fan's own excellent comprehension ability, just the blessing of all the sages being present within the Xuanji Ring was enough for even a mortal to fully comprehend its essence after 1,000 years of quiet contemplation. Last time, we encountered almost no unexpected issues. As long as you, Xuanu, can manage this final hurdle well, the reconnection of the mountain and sea will be within reach. Li Fan said with a solemn expression, I will do my utmost and not fail your trust. After Taiwei's sacred emperor delivered a new batch of refined sacred medicine, the sages consumed it and adjusted their respective states to their peak. Then, they successively leapt into the eternal silent void realm. Naturally, they followed the previous order. Lianshan, Guihai, and Tai sages led the way, with Thief of Opportunities, Guiming, and others following behind. Tai Chi was at the very end, and Fang Kun moved around. As for Li Fan, his true body remained seated within the other shore, only needing to project a wisp of divine thought to guide it when the illusory mountain and sea reappeared. Repeating the process, with the sages, aptitude and methods, nothing unexpected occurred. Even though the void realm seemed to sense the sages' return, and the waves became more turbulent and intense, it ultimately had no significant impact. Specks of light gradually lit up from the darkness. The shattered illusory mountain and sea reappeared. Go! The sages acted with great mochi, simultaneously projecting their divine thoughts into it. As if injecting vitality into it, the thoughts flowed through the mountain and sea's Mailuo, reigniting its life force. This time, Li Fan made no mistakes either. With the power that Xuanu could display, and under Sage Lord Lianshan's guidance, he finally simulated the struggle and fluctuations between the destiny pivot and that primordial creation. The entire illusory mountain and sea instantly fell into stillness. Then, a sound like the heavens collapsing seemed to erupt, rumbling from all directions. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, about to search for the source of this sound. However, a powerful repulsive force suddenly surged from Li Bufan's body, ejecting his consciousness. Like ice melting into water, it vanished into Tao annihilation. Li Fan didn't care about the demise of his wisp of consciousness but stared blankly at the void realm. Everywhere he looked, the illusory mountain and sea glowed brilliantly. It seemed as if infinite light and infinite heat continuously erupted and surged forth, forcing back the surrounding void realm, inch by inch. The darkness receded, and the continuous landscape of the mountain and sea gradually re-emerged from the darkness. This scene was strikingly similar to the descent of Star that Li Fan had witnessed in his previous life. Li Fan watched this wondrous spectacle intently. He knew that although the mountain and sea image before him appeared immensely powerful, it was still not the true mountain and sea. It was still merely an illusion. Like water without a source or a tree without roots, even if it gained a temporary advantage, without subsequent power to sustain it, it would inevitably be re-engulfed by Tao annihilation. But very quickly, the subsequent power arrived. It came from the even more ancient mountain and sea. When this gap in the mountain and sea, severed by the void realm, was temporarily replaced by the re-emerged illusion, the mountain and sea itself seemed to sense the change that had occurred within it. An unfathomable mighty power suddenly descended. Boundless and endless power of life and creation flowed down from the ancient mountain and sea. Wherever it passed, the illusion became real. Li Fan seemed to see a broken branch in front of him, re-rooting and sprouting, rejoining the main trunk of the great tree. In just a moment, it was already lush and verdant. Is this the true might of the mountain and sea? At the end of time, Li Fan had seen the decrepit mountain and sea, looking pathetic as it was routed by Tao annihilation and the void realm. And when he was within the mountain and sea, he was also a Xuanu sage, on par with the mountain and sea. Therefore, he had somewhat underestimated Infinite Sea and Shengfang Mountain. It was not until today, when Li Fan personally witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the mountain and sea connecting, its grandeur no less than the rebirth of a star, that he suddenly realized, what I saw was merely a small section of the mountain and sea. Even if it spanned hundreds of thousands of years, it was only an insignificant part of the complete mountain and sea. The true mountain and sea inherited most of the power of God. If Star truly had an overwhelming advantage over the mountain and sea, why would it need to use Tao annihilation and launch an invasion that lasted countless years? What I saw of the mountain and sea in the past was not the mountain and sea. It was merely a shadow of the mountain and sea. As Li Fan was lost in thought, the life force flowing downwards had already surged forth, colliding violently with the current mountain and sea. The white circle of the other shore, at this moment, suddenly converged its light. It no longer covered the mountain and sea but contracted as much as possible. Li Fan personally witnessed countless changes suddenly occurring within the current mountain and sea. Those possibilities that had clearly been destroyed, because they still existed in the previous segment of time, now seemed to be imbued with life. They grew again, forcing Tao annihilation out of the mountain and sea. And those possibilities whose origins could not be found upstream did not disappear out of thin air due to the fusion of the two segments of the mountain and sea. As if instinctively, they found the closest possibilities and slowly attached themselves. It was like new branches growing on a single bough. Though newly born and weak, they were ultimately connected to the main tree itself, and would not be easily destroyed in the future. The other shore sages' expressions became somewhat dazed. Countless images seemed to surface in their minds. Those were the memories of themselves in the previous segment of the mountain and sea. Their auras fluctuated, like the might of an active volcano, capable of erupting at any moment. Among them, the Lianshan three sages were the most prominent. They were already sages in the previous segment of the mountain and sea. Now that the mountain and sea were reconnected, it was as if they had gained twice the creation out of thin air. However, their strength was already unfathomable, and now, due to the instantaneous fusion, it briefly manifested, like a supernova violently exploding, radiating dazzling light, making it impossible for others to look directly. But it only lasted for a brief moment before returning to calm. As for the other sages, each had their own gains, which need not be mentioned. However, they took more time to subdue them. And Li Fan, his mind was empty, with no new memories pouring in. Because he was still too young, in the previous segment of the mountain and sea, there was no Li Fan in existence. However, this also happened to correspond with his identity as a Shanghai walker from the end of time. He did not act rashly, remaining seated quietly, waiting for the changes in the sages to conclude. In fact, with the successful reconnection of the mountain and sea, he was not without gains. Just as Sage Lord Lianshan had said earlier, the sages were like standing upon the mountain and sea. The stronger the mountain and sea became, the more their own strength would naturally rise. And if the Tao they cultivated had no master in the previous segment of the mountain and sea, then in an instant, they could assimilate it for their own use, increasing their creation out of thin air. Just as Li Fan was experiencing now. Great Tao of returning to truth, first Xuanpin. No matter where the Xuanpin Great Tao was, it had already been marked with Li Fan's imprint. Therefore, the moment the mountain and sea connected, Li Fan had already sensed the aura belonging to Xuanpin. However, somewhat unluckily, in the previous segment of the mountain and sea, Xuanpin already had another master. And that individual had also cultivated to the sage realm. Thus, a bizarre scene appeared. Within one segment of the mountain and sea, there were simultaneously two Xuanu sages. In a sense, the other party is the true Xuanu. But, since I have obtained the Great Tao, how can I easily yield it to others? With his control over Xuanpin through Great Tao of returning to truth, Li Fan believed that even if there was a struggle, he would definitely be the sole victor. And he would win very easily. With victory in hand, Li Fan temporarily held back from acting, continuing to wait for the changes within the other shore. When the mountain and sea were reconnected, and the vital My Luo successfully infused and finally stabilized, the other shore no longer contracted. Instead, it rapidly expanded, completing the connection with another other shore existing upstream in time. There was no earth-shattering collision sound. Because they were originally one body. The dazzling white light converged into one place. Identical images overlapped. At the same time, three more figures inexplicably appeared within the Xuanji ring. Let me first introduce the current situation. The mountain and sea have successfully reconnected, adding the originally trapped 58,600 plus years in the eternal silent void realm, making a total of 339,800 years of long time. Tracing back and reconnecting, the sages of the latter segment of the mountain and sea are Guihai, Tai, and Xuanu. However, there are differences among the sages of the former segment of the mountain and sea. Yuan Mo, Guangyi, and Xuanu. Sage Lord Lianshan spoke slowly, but two Xuanu appeared in the list of sages. Theoretically, this was indeed possible, but the probability was very small, and unexpectedly, everyone encountered it today. After all, a divided segment of the mountain and sea typically only spans a little over 100,000 years. To cultivate to sage realm from scratch within such a period, without past accumulation, is generally difficult to achieve. However, since Xuanu was a Shanhai walker from the mountains and sea's end, that was another matter entirely. Amidst the eerie silence in the Xuanji ring, Lianshan spoke again. As for who Xuanu truly belongs to, it is a private matter between the two of you, and we should not interfere. However, the Shanhai walker possesses the method of true spirit infusion. Yuan Mo, Guangyi, and others from the previous segment of the mountain and sea did not know what true spirit infusion was. Lianshan explained it again. Upon hearing that Li Fan had the ability to create sages, the two sages couldn't help but show expressions of shock. No wonder so many new faces suddenly appeared, even though the time lengths of the two segments of the mountain and sea are not far apart. Yuan Mo and Guang Yi exchanged glances, then looked at the Xuanu they were familiar with, sighing inwardly. From a broader perspective, even if Li Fan was not his opponent, the one who won had to be Li Fan. After all, the ability to create sages was truly too terrifying. If Li Fan hadn't infused the newly promoted 5 sages, the reconnection of the mountain and sea would not have succeeded so easily. In comparison, a mere Xuanu. Within the Xuanji ring, there was complete silence. Xuanu slowly rose, sweeping his gaze over the sages. Lianshan's calm voice sounded again. If fellow Taoist voluntarily gives up the Xuanpin Great Tao, we promise to find another method to help fellow Taoist embark on the path of a sage again. If you are unwilling. Xuanu's face was ashen, and the aura on his body could no longer be suppressed. It seemed as if he would erupt at any moment. Although he was no match for the sages present, he would never easily allow himself to be manipulated. Wait, just then, Li Fan suddenly spoke. Actually, I don't necessarily have to be Xuanu. Upon hearing this, all the sages, including Lianshan, were somewhat surprised. The birth of a mountain and sea sage is not easy. Every loss is truly regrettable. Moreover, we are all dedicated to saving the world. If we were to start infighting first, although understandable, it would inevitably create a rift in our hearts. Are you saying, fellow Taoist Xuanu, that you have a better solution? Tai asked. Li Fan slowly nodded. As I said before, I have risen from obscurity many times, and becoming a sage through Xuanu is what I am most familiar with. If there are other Taos that are feasible, I can do it too. Upon hearing this, all the sages' expressions were somewhat subtle. Achieving sage realm is inherently not easy. Destiny pivot, aptitude, opportunity, diligence. None can be lacking. Even among those present, few would dare guarantee that they could easily rise again after changing their Tao. But Li Fan, however, seemed to be full of confidence. Since there is still room for reconciliation, then let's discuss it further, Lianshan then said. The oppressive aura on Xuanu slowly subsided. Before sitting down, he bowed slightly to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded in response. After closing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Gui Hai Saint said to Li Fan, the latter 190,000 years of this segment of the mountain and sea have no potential left to excavate. However, the first 150,000 years might hold an opportunity for enlightenment. Gui Ming calculated with his fingers, and images flashed across his vision one after another. Finally, it settled on one particular image. It was a unique and strange place within the mountain and sea. Tens of thousands of possibilities gathered here, but they did not flow downwards. As if sensing a crisis of destruction downstream, they coiled and entrenched themselves within the mountain and sea, gradually forming a closed loop, becoming a self-contained reincarnation. This place was originally at the end of the previous segment of the mountain and sea, close to the void realm. To avoid falling into the void realm, it spontaneously generated this peculiar change. We had vaguely noticed it before, but since it was of no benefit to saving the mountain and sea, we didn't pay much attention. But now, Gui Ming was about to act but was interrupted by Lianshan. Sage Lord Lianshan looked at Li Fan and slowly said, if you want to become a sage again through this opportunity, I'm afraid you will have to go there yourself. Although we can assist you, but on one hand, this opportunity is inherently wary of similar auras. If we forcibly intervene, it might scare it away. Secondly, being tainted by our Tao principles might be even more detrimental to your cultivation. Li Fan nodded slightly. I naturally understand this principle. No matter, it's just another trip. Please wait for me for a few days, everyone. This Xuanpin Great Tao, I'll leave it to fellow Taoist. As Li Fan spoke, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the Xuanpin Great Tao he wielded was slowly shed, as if it were an outer garment. After being abandoned, the unknown Xuanpin instinctively tried to escape. But it was controlled by the other Xuanu sage. As for Li Fan, without the blessing of the mountain and sea great path, his cultivation should have reverted to the transcendence realm. But a hazy radiance still shone on his body. Even with the sages observing him, they couldn't discern his true state for a moment. I recommend a new book. Everyone can check it out. After 16 years of transmigration in the cultivation world, Zhou Fengnian was still the lowest level spirit farmer in the beast-taming sect, until one day his beast died, and his system awakenings. 1708. Really hungry. Li Fan, who had always been timid in front of the sages, suddenly dared to shed the cover of the Xuanpin Great Tao, naturally because he had something to rely on. That was the change in Huan Zhen. Li Fan's gains from this mountain and sea reclamation were mediocre. But Huan Zhen was not. It was as if his vision had suddenly broadened, becoming much clearer. The period of time covered by the mountain and sea where he was located almost doubled, seemingly allowing Huan Zhen to act more freely. Although it wasn't reflected in the specific text on Huan Zhen's panel, it could be glimpsed in an unexpected corner. For example, in the Divine Blessing column, the 3 characters, Phantom becomes reality, actually glowed with a dreamy, colorful flowing light, just like, Great Tao of returning to truth. When Li Fan's thoughts touched it, the magnificent flowing light exploded, then firmly enveloped the Li Fan characters in the name column on Huan Zhen's panel. As the colors shifted, the characters, Li Fan, became invisible, transforming into an indistinguishable halo. And Li Fan himself felt as if a dark cloud had passed over his head, or as if he had inexplicably donned a thick kasaya. Even in front of the sages, he felt much safer in his heart. There was no longer that sense of crisis, as if he could be seen through at any moment. Compared to the past, maintaining illusion becomes reality no longer consumes anything. And it can be passively maintained at all times. More importantly, its effect has been greatly enhanced. Even when close to the sages, with its protection, there's no need to worry about being seen through. However, the cost is. At this moment, Li Fan glanced at the Great Tao of Returning to Truth column again. The colorful flowing light on the 4 characters, first Xuanpin, seemed suppressed, becoming dim. Comparing the two, Li Fan gradually understood. Both Xuanu and illusion becomes reality possess the power of a sage. With my current strength, I might be able to temporarily ascend to the sage realm with the help of Huan Zhen. However, I can only choose one of the two, not both. Perhaps in the future, when I truly advance to a sage, I can ignore this restriction. But now, the reason Li Fan chose to temporarily yield the Xuanu Great Tao was not because he was genuinely kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see a sage perish. The real reason stemmed from the intense hunger that surged from Huan Zhen. It was as if after a long slumber, it had finally begun to slowly awaken. The first thing it felt was an almost unbearable, urgent desire to eat. It was similar to the first time he saw Su Bai's skull, but 1,000 times stronger. If Li Fan hadn't grown so much in resolve during reincarnation, he might have lost control on the spot under Huan Zhen's influence. And then expose himself. But constantly enduring was not a long-term solution. He needed to help Huan Zhen finish eating as quickly as possible to suppress its gluttonous desire. As for Huan Zhen's food, while urging, it had already told Li Fan with an extremely faint fluctuation that there was something edible in this section of the mountain and sea. This was also the reason why Li Fan feigned high moral character. Although he couldn't find it himself for a while, he believed that the sages, in order to stabilize him, this true spirit-infused one, would certainly help. He didn't expect results so quickly. Li Fan stared at the strange place in the mountain and sea that Gui Ming pointed to. As far as his gaze reached, Huan Zhen's abnormal movements indeed became stronger. Everyone, I shall go now. Just wait for my good news. After saying that, he didn't look back, transforming into a streak of light and escaping into it. Among the other shore sages, they watched Li Fan leave and fell into a strange silence. This Shanghai walker is truly mysterious, Tai Yi chuckled. No matter, although we claim to be as tall as the mountain and sea is boundless, and we dare not say we can fully comprehend its mysteries. As long as he can truly create a sage, everything will wait until the mountain and sea reclamation, and our strength is fully recovered. The sages had varied expressions and nodded silently. As for Li Fan, in just a moment, he had already fallen into the bayou of myriad possibilities. Following Huan Zhen's subtle guidance, he sped towards the direction of the food. It was only when he gradually moved away from the Xuanji ring that Li Fan felt the changes in himself more clearly when he was inside it. Indeed, it wasn't my illusion, but a real change. Fortunately, I didn't stay too long, and my nature is resilient. If I had stayed longer, I'm afraid I would have been in complete agreement with them forever. Li Fan felt a secret chill in his heart. Even if I'm temporarily out now, and protected by illusion becomes reality, I can't be careless. After all, the sages are definitely still watching me from the other shore. If it really doesn't work, then Huan Zhen will escape. The reason Li Fan wanted to temporarily leave the other shore also included this consideration. Being far from the sages, at least when activating Huan Zhen, there was some room for error. If Huan Zhen were to act in front of the sages, there might be a risk of being obstructed. After all, the strength of the Lianshan three sages was truly terrifying. His thoughts converged. As he descended into this possibility, Li Fan first sensed the surrounding anomalies. Just as he had glimpsed from the other shore earlier. Time's river does not flow straight forward. Instead, it forms its own beginning and end, like a complete circle. Most of the beings in this possibility are unaware of their true predicament. Only a very few existences among them possess the extraordinary ability to temporarily leap out of the flow of possibility. The specific manifestation is that at a certain moment, by some method, they can temporarily exist in the future. What seems like a dream is actually real. Whether in the present or the future, every action will affect that possibility. Although it forms a loop, it is always in flux. Li Fan's eyes swept across countless flowing possibilities, wanting to determine the so-called opportunity for Tao attainment. But it seemed to sense the approach of Huan Zhen, the predator, and quickly concealed itself. Li Fan searched for a long time but found nothing. The cycle of this flowing possibility must be related to the mountain and sea great path. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan made a decision in his heart. He formed a sword with his fingers, selected one of the possibilities, and cut it off from the middle. Originally, they were connected end to end, winding and surviving within the mountain and sea. Now, however, Li Fan had destroyed the circle. The separated possibility could no longer integrate into the mountain and sea. It was like a lone boat, drifting by itself. Having lost its circular characteristic, the beings within that possibility also lost their future. Their lives were all frozen at the last moment. As if Tao annihilation had descended, in the next instant, they would all vanish without a trace. The changes did not stop there. The very beginning of the possibility also gradually withered, having lost its original source from the future. It was like a flower that had been picked, although it could briefly sustain itself. But wilting was inevitable. The sustenance of the cyclical possibility lies in the mountain and sea great path. Li Fan silently watched the demise of a brilliant civilization in this possibility, lost in thought. Then he looked again at the countless still intact, winding possibilities. If it were his true nature, he would simply and crudely cut off all possibilities. Then the hidden mountain and sea great path, which maintained their cyclical nature, would naturally be exposed. However, this would result in countless beings losing their lives. His actions, seen by the other shore sages, would be vastly different from his previous demeanor, causing unnecessary suspicion and being disadvantageous. It's good to let the sages see my clever methods. Thinking this, Li Fan put away his crude intentions. His figure transformed into a streak of light, completely merging into the most prominent possibility within this cycle. Li Fan once existed as a line for a period of time while flowing against time's river. Unlike the normal state, where one exists only at a single point in time. Instead, he simultaneously covered an entire long period of time. At this moment, as Li Fan merged, the flowing light also spread throughout the cycle. Eventually, it occupied the entire reincarnation. Li Fan was thus able to witness the history of that possibility from the perspective of a native being. This world's civilization was born from the ruins after a great war. Strange beasts and disasters ran rampant, and humans struggled to survive in the cracks. On the vast wilderness, they gradually built cities like scattered stars. They searched for wonders and rediscovered knowledge from ancient ruins. Because of the different ancient records they found, they gradually split into two distinct factions. The first focused on self-strengthening. They used everything available in the wild to modify and enhance their physical bodies. The second, however, took control as their Tao. They were inherently fragile but could cultivate special mental energy to control strange beasts and even machines. The two originally had no irreconcilable conflicts. But everything changed when both sides cultivated to their peak realms. The Tao of control could even control cultivators who strengthened their physical bodies. And the mental energy of cultivators who practiced control was a great tonic for physical body cultivators. Once consumed, it could almost surpass 100 years of arduous cultivation. Thus, a world-shaking war erupted. Ultimately, the civilization that both sides had painstakingly rebuilt from the ruins was once again destroyed. No one survived, only a few records remained. Until after a long period of silence, new life was born again. Repeating the old story. In this possibility, there were indeed beings who saw this tragic reincarnation clearly. Several times they wanted to stand up and save the world, to reverse all this. However, the contradictions between the two major cultivation methods were almost irreconcilable. Individual strength, after all, was like a drop in the bucket, unable to stem the overwhelming tide. This possibility, therefore, fell into endless reincarnation. The past can influence the future, and the future can also change the past. However, due to the outbreak of that world-destroying war, the influence of all variables was reduced to the lowest. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of reincarnations, changes sufficient to alter civilization will finally occur. Li Fan's consciousness covered the entire timeline. After pondering for a moment, he began to look for the crux of the problem. Everything stems from the fundamental contradiction between the two cultivation methods. If it can be resolved, perhaps this cycle will be broken. And to maintain this state, the hidden mountain and sea great path will inevitably act to reverse it. Two figures then appeared in the city reborn from the ruins. They each joined different factions. After decades of studying and cultivating, both cultivated their respective practices to the peak realm. Indeed, whether it's control or body, in this world, they are already the limits that cultivation can reach. To advance further, one can only devour the other side. This is a limitation of this world itself, or rather, a limitation of the Tao. But it won't stump me. The two clones created by Li Fan, with their astonishing attainments in their respective schools, rightfully became the leaders of their factions. With iron-fisted methods, the war momentum was temporarily suppressed. They then concentrated their efforts on reforming their respective cultivation methods. In the eyes of the public, this was purely a meaningless delay. But unexpectedly, in less than 3 years, effective methods of improvement were already introduced. The Tao of control, since it can control all things, can naturally control one's own body. The stronger the physical body, the more like an arm it is to command. All things in the world can serve as physical body resources. One's own spirit is also true. After thousands of refinements, self-ingestion is like a golden core. Once ingested, it illuminates all flaws in the physical body. Initially, people didn't believe it, but after all, there were curious individuals willing to try. After some cultivation, they discovered that the two methods could indeed be cultivated together, even complementing each other. Thus, the shadow of war gradually receded. Exchange and prosperity began to take root on the land. Li Fan, having achieved his goal and retired, looked up and sensed the quiet changes gradually arising in the world again. Under the influence of a strange force, the flourishing of civilization did not last too long. After only a short period of peaceful coexistence, the seeds of war began to sprout again. It stemmed from cultivators discovering that while dual cultivation was effective, it was simply too slow. The world was mostly filled with mediocre talents. Cultivating a single method was already an exhausting endeavor, let alone cultivating both. Their strength was actually inferior to those who focused on cultivating just one method. Even more critically, the old method of devouring cultivators from the other faction and converting them into one's own cultivation resources was still effective. The greed of the human heart is hard to eradicate. Amidst the calm, ripples gradually began to appear. More and more massacres began to emerge. Li Fan captured the sliver of power that was changing the world, but he wasn't confident he could hit it with one strike. He didn't act rashly, but instead continued to maneuver around it. The two leaders, once again, cooperated to improve the new law. This increased cultivation efficiency by several times. And those who dared to exploit cultivators were executed without mercy. Another bloody massacre forcibly suppressed the greed in people's hearts. Moreover, it didn't completely cut off the path of cultivation, there were still acceptable cultivation methods. So people slowly accepted this slower method of cultivation. Li Fan used human governance to turn the tide. Heaven and earth changed again. When cultivating both spirit and body, sometimes symptoms of chi deviation would appear. Either the physical body would transform into a strange beast of the wilderness, but the mind would remain normal. Or the mind would be deranged, but the physical body would remain normal. No matter which kind, when they suddenly erupted, they were enough to pose a great threat to civilization. At first, people could tolerate it, but as the outbreaks became more frequent, cultivators began to doubt the rationality of dual cultivation. Of course, once again, it was resolved by Li Fan. as the changes in heaven and earth were about to undergo a third transformation. Li Fan, who had been hidden behind the scenes, suddenly opened his eyes. Still daring to be mischievous, I've found you. His figure leapt out of the cyclical possibility, manifesting as a towering presence. He lightly stepped, treading upon the myriad cyclical possibilities of this space. With a grasp in the air. 1709. Breaking the deadlock and proving the mystery. Chapter 1695. Breaking the stalemate and proving the profound mystery. The mountain and sea great path inherently had no physical form. However, at this moment, under Li Fan's forceful tug, a colorful long snake seemed to leap out of thin air. The long snake was originally in a balanced state, with its head and tail connected. Now, with Li Fan's external force breaking that balance, it instinctively launched a counterattack. 7-colored light instantly enveloped Li Fan, and myriad possibilities surged forth, only for the light and shadow to flicker rapidly, as if an acceleration button had been pressed. The following scenes appeared one after another. After the long snake was captured by Li Fan, it still struggled. But the colorful brilliance surged, resisting with all its might, yet ultimately failed to escape his grasp. Li Fan's face showed delight as he looked at the now misty, 7-colored snake, and he opened his mouth to inhale. 7-colored profound chi surged into his abdomen. As if enlightened, Li Fan sat atop the myriad possibilities flowing in this place, his body gradually revealing the aura that originally belonged to the 7-colored long snake. The myriad possibilities beneath him, which were slowly losing their cyclical nature due to the suppression of the 7-colored long snake, surprisingly became stable again. Li Fan was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Like petrified, he seemed to have lost his own aura. Countless years passed, and Li Fan's figure completely solidified in the space and time of this place. As if he inherently belonged here, perfectly natural, yet at the same time, the existence of Li Fan gradually disappeared. The light and shadow continued to flicker rapidly, each instant representing the passage of hundreds of thousands of years. Li Fan's last image remaining in the world finally vanished, turning into specks of misty 7-colored chi. They gathered from all directions, ultimately transforming into a 7-colored long snake. Like a newborn, it was oblivious. The long snake acted on instinct, its body slowly coiling, finally connecting its head and tail, restoring its original appearance. Like the myriad associated cyclical possibilities below, it entered an eternal cycle. As if a cloud of mist drifted by, the long snake hid within it, disappearing without a trace. The light and shadow twisted, continuing to accelerate. Thus, countless years passed, and countless reincarnations were experienced. That 7-colored long snake surprisingly manifested its form out of thin air again. It was as if something inside its belly was constantly struggling, becoming more and more intense. Boom! The long snake exploded into countless specks of dust, and a figure leapt out from within. It was Li Fan, who had been trapped here for an unknown number of years. As if he had forgotten this period of his disorientation, he returned to the moment he first entered this place. Li Fan observed the profound mysteries hidden within the myriad cyclical possibilities, and his final choice was identical to his previous one. He entered one of the possibilities, choosing to break the stalemate with his own body, forcing the 7-colored long snake that dominated the cyclical changes here to reveal its true form. The action was still smooth. After the 7-colored long snake was captured, it struggled incessantly. Ultimately, it could not escape Li Fan's refinement. The misty chi entered his mouth, and Li Fan sat down to comprehend the Tao. An unknown number of years passed in a flash, and eventually, his body merged with this place. One reincarnation was like this, and myriad reincarnations were also like this. Li Fan, as a hunter of the mountain and sea great path, was instead trapped within it. It was as if he had fallen into an eternal cycle. Other shore. Tai, observing this scene from afar, chuckled, our Shanghai walker seems to have encountered some trouble. Should we help him? Time and space are like a wheel, endlessly arising and perishing. This Zhou Wei was not present when mountain and sea was created, but rather a change for survival under the great pressure of Tao annihilation. Although the Shanghai walker has extraordinary aptitude, after shedding his saint's cloak, he is ultimately only at the transcendence realm. Being trapped within it is understandable, Shou Chu Gong nodded and said. Those involved are confused, while bystanders are clear. If we were in his shoes, we might not perform any better. Dao, having been enlightened to sainthood by Li Fan, couldn't help but defend him. The other shore sages remained silent, neither refuting nor agreeing. However, Lianshan sage suddenly broke the silence. Let's wait a little longer. In my opinion, there is a variable within this unchanging situation. This Shanghai Walker is not as simple as you imagine. You have somewhat misjudged him. Lianshan sage surprisingly smiled silently. The other sages, hearing this, all showed expressions of surprise and cast their gaze back. The Mountain and Sea Alliance, the other shore, covered the entire current mountain and sea realm. Under the white light, time flowed, but it had no practical meaning. Moreover, where Li Fan was located, the cycle was self-contained. Even if countless eons passed within it, it would not affect the general trend of mountain and sea. It was fine for the sages to wait a little longer. Just as Lianshan sage had said. The seemingly endless reincarnation, however, contained hidden variables. And this variable was Li Fan's opportunity to escape. Everything stemmed from the sword strike Li Fan unleashed when he first descended, in order to find the trace of Zhou Wei. That sword strike cut off one of the possibilities in this place. Time froze, and then withered away. And when Zhou Wei evolved and trapped Li Fan in its own cycle, in order not to let Li Fan notice, it also chose to incorporate Li Fan's instinctive action into the cycle. Therefore, with each reincarnation, one possibility was destroyed by Li Fan's sword. Although there were countless possibilities flowing here, and although new possibilities still existed besides destruction, the state of the myriad possibilities remained stable. But as Li Fan completely integrated into Zhou Wei, each cycle became smoother. The speed of reincarnation became faster and faster, and the speed at which Li Fan destroyed possibilities had already exceeded the speed of regeneration. No matter how much Zhou Hui's power tried, it ultimately could no longer maintain balance. If this continued, the outcome was already determined. That was, the myriad flows here would ultimately be completely destroyed by Li Fan. And having lost the main body of the cycle, the reincarnation here was bound to collapse. And if Zhou Wei chose to forcefully endure, the outcome would still be the same. It would just mean Li Fan would be trapped for a longer time. Ultimately, it would lead to an outcome of complete destruction. Gradually understanding his situation, the Zhou Wei Great Dao made its own choice. At the beginning of another cycle, when Li Fan captured the seven-colored long snake, swallowed the misty qi into his abdomen, and was about to fall into enlightenment, another smaller seven-colored long light flashed by. It tried to escape quietly. In the next moment, it was about to jump out of the flow of cyclical possibilities and hide within the boundless mountain and sea. At this moment, Li Fan, who should have been immersed in enlightenment, suddenly opened his eyes. Expressionless, he gently pinched with 2 fingers. His 2 fingers were like a lock, firmly trapping the Tao of Zhou Wei. The small colorful snake was suddenly trapped, both startled and angry. It tried to manifest the light and shadow of reincarnation again, to trap Li Fan within it. But since he had already broken out of the great cycle, how could Li Fan repeat the same mistake? If you had been decisive and chosen to escape when I arrived, I might truly have had no way to deal with you. After exhausting countless reincarnations with me, you finally chose to cut off a limb to survive. HMPH. It's too late. He held the Tao of Zhou Wei in his palm. Li Fan lowered his gaze and slowly refined it. Beneath him, the myriad cyclical possibilities, having lost their source of cyclical power, gradually fell into a state of freezing. Soon after, they would meet a complete end of destruction. He had already comprehended it countless times in reincarnation, so he was proficient. This time, in just a dozen breaths, Li Fan had completely integrated this mountain and sea great path into himself. A profound and mysterious aura slowly emanated from Li Fan. At this moment, Li Fan re-entered the realm of a saint. Opening his eyes, he saw the myriad possibilities below that were on the verge of disintegrating, and Li Fan gently pointed a finger. With the infusion of Zhou Hui's power, the previously frozen possibilities resumed their flow. However, this cycle would not continue indefinitely like before. Instead, through one reincarnation after another, it would gradually find its ultimate direction and meet its final destiny. But that had nothing to do with Li Fan anymore. Donning the saint's cloak again, Li Fan looked up, seemingly vaguely seeing the other shore sages smiling at him. Li Fan took a deep breath, forcefully sweeping away the sense of being sealed by dust from being trapped in a long reincarnation. He leapt, crossing the boundless mountain and sea, and returned to the other shore. He had been gone for countless years, but there was no change in the Xuanji ring. I apologize for making you all wait, Li Fan said with a slight apology. The sages observed Li Fan, who had reproven his Tao to the Saint Realm, with varying expressions. It seems Li Ancient Sage was right, we all underestimated you. Ha 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 ha, Tai said with a smile. Li Fan did not understand his meaning, so Shou Chu explained in detail everything that had happened on the other shore after he left. It was just a fluke, Li Fan said modestly. Why be modest? To escape from this endless reincarnation and bind the Zhou Wei Great Tao, even we might not be able to do it easily. Shanhai Walker, truly worthy of being a Shanhai Walker, Guihai, who rarely spoke, praised. Li Fan did not argue further. He knew his own situation. This capture of the Zhou Wei Great Tao seemed effortless, but in reality, it was extremely perilous. Initially, when Li Fan's consciousness was obscured and he fell into that endless reincarnation, he truly did not perceive his situation. It could only be said that the mountain and sea great path, for cultivators at the Transcendence Realm, truly represented an overwhelming existence. Because of that unconscious sword strike that severed possibilities, Li Fan was destined not to be trapped forever. Therefore, from beginning to end, Huan Zhen never came out to remind him. After all, compared to the years he had experienced, Li Fan's endless reincarnation here was almost like an instant. Having lost his golden finger, Li Fan's consciousness was obscured, and he was trapped in the situation without knowing it. If no turning point had appeared, then even if the Zhou Wei Great Tao later chose to escape, Li Fan would not have noticed. Instead, he would have continued to remain in that cyclical possibility, ultimately awakening with the complete collapse of the cycle. He had intended to capture the mountain and sea great path, but was instead played with by the other party. And it was under the watchful eyes of the sages. Although the sages would certainly not have stood by, the situation at that time would definitely not have been as proactive as it was now. What truly awakened Li Fan was his own intuition. In one reincarnation after another, Li Fan constantly experienced repetitive events, and the feeling of déjà vu became increasingly frequent. At first, it was still very faint. But later, it was already like precognition, able to clearly foresee what would happen in the future. It was like precognition. Although Li Fan's intuition had always been very accurate, it had never reached this level. This made Li Fan suspicious and he gradually sobered up. But he kept it hidden, pretending to still be immersed in it. Because after Li Fan understood the whole situation, he also realized that with his initial subconscious sword strike, as long as he was involved in the reincarnation here, it was ultimately destined to be unsustainable. It would lead to an opportunity for destruction. No need to break the stalemate. As long as he waited long enough, the stalemate would break itself. Like a patient hunter, Li Fan waited for the opportunity. It was not until Zhou Wei chose to shed its skin that he launched his attack. He suppressed and refined it in one fell swoop. Of course, it seemed like Li Fan absorbed Zhou Wei and attained sainthood. In reality, this mountain and sea great path entered Huan Zhen's belly. On Huan Zhen's panel, under the great Tao of returning to truth column, a new line of characters appeared after first Xuanpin. Second Zhou Wei, flowing light and vibrant colors intertwined within it. And faintly, one could even see a 7-colored dragon circling above it. For Li Fan, feeding Zhou Wei to Huan Zhen was clearly a better choice. Firstly, although he had already suppressed and refined Zhou Wei, with his aptitude, it would not be so quick for him to truly become a saint through this. It would still require a long period of training and refinement. This did not align with the persona of a Shanhai Walker, who could quickly rise from obscurity whenever he crossed into a new mountain and sea. Secondly, in a sense, there was no real difference between Huan Zhen consuming it and Li Fan himself comprehending the Tao to sainthood. After the Zhou Wei Great Tao returned to truth, now when Li Fan chose to disguise himself as a saint, he could choose either Xuanu or Zhou Wei. Under the blessing of change from the heart, he could even switch seamlessly. One moment he was the Xuanu saint, the next he became the unfathomable Zhou Wei. This divine ability was already beyond the reach of ordinary sages. As for Li Fan's desire to have both, with his current strength, it seemed impossible to achieve. However, Li Fan had a vague premonition that as he grew stronger in the future, the matter of having the power of both saints might not be impossible to achieve. Ultimately, it still came down to that saying. Everything was merely Li Fan's limit, not Huan Zhen's limit. Subduing the Zhou Wei Great Tao is a common matter. As I step into the Saint Realm, the wandering Great Tao of mountain and sea are destined to be gradually brought into my possession. Not worth mentioning, it's that intuition though. Li Fan's mind once again recalled the moment he awakened from the endless reincarnation. Initially, I indeed thought that the vague premonition was my intuition at work. Because these two feelings were so similar, almost indistinguishable. But later it was proven that the so-called intuition was just my residual memories from countless reincarnations. But if it's like this in endless reincarnation, what about in the real mountain and sea? Li Fan's heart was filled with endless doubts. Ever since he first embarked on the path of cultivation, Li Fan had benefited from his incredibly keen intuition. Under its guidance, he had repeatedly been able to turn danger into safety and avoid crises. Previously, Li Fan instinctively believed that this was his own intuition, like true spirit infinity, a personal characteristic. But after this experience, Li Fan couldn't help but think more deeply. Is it also my residual memory? It's just that I haven't reincarnated that many times, so my intuition is sometimes present and sometimes not, only working at critical moments, that is, when I have a deep impression. Mountain and sea, star, Huan Zhen. Before Li Fan's eyes, the scene of Huan Zhen forcing back the star and instantly resetting mountain and sea seemed to reappear. 1710. Three Saints Overlook. Chapter 1696. Where the Three Sages Overlooked. Zan, haha, it's already Zhou Wei now. Now that Zhou Wei has returned to his position, the next step is to look forward to the next segment of mountain and sea. The voice of Tai Sacred Emperor interrupted Li Fan's thoughts. For the sages, there was no concept of rest. Crossing the void realm, using themselves as bridges, and reuniting mountain and sea. This was the task they diligently pursued. As mentioned before, after 2 reunions, the current segment of mountain and sea we are in stretches for 339,800 years. However, the next journey might not be so easy. All the sages understood that Tai would not speak without reason, so they immediately listened intently. Through my investigation, the time occupied by the void realm ahead is already approaching 100,000 years. If the void realm presses further and breaks this limit, the connection to mountain and sea will be completely severed, and reunion may become hopeless. Firstly, we must guard mountain and sea, facing the invasion of Tao annihilation, and we cannot retreat another step. Secondly, this reunion operation allows no room for error. It must succeed in one attempt. Otherwise, under the backlash of the void realm, even if we work together, we may not be able to withstand the overwhelming storm. Lianshan Sacred Emperor waved his hand, showing the sages the scene of the continuous void realm ahead. It was deep and profound, and the pressure it brought was even greater than the void realm they had encountered before. As if personally present, the sages' bodies seemed to be stained by darkness, and they all remained silent. Of course, there's also good news. After 2 reunions, our strength has also increased to a certain extent. And, with over 100,000 years of mountain and sea foundation, and with our Shanhai Walker present, perhaps we can create several more sages to assist us. As Tai was speaking, a brilliant golden light rose from within mountain and sea, shooting straight towards the other shore. It was Tai Sacred Emperor. This time, there was no small talk either, he went straight to the point. With the method of true spirit infusion, I no longer refined transcendent sacred medicine. This time, all of it was changed to Saint Luck Great Medicine. I have emptied the accumulation of 300,000 years from the 2 segments of mountain and sea, plus the transformation from void to reality within them. I have obtained 9 more. Tai Sacred Emperor scanned the surroundings and took out 9 light clusters that emitted a crystal clear glow, seemingly possessing their own life. Thanks to the mountain and sea reunion, the Saint Luck Great Medicine refined this time is even more effective than before. Consuming it may lead to the impact of the sincere thoughts of billions of Zhongsheng from the Holy Dynasty. I stopped after taking 2. New sages, act according to your ability. Next time, in 30,000 years. With that, without waiting for the sages' response, Tai Sacred Emperor hurried away again. We are so many people sharing 9, and he alone swallowed 2. Bai Xiao muttered to himself. Tai smiled and said, Taiwei's main body needs to suppress the immense luck of the Holy Dynasty and cannot move easily. Therefore, he is always in a hurry when coming and going. As for this Saint Luck Great Medicine, Zhou Wei, you can take one first. Li Fan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Last time, he hadn't been able to eat this Saint Luck Great Medicine. How is it that this time, with more people sharing and the sacred medicine being more potent, he actually got a share? Lianshan 3 sages were of one mind. Since Tai had spoken, the other sages naturally had no objections. Seeing Li Fan hesitate, Tai explained, although you have already proven the Zhou Wei Dao, during the process of subduing it, this Tao itself suffered some damage. Moreover, you will be responsible for true spirit infusion in the future. Tai gently pointed, and one of the light clusters slowly flew to Li Fan's side. Li Fan secretly felt ashamed, but he still took the Saint Luck Great Medicine. He closed his eyes to digest it. Li Fan received 1, and the sages shared the remaining 8. The Lianshan 3 sages did not need any, new sages received 1, and stronger sages like Thief of Opportunities and Guiming received half. Before long, the treasures sent by Taiwei had entered the stomachs of the sages. It was indeed as Taiwei's sacred emperor had said, and he had even held back some information. The medicinal effect this time was almost twice as strong as before. As the light cluster entered his stomach, Li Fan's sea of consciousness was engulfed by an infinite and immeasurable array of light and shadow. His perspective rapidly shifted, as if he were traversing an endless expanse of land. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but fertile land. Zhang Sheng lived in peace and contentment, enjoying prosperity. In their leisure time, every household silently recited the sacred emperor's grace in their hearts. Within the holy dynasty, there was no famine, no disaster. Everyone was well-fed and well-clothed, with a roof over their heads. The shadow of the sacred emperor reigned supreme, perceiving everything. All corruption and evil were instantly eradicated the moment they occurred. This was undoubtedly a prosperous era. And only such a prosperous era could condense a great medicine that even sages could benefit from. Li Fan had also once had a sacred emperor clone. He naturally knew that such a glorious and prosperous era was built upon the powerful strength of Taiwei's sacred emperor. If the sacred emperor's suppression were gone, all the beauty would likely decay and collapse in an instant. No wonder Taiwei's sacred emperor cannot leave for long. It is precisely because he is constantly correcting deviations that the holy dynasty can be called holy. A single Saint Luck Great Medicine seemed to condense the thoughts of countless citizens of the holy dynasty. Their entire lives, and even their thoughts and feelings. After death, they all flowed like trickling streams, refined and extracted by the sacred emperor, transforming into usable great medicine. Li Fan carefully pondered. With his willpower, even if the sacred medicine was extraordinary, it was impossible for it to truly influence him and make him feel genuine reverence for Taiwei's sacred emperor. Instead, amidst the confluence of countless thoughts, he discovered something interesting. Even in Taiwei's sacred dynasty, this almost ideal bliss, not all citizens felt satisfied. Some even secretly complained in their hearts that the sacred emperor's pervasive authority was simply too broad. In their minds, dangerous and unrealistic thoughts occasionally flashed by. Of course, with their abilities, they were naturally unable to resist Taiwei's sacred emperor. But that didn't stop them from taking them out and fantasizing about them every now and then. No living being in the holy dynasty would know that every thought in their minds was actually under the control of Taiwei's sacred emperor. But Taiwei intentionally allowed these discordant elements to exist. And perhaps it was precisely because of these evil thoughts that the Saint Luck Great Medicine was not so sweet, allowing it to be consumed safely. This Taiwei sacred emperor is quite an interesting person. It's just a pity, he's too tired. Li Fan's heart was like a rock. In the countless converging thoughts, neither praise for the sacred emperor nor slander could shake his true nature. He merely browsed and absorbed the experiences of Zhang Sheng, turning them to his own use. Within the other shore, time flowed unheeded. When Li Fan had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the great medicine, he suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he was actually the first among the sages to awaken. It seems that the experience in the endless reincarnation has greatly improved Zhou Wei. Tai nodded. Li Fan bowed slightly, then noticed that the main bodies of the Lianshan 3 sages were gone, having already entered the void realm. Only their illusory figures remained seated. We will go ahead. A continuous void realm of 100,000 years is no small matter. Before mountain and sea converge, the reason we cannot advance is not only because this void realm is too vast, but also for other reasons. With our strength doubled this time, we will go and test it again. If we can solve it, that would naturally be better. If not, then we will discuss other methods. Li Fan was curious about the void realm crisis that even the main bodies of the 3 sages found difficult. However, Tai's illusory figure did not continue to elaborate, but instead changed the subject. He pointed back to mountain and sea. Zhou Wei, you might as well return to that endless cyclical possibility once more. While you were digesting the great medicine, we looked back and discovered something that was almost overlooked. This sentence was transmitted telepathically, only to Li Fan, and not publicly. Li Fan was suddenly astonished. Even the mountain and sea great path had already been subdued by him, what else could have been missed? However, the Lianshan three sages would not play tricks on him in such matters, so Li Fan's expression became serious, and he looked at the endless cycle again. Because of the Zhou Wei power he had left behind to suppress it, the cycle had not yet collapsed. Compared to what he had personally experienced, there seemed to be no change. Li Fan, with his sage-level consciousness, scanned this Fang Kun area back and forth several times. Yet, he still couldn't find what the three sages said was overlooked. He didn't give up easily or ask Taiyi's illusory figure for guidance, but rather pondered it himself. Scene after scene from the past reappeared in his mind, as if he were experiencing them again firsthand. Only this time, from an outsider's perspective. This time, Li Fan finally discovered some clues. Zhou Wei Dao should not have perceived the existence of the sages outside the other shore. When I was lost in reincarnation, it had ample time to escape. Why did it linger, not leaving even when it could? Why did it drag me into reincarnation, yet still insist on staying here? Even at the end, when it severed an arm to survive, it only took away a small portion of its essence. It left a relatively large part of its body to continue maintaining the operation of the cyclical possibility. Without external interference, as long as the Zhou Wei Dao still exists within mountain and sea, the cycle there can continue to exist. Is it an escape, and also a diversion? What is Zhou Wei guarding, or rather, valuing? Li Fan suddenly understood, a glint flashing in his eyes, and he scanned the cyclical possibility again. Since even the three sages almost overlooked it, it must be hidden extremely deeply. But since Li Fan already knew its value, he became very patient. He explored each of the countless possibilities one by one, no longer just quickly scanning them. His mind was immersed within. During this time, other sages woke up. Seeing Li Fan still with his eyes closed, they thought he was still digesting the great medicine and paid no mind to it. Instead, they focused more on the three sages' exploration of the void realm. Silently, Li Fan spent a similar amount of time as his previous period of being lost, thoroughly examining the entire endless cyclical possibility. Finally, he found his target. One could say that the existence of all cyclical possibilities was a labyrinth created by Zhou Wei Dao to conceal itself. And the reason why Zhou Wei Dao only reluctantly left at the very last moment. It was precisely because of the existence of this object. A seemingly ordinary reincarnation possibility, where everything in the world cycled through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On an endless grassland, a solitary stone tablet stood. Upon it, some blurred characters seemed to be engraved. Li Fan's figure flashed before the stone tablet, wanting to reach out and touch it. But his hand passed through it like a bubble, touching nothing. Even with my divine sense sweeping across the sky above, I couldn't see its existence. Only by being personally present here can one perceive its form. This stone tablet, Li Fan was certain that the three sages had already been here. Even if he couldn't sense the aura left by the three sages, the stone tablet reflected their shadows. Or, more accurately, lines. Li Fan's gaze swept over the dozens of mottled marks on the stone tablet, searching for the traces belonging to the Lianshan three sages. This one. 2 new marks represented Lianshan and Guihai. And, here, an old mark, yet with a new stroke added. It was the aura left by Taiyi. Just a simple, ordinary stroke, yet it was enough to summarize and represent the image of the three sages. The lines were engraved on the stone tablet, like the lingering images of the three sages, as if the sages themselves were present. The other dozens of marks on that stone tablet. Li Fan was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly reacted. As mountain and sea were swallowed by Tao annihilation, the current three sages were far from their peak state and strength. They could only represent themselves within a segment of time. However, those who can leave their mark on this stone tablet must also be strong. At the very least, they possess the strength of mountain and sea sages. Even before mountain and sea was severed, Li Fan faintly sensed the aura of other sages from the other mottled lines on the stone tablet. Most of them were sages who had achieved their status through the mountain and sea great path. This stone tablet must have existed for quite some years. Because even Lianshan and Guihai had no marks on it previously. That was an ancient era when Lianshan's sacred emperor had not even been born. Only Taiyi existed, but at that time, Taiyi was far from reaching his peak. Li Fan reached out again, wanting to touch the mountain and sea Dao lines carved on the stone tablet. It seems that there are more mountain and sea Dao than I imagined. However, the ancient sages had already occupied them, so later generations who wanted to become sages could only find another way. Through the method of all me is one, or by opening up a new world to prove their Dao. Quote. Thinking of this, Li Fan's thoughts paused slightly. He suddenly realized something was amiss. Why were there only a handful of sages like Lianshan left, when there had been so many sages in mountain and sea? Where did those who left their marks on the stone tablet go? Either they perished in the current timeline, or they disappeared before mountain and sea was divided by Dao annihilation. Therefore, they do not exist in the current timeline. Quote. It should be the second one. Given the current state of mountain and sea, the sages were united, solely for the sake of saving the world. It was almost impossible for them to kill each other. And if they had perished in Dao annihilation, the other shore sages would certainly have mentioned it. But they had never brought it up. This indicated that these sages did not exist in the current mountain and sea to begin with. In short, those who left their imprints in the stone tablet did not live until Li Fan's birth. They had even perished before the mountain and sea calamity occurred. Why did they perish? What power could kill a sage? Numerous questions inevitably surfaced in Li Fan's mind. However, the Lianshan three sages only pointed out the existence of the stone tablet, but did not tell Li Fan the information behind it. Regarding that overly ancient era, Li Fan knew almost nothing. It was truly difficult to guess. Even sages cannot last forever. And just as Li Fan was sighing with emotion, a slight fluctuation emerged from within Huan Zhen again. 1711. The Mountain and Sea Without Boundaries Monument. Chapter 1697. The Mountain and Sea Boundless Steel. It seemed that after the Lianshan three sages, true forms went to the Void Realm, Huan Zhen's vigilance had significantly lowered. Li Fan could clearly perceive that the fluctuations from Huan Zhen within his body spread out, enveloping the numerous ancient marks on the stone steel before him. It was as if faint shadows were being imprinted from the stone steel. Correspondingly, changes occurred in the Great Tao of Returning to Truth section on Huan Zhen's panel. Black lines appeared out of nowhere. They did not show the names of the Tao paths they belonged to, but simply arranged themselves in order, each occupying a position. The originally empty Great Tao of Returning to Truth, which only had the first Xuanpin and the second Zhou Wei, suddenly became spacious and even substantial. All the Great Tao were arrayed in order. Although they had not yet returned to their positions, their ultimate fate was already sealed. The scene before him reminded Li Fan of the Great Tao Hall that Tai had once encountered. Although the Great Tao of Returning to Truth before him still had some gap in aura and scale, it already faintly possessed that mysterious and profound atmosphere. All Tao are ordered, all within it, scattered like stars, reflecting the primordial gods. Li Fan's mind wandered within it, and he gradually felt a sense of belonging. Even though this place was still empty and void, with only two Great Tao and a few unformed lines, he felt as if he was home and was reluctant to leave. It wasn't until he was forcibly expelled by Huan Zhen that he suddenly woke up with a start. The lines that had been absorbed in the Great Tao of Returning to Truth section suddenly disappeared. It seemed that Huan Zhen had deliberately hidden them, leaving only the first Xuanpin and the second Zhou Wei, to prevent Li Fan from peeking and getting lost again. Although there is no active charm, it surpasses all temptations in the world. It's as if that is everyone's homeland. Li Fan, whose consciousness was gradually clearing, felt a secret shock. At the same time, he reluctantly savored what he had just seen in the Great Tao of Returning to Truth. I didn't see any traces representing the three sages. This indicates that Huan Zhen is still somewhat wary of them. Or perhaps, everything absorbed by Huan Zhen is the ownerless mountain and sea Great Path, a future hunting list. Li Fan's attention refocused on the Great Tao of Returning to Truth section. He found that although those Great Tao traces were actively hidden by Huan Zhen, as long as he focused more, he could still faintly perceive their existence. It was just that the feeling of being arrayed in order, like home, was no longer there, and he wouldn't get lost in it. When my mind locks onto one of the lines, it's like looking at it in front of the stone steel. Even, Li Fan had a premonition that he could follow the guidance in the ethereal realm and find all the mountain and sea Great Path represented by these lines one by one. Of course, the prerequisite was that these Great Tao still existed in the current section of the mountain and sea. Li Fan's heart instantly fluttered, scanning all the targets one by one. Unfortunately, the Tao traces recorded on the stone steel were too ancient. None could be found corresponding to any traces in the present mountain and sea. However, since Huan Zhen has recorded it, it means that in Huan Zhen's view, sooner or later, I will encounter them and devour them. They haven't truly disappeared, but still exist somewhere in the mountain and sea. Li Fan slightly raised his gaze, as if looking beyond the endless void realm, directly reaching the mountains and sea's end. But what did the three sages mean by specifically pointing out this stone stele to me? Although the stone stele no longer had any utility, Li Fan did not leave directly. Either it's a test, or this stone stele is of great help to the newly promoted Zhou Wei. The previous fortune belonged to Huan Zhen. Next, Li Fan needed to find what was beneficial to the Zhou Wei saint. After a long period of contemplation, his heart suddenly stirred. He tried to emulate the Lianshan three sages and leave his own mark on the stone stele before him. The power of time and space cycles lingered around Li Fan. He stood motionless before the stone stele, like a statue, intending to engrave the power of Zhou Wei upon it. But it seemed that the stone stele was not interested in the power Li Fan displayed. No matter how Li Fan manipulated it, there was no reaction whatsoever. Is my current strength still too low? No, even if I haven't reached the realm of the three sages, I am definitely not weaker than some of the lines on the stone stele. Quote. After observing for a long time, Li Fan suddenly had an epiphany. I am, after all, wearing the outer garment of Zhou Wei, not a true Zhou Wei saint. If the front was a blank sheet of paper, with my understanding of this Tao, I might be able to leave a mark. But if it's this ancient stone stele, let alone entering the stone by 3 parts, it would be difficult to even enter the wood by 3 parts. In short, my skill is not up to par. A powerful being like the three sages only needs to stand in front of this stone stele, without any action, to leave an imprint on it. He understood, but was not disheartened. Now that Zhou Wei had entered the great Tao of returning to truth, his comprehension would be more than twice as effective. As Li Fan thought, the 4 characters, second Zhou Wei, on Huan Zhen's panel gradually burst forth with dazzling and ethereal light. Under the blessing of Huan Zhen's profound power, the Tao of Zhou Wei peeled back its outer layers, revealing all its secrets to Li Fan without reservation. Others comprehended the Tao, but for him, the Tao actively came to him. Everything was revealed clearly. Every minute, every second, Li Fan's comprehension of the great Tao of Zhou Wei was increasing at a frantic pace. Theoretically, Huan Zhen's control essentially meant Li Fan's control. He could very well use Huan Zhen's absolute power of manipulation to leave a mark on the stone stele. But for some consideration, Li Fan was still willing to try and comprehend this great Tao of Zhou Wei by himself. On the vast, empty plain, a breeze seemed to gradually pick up. The aura of the mountain and sea great path emanating from Li Fan's body grew even stronger. Like gusts of mountain wind, like surging ocean waves. Constantly blowing and striking the ancient stone stele in front of him. Slowly, a trace truly appeared as time flowed by. The stone stele was like a mirror, engraving and recording everything around it. And those who could enter the mirror. Boom! In an instant, Li Fan seemed to fall into the stone stele. He returned to the primordial vastness, surrounded by myriad figures, all peerless experts comparable to the mountain and sea. At that time, mountains and seas encircled each other, not yet separated. The sea was still the sea, and the mountain was still just the mountain. Beyond the mountain and sea was the vast, unknown realm, where fortune was difficult to manifest. Suddenly, a stone stele, as if it had sprung out of nowhere from within the mountain and sea, or perhaps from beyond the mountain and sea, fell into the mountain and sea. The mountains shook, and huge waves swept across. Mountains and seas merged, becoming boundless because of it. Li Fan suddenly retreated from the boundless illusion. He was still in front of the stone stele. What he had just seen felt like a mere illusion. But that ancient scene and aura from when the mountain and sea were undivided. It was absolutely real. What is the origin of this stone, exactly? Li Fan tried to revisit the scene he had just seen from the stone stele, but he could not succeed no matter what. Recalling what he had just seen, Li Fan remained silent for a long time. This stele is called the mountain and sea boundless stele. Because of the existence of this stele, the mountain and sea are boundless. Li Fan couldn't help but recall the prophecy left by Sun Piao Miao. From its description, it seems that when the mountain and sea were first born, they were indeed more independent than they are now. There was once a record that a creature born in the sea wanted to reach the mountains. After going through countless hardships, it finally succeeded, but still died. Unlike now, where immortals and saints stand in the mountain and sea as if it were commonplace. Although there is the credit of the Lianshan and Guihai saints, but looking at it now, it seems that this mountain and sea boundless steel also played an indispensable role. Or rather, it was even more important. Without this steel making the mountain and sea boundless, the birth of living beings in the mountain and sea would probably be an extremely difficult matter. Li Fan tried to reach out and touch this ancient object, to explore its origin. However, it remained the same, his hand passed through it, unable to touch its body. The Tao entering the steel, besides the scene of the steel stabilizing the mountain and sea, also has other wonders. After examining himself, Li Fan made another discovery. The outer garment of Zhou Wei became more form-fitting, not like external clothing, but like his own skin. It blended into one, so much so that even if the three sages investigated deeply, they would find it difficult to discern any flaws. This change was partly due to Li Fan's comprehension of the Tao, and partly due to the help of the stone steel. The Tao carved into the steel, it's like a form of recognition. I am, indeed, a saint worthy of the great Tao of Zhou Wei now. Although I was able to comprehend it so quickly, it was all thanks to Huan Zhen's assistance. But all paths lead to the same destination. Even if I were to lose Huan Zhen and return to being immortal right now, I could still, relying on myself, walk step by step to the saint realm. Like bolts of thunder, they continuously exploded in Li Fan's sea of consciousness. For a long time, Li Fan's greatest hidden concern, what should I do if one day I lose Huan Zhen, or if Huan Zhen leaves me, was first exposed, and then shattered like a bubble. Li Fan's expression was dazed, without the joy he had imagined. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. It was as if some change had occurred between him and Huan Zhen, yet it also seemed like nothing had changed. Even if he now had the potential to become a saint, would he give up Huan Zhen? What good was being a saint? At the mountains and sea's end, at the end of time, no matter how powerful one was, they could only be helplessly swallowed by the stars. Without Huan Zhen's help, it would ultimately be a dead end. And for Huan Zhen to give him up, looking at the entire mountain and sea, could a second person with an infinite true spirit be found? Although he didn't know what Huan Zhen needed the infinite true spirit for, Li Fan was certain that he was equally irreplaceable to Huan Zhen. The path of an ordinary saint is ultimately not suitable for me. With Huan Zhen by my side, I am destined to possess more. However, it's good to have a backup plan. Li Fan silently gazed at the faint mark he had left on the mountain and sea boundless steel, thinking this to himself. He had undergone such drastic changes, yet Huan Zhen remained silent. Li Fan had grown accustomed to it and couldn't be bothered to care. His mind returned to the other shore, and his true form suddenly opened his eyes, bowing slightly to the Lianshan three sages. To be able to leave a mark so quickly, I thought it would take you much longer to consolidate after changing your Tao path from Xuanu. Taiyi's phantom said with some surprise. It's just some talent. The mark left is faint and cannot be compared to the three sages. Li Fan shook his head and said. After their conversation, the other saints only then discovered the stone steel hidden within the endless cycles. I thought fellow Taoist Zhou Wei was still consuming Saint Luck Great Medicine, but it turns out there was another opportunity. Bai Xiao wondered, taking the lead and arriving beside the mountain and sea boundless steel. However, he fumbled for a long time but was unable to leave his own Tao trace. Naturally, he couldn't see the scene of the steel stabilizing the mountain and sea. The other saints tried various methods, but only Shou Chu, Gui Ming, Yi Pan, and Xuanu succeeded. And they, too, all saw the vast scene of the mountain and sea before its separation the moment their Tao entered the stone steel. Returning to the other shore, the Lianshan three sages began to explain to everyone. The great Tao of Zhou Wei was reluctant to leave precisely because of the existence of this steel. It was hidden extremely deeply, even we almost missed it. Zhou Wei, as a newly certified saint, can rely on the steel to leave an imprint and fully consolidate his Tao path. This can ensure he has no worries in the future. Even if there are any errors during the true spirit infusion or the reconnection of the mountain and sea, it will not affect his foundation. Therefore, we let him go first. After Gui Hai Saint finished speaking, Tai Saint added, when this steel appeared, even I had not yet been born. However, I have heard fragments of information about it from other, older beings. Bai Xiao, who was unhappy because he couldn't leave a mark on the stone steel, couldn't help but ask, what is the origin of this stone steel? How can it establish the mountain and sea structure in one fell swoop? The mountain and sea came from the God, so isn't this steel? Could it be the so-called primordial creation? Perhaps so. Tai nodded, then shook his head. We speculate that the primordial creation is the remnant of the mountain and sea's divided soul. From the various extraordinary abilities displayed by this steel, it indeed fits the description of coming from a god. However, who can truly know the truth from before ancient times? Perhaps there are beings comparable to gods. Tai said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the saints present all fell silent. Li Fan, however, suddenly spoke up. I disagree. This stone steel is not seen at the mountains and sea's end, indicating it cannot escape the erosion of Tao annihilation. Rather than being a creation of a god, it is more like an evolution of the mountain and sea's own will. There was a moment of silence among the saints present. The Lianshan phantom chuckled. That's where you've misjudged, Zhou Wei. This steel is different from other objects in the mountain and sea. It doesn't exist continuously in the mountain and sea like us. It only exists at this instant, this very moment. Before this, and after this. There is no other mountain and sea boundless steel on that grassland. Li Fan was suddenly astonished. The other saints had not noticed this point before, but now looking back at the existence of the mountain and sea boundless steel, they slowly began to see some clues. Indeed, it seems to have its own space-time, independent of the mountain and sea. This is also why the great Tao of Zhou Wei was able to conceal it by creating numerous cyclical possibilities earlier. The point around which the cycles revolve is where the boundless steel is located. So that's how it is. In that case, this boundless steel is probably truly a divine object. It's unique in the entire mountain and sea, and we actually encountered it. What a great fortune. It's all thanks to Saint Zhou Wei. If it weren't for seeking an opportunity for his recertification, we might have missed this opportunity as well. But, besides leaving a Tao imprint, what other uses does this boundless steel have? Next, the saints discussed further. However, they ultimately couldn't come to any conclusion regarding this ancient creation. Through this incident, Li Fan also realized that the Lianshan three sages were not omniscient or omnipotent beings. They simply lived a little longer and were a little stronger than ordinary saints, that was all. They would also encounter things beyond their comprehension. 1712. Three saints died together. Chapter 1698. The three sages perished together. The white circle on the other shore burst with light, enveloping the endless cycles within it. The boundless mountain and sea steel was incredibly mystical, standing firm and untouchable. Moving it was out of the question. However, by expanding the other shore's coverage, it could be brought under the protection of the Xuanji ring. There's good and bad in everything. Next, I'll share some bad news. When we traversed the 90,000 years of the illusory realm and were about to reach the previous section of mountain and sea, we discovered that the Tao annihilation tide was surging, churning the chaos into a chaotic mess, making it difficult to discern direction. Based on past experience, this indicates that mountain and sea is in grave danger and on the verge of collapse. The Lianshan incarnation's words interrupted the saints' gazes. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. If the mountain and sea ahead collapses, causing the illusory realm to spread beyond the 100,000-year limit, our plan to restore mountain and sea will fail completely. The most urgent task is to go and help stabilize the situation first. Only then can we discuss the restoration. As they spoke, the incarnations of the Lianshan three sages looked towards Li Fan. Li Fan was feeling perplexed, but the three sages had already explained the reason, astonishing everyone present. Our perception of the front has been cut off. Either the Lianshan, Guihai, and Tai of the previous mountain and sea have already traversed and departed, without even leaving an incarnation. Or it is that we have all perished. The four words, we have all perished, echoed like thunderclaps throughout the Xuanji ring. All the saints looked incredulous, staring at the Lianshan three sages, wanting to speak, as if they had endless doubts. But in the end, it all coalesced into one question: how is that possible? Life and death are common occurrences. Even the god of creation perished and transformed into mountain and sea. How could our demise be impossible? Tai chuckled lightly. It also indirectly confirms the abnormality of the previous mountain and sea. If we were all present, we would never have allowed mountain and sea to fall into such a crisis of destruction, Guihai analyzed calmly. Facing the prospect of their own deaths, the Lianshan three sages remained composed. But the other saints on the other shore found it difficult to remain calm. The strength of the Lianshan three sages was evident to all. When traversing the illusory realm, they led the way, opening the path. Then, they acted as a tower with their bodies, illuminating the path for those who followed. If not for the three sages, any plan to restore mountain and sea would have been mere empty talk. But now, they were told that the three sages had collectively perished. What exactly could kill powerhouses like Lianshan, Guihai, and Tai? This is also related to the trouble I mentioned earlier. The trouble originates from the illusory realm. Have you ever wondered if our actions to restore mountain and sea have been a bit too smooth? As long as there are enough saints, connecting the past and future mountain and sea with our bodies as ropes. After that, it would only take a little more effort to revive mountain and sea. The illusory realm, which devours everything, surprisingly hasn't reacted much to this, allowing us to do as we please. Lianshan saint's words cause the saint's expressions to gradually turn solemn. The illusory realm devouring mountain and sea is a grand battlefield, stretching from the beginning of mountain and sea to the end of time. Since it's a battlefield, there are priorities. The gains and losses of a specific time and place are actually insignificant. Today, mountain and sea reappears, and Tao annihilation is forced back. Tomorrow, the illusory realm can return, and Tao annihilation can devour everything again. What's truly important lies in that saint. The illusory realm was originally slightly superior to mountain and sea. With a slight advantage, over years and months, it could ultimately devour mountain and sea. But with the existence of those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with mountain and sea, the saints, this battle has gained several variables. We are naturally thorns in the illusory realm's eyes and flesh, Lianshan saint said very calmly, as if stating facts unrelated to himself. But even if the illusory realm made a move, it's hard to imagine what means it could have to kill all of you at once. Bai Xiao voiced the doubts of everyone else present. After all, with the strength of the three sages, they were practically immune to the encroachment of Tao annihilation. Could it be that the illusory realm had some other special means? Lianshan saint did not keep them in suspense, saying faintly, "What can kill us? Only ourselves." At first, everyone didn't understand what he meant, but when their gaze fell upon the incredibly deep illusory realm, they seemed to finally comprehend something. A chill slowly crept into their hearts. That's right, the ones who made the move should be the three sages from the annihilated mountain and sea. After being devoured by the illusory realm and disappearing from the world. Then, in some way, they returned. Incarnations as the illusory realm's pawns, Guihai nodded, confirming everyone's guess. When the catastrophe suddenly descended and mountain and sea was devoured by the illusory realm, we were not killed. Instead, we perished along with mountain and sea. Even if we stood shoulder to shoulder with mountain and sea, if our surrounding foundation was completely lost and we were surrounded by the illusory realm, unable to discern past from present. Though we possessed 1,000 divine abilities, the ultimate outcome could only be to be trapped to death. But the previous section of mountain and sea still exists, yet we have already passed away. There should only be this one situation. After Lianshan finished speaking, the Xuanji ring fell into complete silence. The saints looked at each other, no one knowing how to respond. Lianshan then said, "We haven't yet fought against that state of ourselves, but from our various experiences in contending with the illusory realm. The saints resurrected from the illusory realm should have strength comparable to their true selves. Or rather, they are us. It's just that they chose to stand on the side of the illusory realm. Not just us. All living beings in the devoured mountain and sea could be resurrected by the illusory realm and used against themselves. To use their own methods against them. This is the illusory realm's approach to the mountain and sea saints. A long time ago, we once met an old acquaintance with a peculiar temperament. Without a word, they would resort to harsh words. And later, an excited outburst. At first, we didn't understand what they meant. Until finally, we killed them. It was as if a passage to the illusory realm was opened in mountain and sea. Endless waves of Tao annihilation surged forth. The momentum was almost comparable to the initial outbreak of the catastrophe. Even though we struggled to maintain our footing, we were still buffeted and found it difficult to stabilize ourselves. Mountain and sea was lost in an instant, and we could only flee in haste. Looking back afterwards, we realized that was the illusory realm's resurrection method. Listening to the Lianshan three sages, narration, Li Fan gradually understood. If the conflict between mountain and sea and the illusory realm was a continuous war, then the illusory realm they traversed to restore mountain and sea was merely the battleground where the two armies met. Even with the might of the three sages, they could fight their way in and out 7 times. But if they were truly surrounded by the illusory realm's endless army, then there would only be death and Tao annihilation. It was precisely for this reason that mountain and sea fell and saints perished under the illusory realm's concentrated attack. Li Fan could understand this point. Because he had personally witnessed how mountain and sea withered at the end of time, how the last few saints were helplessly devoured by Tao annihilation. But what he never expected was that the illusory realm could actually re-manifest the devoured saints. Just thinking about an opponent with the full strength of the three sages, acting recklessly, and only aiming to destroy mountain and sea, Li Fan felt a chill. But there's no need to worry too much. The illusory realm's manifestation and resurrection of saints also requires it to expend its own power. It's not endless. Otherwise, these creations alone could wipe out mountain and sea. Therefore, I speculate that the goal of these resurrected creations is to eliminate saints who pose a threat to the illusory realm. We just haven't encountered them yet, it's merely good luck. But since we've already discovered their potential whereabouts, we must be careful. The mountain and sea restoration effort must not stop. As the saying goes, one's gain is another's loss. If the restoration of mountain and sea becomes completely hopeless, we might only be able to await death. Li Fan finally asked, the three sages were all looking at me just now. The mountain and sea ahead, without us presiding over it, is in danger of collapsing at any moment. Someone needs to be sent to stabilize the situation. If we traverse and descend, it might cause the resurrected saint to return. Their strength is evenly matched, and it's hard to say who would win or lose. Although we don't fear him, it could lead to the complete collapse of mountain and sea. Therefore, the person dispatched should ideally be someone not in the illusory realm's memory. That is, someone who did not exist in the mountain and sea devoured by the illusory realm. After Lianshan Saint finished speaking, all the saints looked at Li Fan. Among those present, he seemed to be the only one who met the requirement. Li Fan instinctively hesitated. What a joke, sending him to save a dangerous place where even the three sages had perished. As if seeing Li Fan's thoughts, the three sages said, illusory realm resurrection only targets the true self. You are not on the illusory realm's memory list, so even if you traverse and descend, it won't alert the illusory realm. You only need to stabilize the collapsing state of mountain and sea. While you go, we will also facilitate the restoration of mountain and sea within the illusory realm. We won't make you wait too long. To prevent accidents, we will each give you a protective treasure. Even if you truly encounter illusory realm resurrection, you will be able to escape calmly. You possess the ability of true spirit infusion. If the situation is truly urgent, we wouldn't force you to go. With the words already spoken to this extent, under the gaze of the saints, Li Fan could only nod silently. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit the persona of a Shanghai walker. However, Li Fan naturally wouldn't fight to the death with any illusory realm resurrection. If anything went wrong, he would certainly Huan Zhen in an instant. The previous section of mountain and sea could collapse at any moment. Without further ado, it's best to depart immediately. However, you need to be careful. The mountain and sea ahead, capable of attracting illusory realm resurrection attacks, must be sufficiently important. Over the continuous flow of time, it might even surpass the 3 restorations in our current location. With the 3 sages perished and no leader, it must be an unimaginably apocalyptic scene. Stabilizing the situation will likely not be easy. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful, Shou Chu reminded with a solemn expression. I'll be mindful, Li Fan nodded slightly, then looked at the 3 sages. He was waiting for the promised protective treasures. The 3 sages would naturally not break their promise, each casting a stream of light that flew before Li Fan. The moment the light and shadow appeared, one could feel their extraordinary nature. What Lianshan sent out was a wooden staff. Its surface was uneven, as if it had been casually plucked from some tree. But the staff occasionally exuded an ancient aura, indicating that it was by no means as simple as it appeared on the surface. Indeed, Lianshan explained, with a hint of nostalgia, this staff was what I used when I first ascended mountain above. For so many years, it has always been by my side, but I haven't used it again. Now you bear the burden of everyone and are in a dangerous situation. I'll give it to you. Li Fan gently stroked it, and the moment he touched it, he seemed to feel the path Lianshan had once walked through this climbing staff. The continuous and vast mountains that had not yet been devoured by Tao annihilation. Li Fan was overjoyed and put the climbing staff into his possession. The protective treasure gifted by Lianshan was so precious, and what Guihai sent was no less significant. It was still seemingly ordinary, an iron shovel. But it seemed to gather an endless source of power within it. Just by being near it, Li Fan felt his entire body nourished. He unconsciously relaxed a lot. It was with this iron shovel that I opened the path from the infinite to the infinite sea. Mountain and sea merged, but this iron shovel had long lost its purpose. Keeping it with me would be a waste. Take it with you, Gui Hai Saint said indifferently. Li Fan suppressed his inner excitement and also accepted the item. Next, it was Taiyi's turn. Those two were quite generous. I don't really have anything presentable. I'll give you this little trinket. Taiyi said it lightly, but from the fleeting expression on his face, what he gave was certainly not as simple as a little trinket. Don't disgrace it. Sure enough, after seeing Li Fan put it away, Taiyi couldn't help but add. It was a stone rod. Its appearance was rather good, looking crystal clear, like it was cast from jade. But the moment Li Fan touched it with both hands, he sensed a monstrous aura of blood and gore. Describing it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would not be enough to describe even a fraction of it. It was as if countless living beings had perished under the rod. Even with Li Fan's experience, seeing such gore, he couldn't help but change his expression slightly. But at least he wasn't so scared that the stone rod slipped from his grasp. I never thought that Taiyi Saint, who always smiles and seems the easiest to talk to, had actually walked such a terrifying path of slaughter, Li Fan mused, feeling the countless resentful spirits still lingering at the tip of the stone rod, even after billions of years, secretly astonished. Wooden stick, iron shovel, stone rod. The items gifted by the three sages seemed ordinary, even somewhat crude. But they were undoubtedly the greatest treasures of mountain and sea. Holding the wooden stick, with the iron shovel tucked at his waist. The stone rod was on his back. Li Fan cupped his hands and bade farewell to the people on the other shore, ready to depart and traverse the illusory realm. Be careful with everything. Everyone naturally didn't want anything to happen to Li Fan, and they all urged him. Come here. Before Li Fan could bid farewell to everyone individually, the three sages, incarnations exerted force simultaneously. Li Fan felt himself being enveloped by a tremendous force, and he was thrown into the boundless illusory realm. Fortunately, he didn't lose his direction. Instead, he advanced rapidly towards a predetermined location. Just like riding the wind and breaking the waves, cutting through thorns. Occasionally, illusory realm tides would rise, but they couldn't stop him in the slightest. Within the illusory realm, 90,000 years passed in an instant. In a blink of an eye, Li Fan saw the true forms of the three sages ahead. They stood like lighthouses in the darkness, forcing back all the surrounding storms. But, even with the three sages' protection, Li Fan keenly observed that the activity of Tao annihilation nearby was far greater than in the previous mountain and sea. It's almost comparable to the rampant state at the end of time. 1713, The Last Saints. Chapter 1699, Sages of the Apocalypse. Though protected by our magic treasures, you must not be reckless. If things become impossible, your own safety is paramount. With true spirit infused, it means infinite possibilities. Even if mountain and sea cannot be reunited, there might still be a way to turn the tide. The Lianshan three sages spoke words entirely different from what they said on the other shore. Remember, after descending into the mountain and sea ahead, trust no one. Not even familiar individuals. There is only one ultimate goal, to preserve mountain and sea amidst the rampant Tao annihilation. As for everything else, there are no taboos, act expediently. As if foreseeing the chaos in the segment of mountain and sea ahead, the Lianshan three sages solemnly instructed. Without waiting for Li Fan's reply, three streams of power enveloped his body. They forcefully broke through the surging Tao annihilation waves, shooting towards the precarious mountain and sea within the void realm. The void realm's reaction was unexpectedly violent, quickly reclaiming the passage Li Fan had created. It seemed determined to completely seize the mountain and sea ahead, as the faint glimmer representing Li Fan lasted only a few instants before being submerged in endless darkness. Under the impact from the void realm, the figures of the Lianshan three sages also swayed uncontrollably. Let us also begin our preparations. Their towering figures suddenly swelled, pushing back the surrounding darkness. The Lianshan three sages stretched like mountains, illuminating the void realm through the ages. Even with the Lianshan three sages' assistance for a portion of the journey, the experience of forcefully traversing the void realm under its backlash was extremely unpleasant. It felt as if thousands of steel knives were constantly carving away at the foundation of his existence, each stroke nearly shattering his Tao foundation. If not for Li Fan's enlightenment of Zhou Wei before the mountain and sea without boundaries, leaving behind his unique imprint. If not for Li Fan possessing infinite spirituality, completely unafraid of the void realm's erosion, he would probably already be severely injured now. He. His body finally stabilized, and Li Fan coughed softly, calming his qi and blood. He paid no attention to the dozens of possibilities that had shattered around him due to his impact. Anyway, this segment of mountain and sea, as far as the eye could see, was already a scene of fragmented, withered, and desolate ruins. The moment he descended, Li Fan sensed an unusual aura here. Chaos, madness, hysteria. Even mountain and sea itself had undergone an inexplicable change due to the demise of the Lianshan three sages. Even ants cling to life, let alone mountain and sea. When on the verge of being swallowed by the void realm, it will naturally manifest various distorted phenomena. Li Fan frowned slightly, dismissing the ghost-like wails of mountain and sea that reached his ears. He had also witnessed the apocalypse of mountain and sea before. But that was at the twilight of time's end. Now, mountain and sea was still barely in its middle age. Therefore, mountain and sea's desperate struggle before its demise was truly terrifying. All living beings within the endless possibilities of mountain and sea originated from mountain and sea. Now that mountain and sea was on the verge of collapse, in its struggle for survival, mountain and sea would reclaim everything. In order to prolong its lingering existence for a longer time. Without the arrival of Tao annihilation, one possibility after another collapsed like a mountain landslide, burying all life within them. The immortal realm, established by the Lianshan three sages upon the continuous mountain and sea, began to crumble entirely. Even, Li Fan looked towards what should have been the location of the other shore. The pervasive white light that enveloped mountain and sea was no longer present. Instead, it had transformed into an eerie black ethereal light. It occasionally trembled, as if a fierce battle was taking place within. This mess. Preserve mountain and sea. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, observed for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I should observe first. If it's truly impossible, then I'll return to Huanzhen. After all, this life has yielded enough. Just as Li Fan was thinking this, his expression suddenly changed. Because just now, he felt an invisible hand slowly scrape across the top of his head. The cold, slick sensation instinctively sent shivers down his spine, while Li Fan himself seemed to have had something taken away. Before Li Fan could react, the bamboo staff in his hand had already spontaneously struck gently outwards into the void realm. Initially, it seemed utterly silent. Then, ripples gradually emerged, growing louder and louder, finally transforming into a continuous, earth-shattering roar that shook mountain and sea. A figure was awkwardly revealed. And in the distance behind him, Li Fan clearly saw that mountain and sea, which had originally fallen into a state of self-disintegration due to the impending apocalypse, had temporarily stabilized its posture. It was as if an invisible force was forcefully condensing the collapsing mountain and sea. It looked as if a mountain that had already collapsed was rising again. With the emergence of the wooden staff, mountain and sea instantly fell silent. Only the roaring sound of the mountains reappearing and rising echoed continuously. Li Fan himself was stunned, then he felt the gazes from all parts of mountain and sea. And as the ambusher was revealed, the invisible object that had been taken away returned to his body. Lian, Shan, staff. The saint in front spoke word by word, as if he had encountered something incredibly unbelievable. Li Fan also instantly recognized the other party's identity. Cheji. He had thought that after the other party recognized the Lianshan saint's token, his attitude would change accordingly. However, to his surprise, Cheji Saint merely paused for a moment, then launched another attack at Li Fan. His target, however, was not Li Fan, but rather the Lian Shan staff in Li Fan's hand. Not only that, Li Fan could also feel several familiar auras attacking him from various parts of mountain and sea at that instant. Their targets were directly him. They were clearly other shore sages. Li Fan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, he finally understood why the Lianshan three sages had suddenly told him, "There are no taboos, act expediently," before he departed. Without Li Fan's control, the Lian Shan staff swung by itself. Around it, endless mountain shadows seemed to rise, isolating the sages' gazes. Even so, it could not completely stop Cheji's frenzied actions. Cough, cough, cough. Li Fan noticed that his luck seemed to be draining at an incredibly terrifying speed. Even the normal circulation of his qi and blood was affected, as if he was suffering from qi deviation and could not control himself. More crucially, the Zhou Wei Dao outer garment he wore even showed signs of no longer fitting. And besides Cheji, the second saint had already attacked. Starlight paved the way, a wooden boat swayed. A small boat crashed through the endless mountain shadows opened by the Lian Shan staff, forcing its way in front of Li Fan. Li Fan could vaguely see Xingcha Saint standing on the boat. However, compared to the Xingcha Saint he knew from the later other shore, this Xingcha Saint was enveloped in an extremely dense killing aura. His target was also very clear, the Lian Shan staff in Li Fan's hand. Every speck of starlight seemed to contain infinite energy. It continuously crashed against the rising mountain shadows, and starlight overflowed. The stability of mountain and sea, which had just been stabilized by the Lian Shan staff, became unstable again. At this moment, the iron shovel at Li Fan's waist also moved. Like the Lian Shan staff, it acted autonomously. It gently plunged into mountain and sea at random. The sky-filled starlight, the invisible icy hand, and even the rising mountain shadows were all instantly forced back by an inexplicable tremendous tremor. Great sound is inaudible, all sounds vanished. In mountain and sea, only the gurgling of clear springs flowed. The sound of flowing water grew louder and louder, and in just a moment, it had already become a torrential roar. Like the roaring of an endlessly flowing river, it resounded in the ears of the sages. In the chaotic and depleted infinite sea, a new spring was dug out. The madness of mountain and sea subsequently weakened. Li Fan watched the actions of the two magic treasures and immediately understood. This is the reenactment of the actions of Lianshan and Guihai, the Lianshan and Guihai sages. Further excavating the potential of the dying mountain and sea, causing it to experience a temporary resurgence of vitality, like a final burst of life. However, it's by no means a long-term solution. If it can't be stabilized quickly, this segment of mountain and sea will only collapse faster. Li Fan's thoughts raced, already considering returning to Huanzhen. And with the descent of the iron shovel, the expressions of the sages in the field changed again as they looked at Li Fan. But they only hesitated for a moment. Yet, they still did not give up their attempts to snatch the items. Who knew what had happened in this segment of mountain and sea after the death of the Lianshan three sages? The other shore sages' dispositions had all undergone drastic changes. The creations of the Lianshan and Guihai sages naturally belong to the virtuous. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is insufficient, holding them will only bring misfortune. A faint voice came from the depths of mountain and sea. As if to confirm the other party's words, the Lian Shan staff and Guihai shovel actually showed signs of losing control at this moment. Duan Chen. Li Fan's expression changed slightly as he recognized the owner of this voice. A word becomes a prophecy. It can be broken, it can be acted upon. Why don't you let go quickly? If you delay, there will be the calamity of self-destruction. Following Duan Chen's words, the swinging Lian Shan staff actually raised a mountain shadow towards Li Fan's location. Bang! Li Fan, caught off guard, collided with it head-on. With his cultivation as a saint, he naturally wouldn't be injured so easily, but his body was shaken for a moment, and his qi and blood were difficult to calm. More critically, the Lian Shan staff and Guihai shovel in his hands became increasingly difficult to control. The protective mountain and sea phantoms activated by the two great magic treasures also became unstable. The sages became increasingly aggressive. I have traversed from the mountain and sea of later generations, to save. Li Fan said in a deep voice, intending to speak. But to his horror, he found that what he had said, unbeknownst to him, had changed its content. What kind of sages are these? They're just chickens and dogs. First, I'll kill the Lianshan three sages, then I'll exterminate you all. Mountain and sea will fall, all returning to the void realm. Ha 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 ha, his laughter was crazed. More terrifyingly, as these words were spoken, Li Fan's thoughts in his mind actually began to change because of them. He genuinely wanted to slaughter all the sages here like pigs and dogs, and then rush towards the void realm. It was as if there was a pen, rewriting his fate behind the scenes. Gui Ming. Li Fan gritted his teeth, forcefully resisting the twisted intention in his mind. Because if he couldn't resist this twisted invasion, he would act like a puppet on strings. He would fight the sages until death, and would not activate Huanzhen. As Li Fan devoted a large part of his willpower to contend with Gui Ming, the signs of the Lian Shan staff and Guihai shovel losing control became even more apparent. Guiming, Duan Chen, Cheji, Yipan, Xingcha. These familiar other shore sages completely disregarded Li Fan's identity as the Lianshan Three Sages, envoy, each displaying their divine abilities, intending to capture Li Fan. The sages, Dao paths hadn't changed, but their behavior was completely different, as if they were entirely different people. Even with the magic treasures bestowed by the Lianshan Three Sages for protection, Li Fan gradually found it difficult to hold on under their encirclement. Just at this critical moment, the stone cudgel that had been hanging on Li Fan's back all along finally moved. Since the Lianshan Three Sages have fallen, we shall claim our own destiny. Why must fellow Taoist? Duan Chen's words were cut short by a sudden muffled groan. Then, a series of muffled thuds sounded one after another. In just a few moments, Li Fan felt the pressure on him dramatically decrease. And the stone cudgel that had disappeared reappeared in front of Li Fan. Only, on it, at some unknown point, several distinct streaks of blood had appeared. Zongsheng cudgel, he. Guiming, who had suffered a hidden loss, let out a cold laugh. Although he stopped his encirclement of Li Fan, he did not disperse. Instead, he just stared. The other sages did the same. Claim our own destiny. Li Fan tightly gripped the Zongsheng cudgel, recalling what Guiming had just said. And then, connecting it to the subtle changes he experienced while inside the Xuanji ring, he slowly began to understand. The sages' dispositions have greatly changed. The Lianshan Three Sages, special instructions before their departure. And, Cheji, Guiming, Duan Chen. The so-called other shore sages were probably not the benevolent individuals I had seen. They were merely subjugated by the Lianshan Three Sages and then gradually transformed over a long period by the Xuanji ring. Only then could the sages be of one mind and heart, working together to save the world. As long as the Lianshan Three Sages were present, everything was fine. Even if the sages harbored dissatisfaction in their hearts, they couldn't cause any trouble. But in this segment of mountain and sea, the Lianshan Three Sages were exterminated by Void Realm Resurrection. The other shore sages, however, have reverted to their true natures. The sages' malevolence lingered, tightly surrounding Li Fan. The Zongsheng cudgel in his hand, however, showed no fear, as if it hadn't tasted blood in a long time, even appearing a little eager. In the current situation, although Li Fan could activate Huan Zhen and return to his predetermined anchor point. Even a clay figure has some temper. Having been jointly attacked by the sages the moment he traversed over, Li Fan was already extremely frustrated. Although there are many of you, I possess the Lianshan Three Sages, supreme treasures. Li Fan tossed the Zongsheng cudgel in his hand, a dangerous glint in his eyes. No taboos. He repeatedly muttered these four words the Lianshan Three Sages had instructed him, and then, without warning, he swung the cudgel towards Duan Chen's location in the distance. He didn't need to lock onto the other party's position. As long as he thought about who he wanted to hit, the Zongsheng cudgel in his hand would naturally strike the target. Ignoring space and time, it struck instantly. And it was impossible to dodge. All Zongsheng are beneath the cudgel. Another muffled thud came, and Li Fan, feeling the force feedback from his hand, already understood the origin of the name Zongsheng cudgel. His gaze swept over the encircling sages, and Li Fan, without ceremony, swung continuously. It couldn't take the sages' lives, but each blow landed squarely on their heads. However, the sages present were not lambs to the slaughter. Although Li Fan temporarily gained the upper hand by relying on the supreme treasures. However, the combined efforts of the group, enduring the Zongsheng cudgel's attacks, jointly interfered with Li Fan's actions. His actions and thoughts gradually became uncontrollable. Having had his fill, Li Fan was about to return to Huan Zhen. But then, a thought suddenly struck him, and he roared in a deep voice, "Shou Chu Gong, if you don't help me now, mountain and sea might never recover." Alas! A sigh echoed from the center of mountain and sea. A continuous great tide seemed to surge, obscuring the sage's vision. "Come with me," a soft whisper sounded. Li Fan did not resist, allowing himself to be enveloped by this power and safely escape from the sage's encirclement. 1714. Return to Nature. Chapter 1700. Returning to Nature. So, you're saying there's truly a possibility of mountain and sea reconnecting after its fragmentation? In a chaotic stream of possibilities within the shattered mountain and sea, Shou Chu Gong listened to Li Fan's account of the cause and effect, half believing, half doubting him. A traveler from mountains and sea's end, reconnecting mountain and sea twice. He might have believed such words implicitly before, but now, after the catastrophe of the Lianshan Three Sages, inexplicable demise, even Shou Chu Gong's state of mind had undergone a subtle change. The Lianshan Three Sages knew of the dangers of my journey, and thus each bestowed upon me magic treasures for protection. The Lianshan staff, the Gui Hai shovel, and the Zongsheng cudgel. All are the Lianshan Three Sages, treasures, and all can serve as tokens. Furthermore, Li Fan reached out, remotely touching the outer Xuanwang world of mountain and sea. He seemed to be sensing something with closed eyes, then solemnly grasped it and displayed it before Shou Chu Gong. Facts speak louder than any rhetoric. With the accumulated true spirit from the Xuanwang world as proof, Shou Chu Gong immediately believed 7/10 of Li Fan's words. To think such a divine art truly exists. This is truly the fortune of mountain and sea. Shou Chu Gong was inexplicably excited, but a moment later, his expression dimmed. Alas, it came a little late. Li Fan knew Shou Chu Gong was referring to the demise of the Lianshan Three Sages in this section of mountain and sea. He was also somewhat curious about the Xuanwang world resurrection that could kill the Lianshan Three Sages, and immediately inquired about it. Shou Chu Gong still seemed to have lingering fears. After a moment of silence, he slowly began. That day, just as usual, the Lianshan Three Sages, true forms were opening a passage in the Xuanwang world ahead. We attempted to use ourselves as bridges to connect the front and back of mountain and sea. But unexpectedly, in the Xuanwang world, a storm suddenly arose. It was a Dao annihilation wave I had never seen before. Its intensity was thousands of times greater than the one raging here. Shou Chu Gong pointed to the Dao annihilation torrents outside the surrounding shattered mountain and sea, his expression grave. It was as if the entire Xuanwang world had concentrated its power here. Caught off guard, our formation was instantly scattered. In our panic, we could only retreat into the Xuanji ring as quickly as possible, but then we discovered the Lianshan Three Sages had not returned. Even the illusory figures they left to guard had vanished. If this happens, it means either the Lianshan Three Sages have perished in that storm, or they have encountered something extremely dangerous that requires them to exert all their strength, thus withdrawing all their external power. Whatever the cause, it was unprecedented for us. At that time, we only realized later that the terrifying storm in the Xuanwang world was precisely due to the fierce battle of the Lianshan Three Sages. Shou Chu Gong took a deep breath. Before, we only knew that the Lianshan Three Sages' strength far surpassed that of the other shore sages. But no one knew how strong they truly were. It wasn't until that moment that we realized the immense disparity. Yet, even such Lianshan Three Sages, they actually perished. Shou Chu Gong's body trembled slightly, still seemingly unable to accept this fact. Li Fan frowned slightly. Did Shou Chu Gong personally witness the demise of the Lianshan Three Sages? Shou Chu Gong shook his head. No need to witness it. The shattering of the Xuanji ring is the best proof. The Xuanji ring is a divine artifact jointly forged by the Lianshan Three Sages. Even the most heinous villains, when they fall into the ring, are easily subdued. Only with this method can we be of one mind and heart, working together to save mountain and sea. It's just that. A leopard cannot change its spots. At first, I thought they had truly changed their nature. But I never expected that once the Xuanji ring shattered, they couldn't maintain it for long and revealed their true selves. Coupled with the chaotic situation in mountain and sea, although I wanted to turn the tide, I was powerless. I could only temporarily hide and then figure out a solution. Unexpectedly, I encountered the scene of your reckless arrival. Li Fan was also a bit helpless. The Lianshan Three Sages sensed the drastic changes in the mountain and sea ahead, so they sent me here. The other shore sages are not too big a problem. The most crucial thing is that Xuanwang world resurrection. It was they who killed the Lianshan Three Sages in this section of mountain and sea. Xuanwang world resurrection, it truly is this thing. Shou Chu Gong's expression was solemn. Li Fan continued. Precisely because I come from mountains and sea's end and do not exist in the Xuanwang world's memory, there is no danger of Xuanwang world resurrection's invasion. That's why the Lianshan Three Sages decided to send me. However, as Shou Chu Gong just saw, I alone might not be their match. Li Fan stopped halfway through his sentence. Shou Chu Gong naturally understood his meaning and said gravely, whether for the Lianshan Three Sages or for the Zhongsheng of mountain and sea, I have an inescapable duty. It's just that. Suddenly, Shou Chu Gong's expression changed, and he grabbed Li Fan. We've been discovered, hurry. Amidst the bursting starlight, Shou Chu Gong led Li Fan to escape from the encirclement of the sages once again. They found another chaotic flow of mountain and sea and temporarily hid there. Li Fan was somewhat puzzled. Why did they go crazy and try to snatch them the moment they see me holding the Lianshan Three Sages' treasures? Isn't the priority to survive this soon-to-collapse mountain and sea? Shou Chu-gong paused slightly, then sighed. It seems you still don't understand the weight of the three treasures in your hands. It's no wonder. Perhaps only in this way would the Lianshan Three Sages entrust them to you. What do you mean? Don't let these ordinary-looking wooden staffs, iron shovels, and stone rods deceive you. They are all the Lianshan Three Sages, Tao-proving artifacts. The Lianshan Saint ascended the mountain with his staff. The Guihai Saint opened springs with his shovel. The Tai Saint suppressed Zhang Sheng with his cudgel. In the ancient mountain and sea, these three items all held illustrious reputations. After the Lianshan Three Sages proved their Tao, with their strength, they didn't need to use the treasures. They just kept them by their side for nurturing. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't easily use them. Only in truly critical moments. We once personally witnessed the Lianshan Three Sages join forces and rescue a mountain and sea that was almost completely submerged. It can be said that these three items already possess power no less than that of a saint. Li Fan looked at the staff, shovel, and cudgel on his body, which had returned to silence, feeling somewhat surprised. He knew these three things were extraordinary, but he hadn't expected them to be so significant to the Lianshan Three Sages. If their full power could be unleashed, the former friends now running rampant could be subdued in an instant, Shou Chu-gong stated with certainty. But right now, I don't seem to be able to truly use them. They act purely on their own instincts, Li Fan said. Shou Chu-gong was not surprised. The three treasures have their own spirituality. They have followed the Lianshan Three Sages for a long time and have developed their own temper. They can submit to the Lianshan Three Sages, but fellow Taoist strength might still be a bit weaker, so it's natural for them to be unwilling to submit, Shou Chu-gong said tactfully. Li Fan chuckled. No matter. As long as we can stabilize the situation in mountain and sea, it's fine. My arrival with the treasures did attract their attention. If not for that, and letting them continue their chaotic fighting, mountain and sea would perish within days. But it cannot last. If they search for you for too long and don't find you, based on my understanding of them, they might threaten to destroy mountain and sea to force us to reveal ourselves, Shou Chu-gong warned gravely. Li Fan was astonished. How could a dignified saint be so despicable? Shou Chu-gong sighed. Saint is merely a classification of strength in the realm. It has no actual relation to moral standing. Many of these people, before they proved their Tao, were those who would stop at nothing to succeed. They were just forced to smooth their edges while being suppressed in the Xuanji ring by the Lianshan Three Sages. Now that they are free, they will probably become more and more reckless. Shou Chu-gong looked worried. Before I came, the Xuanwang world had already stretched for nearly 100,000 years. If this section of mountain and sea falls further, the grand plan of reconnection will fail. Li Fan explained the seriousness of the situation, then asked, in Shou Chu-gong's opinion, which of the other shore sages can be the first breakthrough point? Although I am unworthy, I am willing to sacrifice myself to turn the tide. Li Fan's righteousness formed a stark contrast with the rampant other shore sages. Shou Chu-gong heard this and couldn't help but be filled with respect. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, the strength of the sages has long been divided. From strongest to weakest, they are thief of opportunities, Guiming, Duan Chen, Yi Pan, Xing Cha. Li Fan said loudly, then let's start with thief of opportunities. Shou Chu-gong was somewhat puzzled. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. To deal with such figures, we need to use thunderous methods to awe them. If we pick the weak ones first, it will only show our timidity. Conversely, if the strongest among them are taken down in one fell swoop, the rest will be nothing to fear. They will be like a pile of loose sand, allowing us to defeat them one by one, Li Fan said with great confidence. Shou Chu-gong listened, and it indeed seemed to make sense. However, thief of opportunities Saint's strength is extraordinary. All living beings in the world, and even the luck of mountain and sea, can be stolen by him. Being his enemy is like standing against mountain and sea. Li Fan snorted coldly, weighing the wooden staff in his hand. Mountain and sea can barely protect itself. So what if we are its enemy? Are they really going to dare to oppose us? Shou Chu-gong must know that we are here to save mountain and sea. Under the desperate circumstances of mountain and sea's fragmentation, opportunity, luck, fate, everything is in chaos. Only living, surviving, is the only thing that truly matters. Li Fan gazed around, taking in the chaotic scene of mountain and sea's upheaval and the continuous collapse of chaotic streams of possibilities. Being in such an apocalypse, he not only felt no discomfort or sense of crisis. Instead, he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom, as if the shackles that had been on his head were all removed. In the past, when I was in the Xuanwang world, I had Chuan Fa above me. Outside the Xuanwang world, I had Hungry Immortal above me. Beyond the high wall, there were also Black Sky Physician and Black Su by outside of possibility. And having jumped out of the original, the other shore sages were still present. It was truly uncomfortable all over. Until now. A strange light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The Lianshan three sages, this greatest threat is already dead. Their treasures have also fallen into my hands. Unrestrained, acting as I please. He. Even now, Li Fan's reason for Huan Zhen not leaving was very simple and pure. To execute sages, and to execute sages under a righteous pretext. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he bear to miss it? Li Fan hadn't forgotten the time in the Huan Zhen simulation when he was seen through by the other shore sages. The Lianshan three sages, accounts can be settled later. First, let's collect some interest from the others. Furthermore, Li Fan's heart stirred, and the Huan Zhen panel suddenly appeared before him. Great Tao of returning to truth. I wonder if I can leave my name in it after killing the other shore sages. Although the idea was good, how to act specifically still needed careful discussion. Thief of opportunities is extremely cautious. With his temperament, he will probably always hide behind the scenes, reaping the benefits of others, Shou Chu Gong said in a deep voice. No matter. To defeat the enemy, one must strike first. Li Fan was confident and secretly transmitted a message. This, Shou Chu Gong hesitated upon hearing it. Shou Chu, trust me, we will surely succeed in one battle. Shou Chu Gong's expression changed, and he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Boom boom boom. Soon after, a huge explosion sounded from the chaotic flow of mountain and sea. Amidst the collision of light and shadow, countless possibilities that were originally in a state of chaotic disorder instantly vanished into thin air. The already precarious mountain and sea suddenly became even more critical. As if a chain reaction had occurred, large sections of mountain and sea collapsed and fell into the Tao annihilation. The Xuanwang world waves surged continuously, seemingly celebrating the impending victory. And a cry of shock and anger echoed through it. You, Shou Chu. I thought you had a name for great virtue, but I never imagined you were an out-and-out hypocrite. I entrusted my life to you, but you, like those other beasts, coveted the treasures in my hand. It was Li Fan speaking. At this moment, his face was ashen, and his clothes were tattered. He seemed to have suffered severe injuries. And opposite him, Shou Chu Gong's face was unprecedentedly grim. Without waiting for Li Fan to continue, he pointed a finger. Amidst the collapsing mountains and raging seas, Shou Chu's power was even more evident. He stood motionless, and the turmoil caused by the collapsing mountain and sea was all trampled under his feet. Instead, it could be subdued and utilized by him. This gentle finger seemed to carry the might of collapsing mountains and raging seas. Like a thousand-jong giant wave crashing down, it threatened to completely crush Li Fan. At the critical moment, an iron shovel cut through the giant wave, saving Li Fan from it. Go! Li Fan roared. The Lianshan staff transformed into a streak of light, enveloping Li Fan, and shot straight out of mountain and sea. He actually abandoned this section of mountain and sea and fled directly. Shou Chu Gong naturally wouldn't let his prey escape easily and followed closely behind. In mountain and sea, the other sages witnessed this strange scene and none of them easily followed. But as the two streaks of light, one in front and one behind, had already flown out of mountain and sea, entering the Xuanwang world, seemingly never to return. They couldn't sit still anymore. HMPH, I thought Shou Chu was truly a moral gentleman. Turns out he's just like us in temperament. This is the way of the world. How can there be any saints or perfect people in the world? Even the Lianshan three sages were just bullying others by relying on their power. Excellent, excellent. I used to dislike Shou Chu Gong a bit, but it turns out he wore a mask that deceived everyone. In that case, he's actually a bit to my liking. Worth making friends with, ha 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 ha. Shou Chu's drastic change is too great, beware of a trick. A trick? I don't think so, he's probably just revealed his true colors. No matter what, mountain and sea is about to collapse. This Tao annihilation is unprecedentedly fierce. Our glimmer of hope lies precisely in the Lianshan three sages, supreme treasures. We must catch up to that kid. He actually dared to call us beasts. As if suppressed for a long time, the sages each transformed into streaks of light and fled in the direction where Li Fan had disappeared. Without these fierce gods causing trouble, mountain and sea temporarily returned to peace. After all, it had countless years of foundation, and it actually stabilized temporarily amidst the successive impacts of the Tao annihilation. Of course, it was only temporary. The battle outside the Xuanwang world that followed would determine its fate. 1715. The virtual world is full of murderous intentions. Chapter 1701. Setting a trap in the Void Realm. Within the Void Realm, which faced the future, the figures of the three saints still stood. Therefore, Shou Chu Gong and Li Fan headed in the direction of the past, mountain and sea. Without the three saints standing as guides, and without the clone phantom of the Xuanji ring for positioning. Upon entering the Void Realm, it felt like a chaotic expanse, making it difficult to distinguish between ancient and modern times. It was also as if they were in the midst of surging tides, constantly in danger of being swallowed by the waves. A dark and stormy night is the time for murder and arson. This place, isolated from the outside world, is perfect for slaying a saint. Li Fan entered the Void Realm first. Although Shou Chu Gong followed closely, he nearly lost his direction the moment he entered the Void Realm. If Li Fan had not deliberately released the aura of the Lianshan staff, Shou Chu Gong would have found it difficult to locate Li Fan. The two quickly met up, and taking advantage of the Cheji saint's unawareness, they discussed their plan again. Although the performance was a bit exaggerated, I assume they will definitely catch up. The plan remains the same. First, eliminate the leader. While communicating, they deliberately feigned a struggle, releasing waves of fluctuations to lure the saints deeper. This place is about right. Ahead should be the place where the three saints perished. We cannot advance further. As Shou Chu reminded him, Li Fan gradually noticed the unusual aspects of the surrounding Void Realm. The Void Realm should have been a place of absolute nothingness where the foundation of all existence did not exist. But now, under Li Fan's careful observation, he clearly felt the faint qi floating and emanating around him. Like ice melting into water, or stone ground into sand. The foundation of the three saints had already perished, with most of it disappearing. Only a small amount remained, flowing out as evidence of the three saints' past existence. Presumably, it was originally much more substantial, but as the Void Realm encroached, only a faint, almost imperceptible qi remained. Li Fan attempted to collect these remnants. It was a pity that their divine might had already been erased at the level of the Tao, and Huan Zhen was completely unaffected. In the depths of the Void Realm, no matter how great a commotion we create, it will not affect the mountain and sea. It is here that we will subdue all evil and offer sacrifices to the saints. The two continued to maintain the fluctuations of their struggle, while Li Fan quietly handed the Lianshan staff and Gui Hai shovel to Shou Chu. As he sensed the Cheji saints approaching, Li Fan brandished the Zongsheng cudgel, forcing Shou Chu back in one move. Shou Chu, why must you be so relentless? You already have the Lianshan staff and Gui Hai shovel, isn't that enough? How about you let me live? I am willing to exchange it for the ultimate secrets of the mountain and sea's luck. You already possess the mountain and sea's immortality. If you could also seize its luck, you might be able to reproduce the divine might of the three saints. Li Fan's unwilling roar echoed continuously in the Void Realm, carried by the remnants of the three saints after their demise. Shou Chu Gong merely remained silent. The Lianshan staff and Gui Hai shovel danced ceaselessly, as if determined to put Li Fan to death. Although Li Fan still had the Zongsheng cudgel protecting him, he was ultimately no match. He was struck squarely on his front and back by the cudgel and shovel. The Cheji saints, who were tracking them, clearly saw that Li Fan was severely injured by this blow, his body shattered, and his true spirit uncontrollably dispersed, making the Void Realm even more chaotic. Yet, Shou Chu still showed no mercy, looking as if he was determined to kill Li Fan. I never expected Shou Chu, who always presented himself as benevolent, to be so ruthless in his true nature. The Cheji saints who witnessed this scene were all secretly surprised. It seems Shou Chu is afraid that the boy will escape and his true nature will be known by the three saints of other mountains and seas. Hence, he is going all out. Xing Cha judged. We absolutely cannot let him take all the benefits. Before Xing Cha finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of starlight, enveloping Shou Chu and Li Fan. Shou Chu Gong, just like the saints Lianshan and Gui Hai, holding a bamboo staff and an iron shovel, easily swept away the surrounding starlight. In the void realm, the phantom of the mountain and sea seemed to rise, howling endlessly. And Shou Chu stood atop the mountain and sea, confronting the saints who had arrived later. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Fan, who was in a dying state, suddenly unleashed his last burst of strength. He threw the Zongsheng cudgel upwards. In an instant, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. An endless stream of stone cudgel phantoms descended upon the heads of the saints. Without exception, everyone present took a direct hit from this cudgel. However, it was from the power contained in this blow that the saints knew Li Fan was at the end of his rope. Even with a supreme killing treasure like the Zongsheng cudgel, he wielded it with a flimsy, weightless feel. It had the presence but no actual threat. The saints looked, and sure enough, they saw Li Fan's true spirit becoming increasingly fragmented. It was like a flickering candle flame, ready to extinguish at any moment. He no longer cared about the Zongsheng cudgel. Dragging his broken body, he fled rapidly. With his true spirit shattered, where can he escape to? He's probably going to die in the void realm. Did he think that by taking the 3 saints' treasures, he could turn the tide and command us? He's too young. The 3 saints themselves didn't dare to come, but they sent this boy to test and die. Indeed, there's no doubt to speak of in the mountain and sea. There was no need for the saints to pursue a dying man. Instead, they turned their attention to the ownerless Zongsheng cudgel in the field, and to Shou Chu Gong, who possessed both treasures. With the recent struggle, the remnants of the 3 saints after their demise were about to completely dissipate. The void realm would also reveal its true ferocious fangs. Brother Shou Chu, we've been brothers in the Xuanji ring for countless years. Is it really right for you to monopolize the ultimate treasures alone? Yi Pan slowly said. If I kill all of you, then there will be nothing wrong. Shou Chu Gong responded indifferently. Yi Pan was slightly stunned, then laughed in anger. Good, good, good. I want to see what abilities the virtuous Shou Chu Gong, who has hidden his true nature for so long, truly possesses. Gui Ming, Duan Chen, Yi Pan, and Xing Cha, the 4 saints slowly revealed their figures. They surrounded Shou Chu in the center. Shou Chu's gaze swept over the saints present, his expression as cold as ice. But deep down, a ripple of emotion flashed. Not good. He wasn't worried about his own safety. But unexpectedly, 2 saints were simultaneously missing. Cheji, and Sui Jun. In his earlier conversation with Li Fan, Shou Chu Gong knew that Sui Jun did not exist in the next segment of the mountain and sea. This was because he had perished for some reason during the continuous 100,000 years that had now been swallowed by the void realm. According to the original plan, Li Fan would abandon all 3 saint treasures, leaving only his broken body to escape. Among the saints present, only Cheji should have been interested in Li Fan and continued the pursuit. But he never expected that Sui Jun, this saint, would also abandon the 3 saint treasures and go after Li Fan. He said there was another 3 saint ultimate treasure that could deal with Cheji. But if you add another saint, Shou Chu Gong's heart sank. But now he had no good options. He could only try his best to hold back the saints present. Deeper in the void realm, where the remnants of the 3 saints had completely vanished, a figure rapidly fled. Seemingly unable to distinguish direction, his target was not any ancient or modern mountain and sea. Instead, he darted about in the void realm like a headless fly. Initially, he could still manage to move with his final burst of power. But gradually, perhaps due to his extreme bad luck, wherever he went, the void realm's tides were noticeably stronger than elsewhere. Blocked by the wind and waves, Li Fan's chi became increasingly weak, and he finally could no longer escape. He stopped. Waves surged in the void realm, as if they would completely swallow him in the next moment. Li Fan's face was ashen. Yet, he still did not give up hope of survival, sitting cross-legged in the void realm, trying to recover from his injuries. But his luck seemed to have declined to its lowest point. The more he tried to heal with luck, the worse his injuries became. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a large amount of scattered true spirit. He seemed truly close to death. Cheji, what a Cheji, Li Fan murmured to himself, looking around. Having once cultivated the heavenly fortune scripture, and even having devoured a remnant of the mountain and sea's extraordinary luck, he could now clearly feel the dissipation of his own luck. It wasn't just luck, but rather the ruthless shattering of every possible future and vitality that represented him. As the saying goes, heaven always leaves a way out. But now, under Cheji's coercion, Li Fan, from every perspective, was at a dead end. Nowhere to go. With a bitter smile, he seemed to accept his fate, giving up the struggle. He no longer resisted, allowing the surrounding Tao annihilation to swallow him. His body slowly dissipated, his true spirit melting like snow. Just then, a mysterious power protected Li Fan, who was on the verge of disintegration. "Tell me where the mountain and sea's luck is, and I'll save your life, how about it?" A faint voice sounded in Li Fan's ear. Li Fan ignored it, pretending not to hear. Until Cheji's words, like demonic sounds, echoed continuously again. It seemed Cheji would not give up if Li Fan did not answer. Li Fan snorted lightly, shaking his head slightly. "If I tell you, will you believe it?" It was just an excuse to deceive Shou Chu. Cheji smiled. "I have pursued the mountain and sea's extraordinary luck for many years. If I can't even sense its scent, then I wouldn't deserve to be called Cheji. It's truly a very nostalgic scent." Cheji took a deep sniff, saying with emotion. "I'll say it again. Tell me the information about the mountain and sea's luck, and I will spare your life." "I never break my word," Cheji said proudly. "If you kill me, or look into my mind yourself, isn't it the same?" Li Fan retorted. Cheji fell silent upon hearing this. He seemed to be genuinely considering Li Fan's idea. But then, he shook his head and denied it. And even unconsciously, he moved a few steps further away from Li Fan. A phantom surrounded Li Fan, and facing this dying person, he still cautiously observed, "No, no, no. I can sense that although you seem to be at a dead end, you still have a glimmer of hope. And this hope corresponds to my own dead end. It can't be wrong." Cheji muttered to himself, full of suspicion, looking left and right again. But he remained utterly perplexed. "I know you must have a backup plan." Although the performance with Shou Chu Gong was very exciting, it ultimately couldn't deceive the workings of fate and luck. What appears to be a faint spark of life actually has the opportunity to counterattack at any moment. Those fools, they are in the game but don't even know it. However, as long as I stay out of it, you won't be able to harm me. Cheji's voice was like a ghost, coming from all directions, making it impossible for Li Fan to pinpoint his exact location. Thus, he finally believed Shou Chu Gong's words. This Cheji saint was indeed extremely cautious. Coupled with his great Tao that could peer into the fate and luck of others, trying to scheme against him was truly incredibly difficult. "All right," Li Fan sighed, "although the mountain and sea's luck is my closest friend, it's ultimately not as important as my own life." To avoid covetous eyes, he underwent 2 transformations, becoming immortal, and hid himself in the world of mortals of the mountain and sea. But after all, he is the mountain and sea's extraordinary luck, and it's impossible for him to truly be buried like a mortal. Even if he knew nothing of his past, relying purely on his mortal background, he ascended from mortal to immortal in the era of Dharma's end. However, when he returned to the mountain and sea, he was discovered by his adversary. "Speaking of which, that existence that has been hunting him, it wouldn't be you, would it?" Li Fan asked suspiciously. Cheji shook his head and denied. "Previously, I was trapped in the Xuanji ring, so I had the will but not the power. With the divine might of the mountain and sea's luck, there are many who covet it. I am merely one of them." Li Fan continued. At a critical moment, the mountains and sea's angler intervened and saved him. He fished him out of the mountain and sea, avoiding the calamity. This is what happened in our segment of the mountain and sea. As for this mountain and sea, I am new here, so I don't know. Mountains and sea's angler, huh? Indeed, his fortune is boundless. Cheji looked back in the direction of the mountain and sea, pondering for a moment. Then, as if speaking to himself, he said, "After the 3 saints perished, I secretly searched the shattered mountain and sea. But I couldn't find the mountain and sea's luck. He must have sensed another creation of his own, and also went there. Only the mountain and sea's extraordinary luck can act according to its most beneficial instinct, under the premise that the void realm isolates all senses." Having found the answer to his heart's desire, Cheji was no longer interested in Li Fan. He immediately withdrew his protective power and gracefully fled. The heavily injured Li Fan cried out in alarm, his face pale. "You said you'd save my life." Cheji chuckled. "Didn't I just save you? I said I never break my word. However, saving you for a moment is not the same as saving you for a lifetime. Whether you can survive the void realm storm depends on your own fortune." Cheji's voice gradually faded. Li Fan's panicked expression, however, suddenly calmed down. "Then there's nothing I can do. I hope you truly find the mountain and sea's extraordinary luck. What do you mean by that? Cheji's voice suddenly grew closer. Just sincere blessings. Li Fan smiled. As soon as he spoke, Li Fan could feel Cheji's gaze instantly solidify, falling upon him. Trying to trick me. Hey. Then, ignoring Li Fan's mystification, he floated away and fled. Li Fan did not stop him, but instead took a deep breath. In the void realm, something seemed to be stirred. A moment later, Li Fan's shattered true spirit was actually recovering at a visible speed. So Cheji returned. This is. Li Fan completely ignored the other party, selfishly extracting true spirit from the void realm. Those 2 blows from Shochu Gong just now, though part of an act, were not light at all. They almost truly scattered Li Fan's soul, flying away and spirit scattering with one cudgel. Shochu hits really hard. Fortunately, after this period of recuperation, he had slowly recovered. As for what shattered true spirit, it was all just an illusion. Even if he spat out 10 or 100 times more true spirit, it would have no effect on Li Fan whatsoever. But such an unusual phenomenon, in Cheji's eyes, held a completely different meaning. You can actually extract the accumulated true spirit from the void realm. Slowly, he saw the clue, crying out in shock. 1716. The Battle of the Three Saints. Chapter 1702. The Three Saints Dao Battle. Thief of Opportunities Saint, who had originally decided to stay away from Li Fan and not get involved with him, couldn't help but look at Li Fan again when he saw him extracting the accumulated true spirit in the void realm. I knew why the Three Saints assigned such a heavy task to you. So it turns out you possess such an extraordinary ability. After observing for a moment and confirming that he hadn't seen wrong, Thief of Opportunities finally understood. At the same time, his expression towards Li Fan became somewhat subtle. He's not entirely useless, after all, Thief of Opportunities mused to himself. The Saint Realm did not mean one would not be injured or perish. In the past, Thief of Opportunities had been injured several times during his actions to restore mountain and sea. Once, he even injured his own true spirit. Such injuries could not be healed by ordinary methods. They could only be recovered through the accumulation of long years or with the help of the Saint Luck Great Medicine refined by Taiwei Sacred Emperor. But if there was an external force that could replenish my true spirit at any time, Thief of Opportunities Saint couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, as if he had seen a living, inexhaustible spirit pill. However, Thief of Opportunities did not let the superficial benefits cloud his judgment. This kid is deliberately luring me, he must have something to rely on. Moreover, the intertwined fate between us remains unchanged, his vitality is my dead end. After pondering for a moment, Thief of Opportunities subtly looked at Sui Jun, who was hidden nearby, and a plan came to mind. If the Three Saints were here, they would never let you die in the void realm like this. What a pity, Thief of Opportunities chuckled lightly and then suddenly vanished. He seemed to have truly disappeared into the void realm. Li Fan, however, paid no attention, focusing on absorbing true spirit and recovering from his injuries. Only the Tao Annihilation Tide subtly surged, like a tiger eyeing its prey, as if it intended to swallow Li Fan at any moment. As more and more true spirit was absorbed, Li Fan's complexion gradually became rosy. His aura returned to its previous vigor, nearing its peak state. Just then, a tremendous force suddenly descended upon Li Fan. It wasn't just simple weight, it was the substantial condensation of ancient years, circulating with a mighty roar. Saints were not immortal, they merely lived long enough. But under such terrifying time acceleration, Li Fan, this Zhou saint, instantly showed a hint of old age. Even though he tried his best to circulate the Zhou Dao, using endless reincarnation to divide the long passage of time that assailed him. The flow of time, reaching billions of years in an instant, seemed capable of annihilating even reincarnation. Being at a disadvantage in the Dao battle, Li Fan's demeanor inevitably grew older and older. Sui Jun Saint, he came too. Sui Jun's appearance was truly unexpected for Li Fan. Although he appeared disheveled on the surface, he had not yet reached a dead end. More importantly, Li Fan was certain that Thief of Opportunities had not gone far but was hiding in the shadows, hoping to reap the benefits. With his ability to discern the chi of fate, this person is truly difficult to scheme against. Perhaps, only when I truly fall into desperation, using myself as bait, can I lure him in. A realization flashed through Li Fan's mind. He no longer diverted any attention to Huan Zhen, as if he had forgotten his ability to restart at any time. He simply, resolutely, engaged in a Dao battle with the suddenly attacking Sui Jun. When Li Fan first arrived in Mountain and Sea, he hadn't seen Sui Jun. But Li Fan had occasionally heard other saints mention his deeds in their conversations. He gathered all the time, bringing it into himself, and then, lent it to Zhongsheng of Mountain and Sea, calling it, Jun. Although countless possibilities and endless beings in Mountain and Sea suddenly gained seemingly inexhaustible lifespans. This was not their wish but was forced upon them. In their endless remaining lives, beings had to toil diligently for their entire lives to repay their temporal debts. Even if they offered no help to Sui Jun in their cultivation, their thoughts, words, and actions, and even they themselves, were the very value. Sui Jun, who comprehended the Tao through the Zhongsheng of Mountain and Sea, was undoubtedly powerful. The pressure Li Fan felt at this moment was a clear testament to this. As if experiencing several complete life cycles of Mountain and Sea in a daze, a strand of white slowly crept onto Li Fan's hair. He hadn't tasted the flavor of aging for a long time, but now, with infinite time pressing down on him, Li Fan was helpless and gradually showed signs of decrepit old age. What followed was a worsening situation. The older he became, the weaker his strength. The protective effect of endless time reincarnation also became increasingly negligible. Li Fan's figure completely hunched over, his body curled up. His hair turned completely white, then withered and fell out. His flesh and skin all shriveled, hanging loosely on his fragile, aged bones. In a short time, Li Fan had transformed from a graceful young man into a dying elder. And Sui Jun, as if he had only come to kill Li Fan, showed no intention of holding back until this moment. The torrent of billions of years still roared and surged, determined to crush Li Fan. In the far distance, Thief of Opportunities, who had been secretly observing the battle, hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to intervene. He was certain that Li Fan still had a trump card and would not perish just like that. It looks like a dead end, but in reality, there's always a clear path to survival. On the other hand, Sui Jun, although he's been suppressing him from beginning to end, is showing signs of ferocity. What happened next in the Void Realm confirmed Thief of Opportunities' guess. It was like encountering a pleasant surprise when one thought they had reached the end of their rope. Li Fan, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, on the verge of dying of old age, suddenly opened his cloudy eyes. His mouth slightly parted, muttering something unknown. The next moment, it was like a dream bubble, shattering with a crash. No more decrepit old age, no more dying appearance. All gone. Without any reason, Li Fan, who had been on the verge of death, returned to his original appearance, looking calm and composed, as if Sui Jun's billions of years of temporal erosion had been utterly useless. What? Sui Jun's astonishment was palpable. The surging torrent of time also paused because of it. But Sui Jun Saint was not one to give up easily, he only paused for a short while. The next moment, endless time once again surged over Li Fan. From middle age to old age, from old age to decay. Li Fan went through the process again. However, it was still the same as before. Just as Li Fan was about to decay, a flash of light, as if nothing had happened, and his state returned to the starting point of the battle. This rendered all of Sui Jun's efforts futile. This time, the pause in the temporal suppression was longer. But Sui Jun still didn't give up. Time whistled, flowing faster and faster over Li Fan. In just a few breaths, Li Fan became extremely old. Yet, the story repeated itself. With a flash of light, Li Fan was restored to his original state. Sui Jun seemed to be completely enraged, continuously increasing the effectiveness of the temporal erosion. The flow of time reached a certain limit, even attracting the attention of the Void Realm's tide. It was as if something in the deep darkness was about to open its eyes. With every breath, Li Fan would repeatedly switch between his youthful and aged states dozens of times. But in the end, he would always return to his original appearance. Throughout this Tao battle, Li Fan remained calm and composed. Conversely, Sui Jun gradually panicked. He prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet he had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. Even when he fought the three saints, who crushed him with their absolute strength, they hadn't been able to ignore the flow of time as Li Fan did. They had truly experienced a portion of time passing. It was just that the three saints were too powerful and quickly suppressed him, and the lost time was almost negligible to them. How on earth did this person manage to ignore my divine ability? Even a saint couldn't help but feel both fear and curiosity towards the unknown. And as his mind wavered, the situation in the field quietly changed. In a Saints' Tao battle, either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overwhelms the east wind. When the temporal erosion gradually showed signs of fatigue, it was Li Fan's time to counterattack. Taking advantage of a slight opening from Sui Jun, Li Fan broke free from the torrent of time that had been suppressing him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he imposed the cycles of decline he had experienced repeatedly onto Sui Jun. Previously, the endless reincarnation couldn't withstand the impact of time, but now, each cycle of reincarnation formed a shackle, trapping the long passage of time within it. No matter that Sui Jun wielded the power to control the flow of time, he could not escape the reincarnation cage that Li Fan had meticulously woven for him. And through repeated aging, Sui Jun was far less composed than Li Fan had appeared. Each near-death aging was a heavy blow to him, because he couldn't predict when death would truly arrive. Both physiologically and psychologically, he endured endless torment. After a prolonged Dao battle, Sui Jun finally lost his composure. Fear gradually crept onto his face, and he no longer thought of engaging in a Dao battle with Li Fan. Instead, he desperately tried to escape from this endless reincarnation cage. Even though Li Fan had gained an absolute advantage, it must be said that killing a saint was by no means easy. As Sui Jun frantically counterattacked, the reincarnation cage woven by Li Fan continuously suffered violent impacts. It was on the verge of collapse. Li Fan, however, had a determined expression, with a fierce glint in his eyes. "I will kill you." He disregarded everything, exhausting his own origin to reinforce the reincarnation cage. The injuries he had just recovered from now worsened again due to excessive exertion. His body disintegrated, and his true spirit once again dissipated into the surroundings. Li Fan, however, paid no mind, continuing to weave reincarnation while absorbing true spirit from the surrounding void realm. He actually intended to forcibly kill Sui Jun Saint here. At this moment, the situation between the two sides had transformed from a simple Dao battle into a life or death struggle. Sui Jun did not beg for mercy, even the fear on his face disappeared. In the endless cycle of aging, he silently accumulated strength, attempting to make a final stand. And Li Fan, sensing the impending storm, his expression grew increasingly serious. A Dao conflict should be exactly like this. Thief of Opportunities Saint, observing from afar, was exceptionally excited. The changes in the chi of fate of the two saints fighting in the field truly captivated him. Even at this moment, it was still uncertain who, between Li Fan and Sui Jun, would emerge as the saint of this battle. Originally, Sui Jun was in a dead end. But as the saying goes, throw one into a death trap and he will survive. Now that Sui Jun has no escape, forgetting everything and fighting for his life, Zhou Hui's vitality has instead become uncertain. Marvelous, truly marvelous. While observing the battle, Thief of Opportunities did not forget to activate his divine ability, stealing luck from the two saints. All possibilities of vitality shall belong to me. You both just die. Thief of Opportunities finally saw that the wisp of vitality, which had always lingered around Li Fan like a protective talisman, gradually dimmed. And the dead-end future that corresponded to himself had already vanished. Thief of Opportunities rejoiced inwardly but still chose not to intervene, instead waiting for the outcome of the death match. Li Fan also hadn't expected Sui Jun's final counterattack to be so ferocious. His own Dao foundation disintegrated inch by inch, and Sui Jun's figure seemed to melt into the torrent of billions of years, launching a final assault on the reincarnation cage. Li Fan couldn't see Sui Jun's trace. But he knew that if even a single wisp of this temporal torrent escaped, all his previous efforts would be in vain. At this moment, Li Fan had forgotten all calculations in his mind. There was only one thought. He was determined to kill Sui Jun here. It had nothing to do with grudges, nothing to do with emotions. It was simply a life and death struggle at a crucial point in the Dao battle. To ensure that the reincarnation cage could withstand this final impact, Li Fan split countless thoughts, all surging into every reincarnation cycle. Thus, besides Sui Jun's aging figure in every cycle, there was Li Fan's silently gazing form. Omnipresent and utterly exhaustive, no matter how Sui Jun's lightning-like torrent of billions of years impacted it again and again, the cage constructed by Li Fan remained unbreakable. Not retreating an inch, the momentum of the counterattack, after reaching its peak, began to wane. As the greatest storm passed, Sui Jun's dying strike became weaker and weaker. The aftershocks rippled, but ultimately, they could no longer cause any significant disturbance. In countless reincarnation cycles, Li Fan's figure appeared before the Sui Jun he was overseeing. Expressionless, he struck down with a palm. Bang! In an instant, billions of Sui Jun's illusory figures shattered simultaneously. And in reality, it was the fall of a saint. The demise of a saint, if it had occurred in mountain and sea, would undoubtedly have caused a world-shattering change in the landscape. But this was the void realm. Even if the more powerful three saints had perished here, it wouldn't have caused much of a stir. Sui Jun died so silently, without a single sound. Not even the dispersion of his own Tao fluctuations occurred. And Li Fan, as the victor, was not in much better shape. His desperate effort had indeed overdrawn his body. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the true spirit he had forcibly absorbed earlier uncontrollably returned to the void realm. There was no excitement on his face from winning the great battle and killing a saint. Instead, he looked worried, disregarding his own injuries. He hurried to escape the place. Even if the void realm's tide grew more turbulent, he couldn't care less. In the distance, Thief of Opportunities, who had been waiting for a long time, was still observing. With his true spirit shattered to this extent, even with his extraordinary ability to absorb accumulated true spirit, it's a certain death. Now, I am the fisherman, and it's foolproof. Thief of Opportunities finally relaxed. He had already begun to ponder how to use Li Fan. I'll erase his consciousness and refine him into a magic treasure that can absorb true spirit at any time. With this treasure, this dangerous void realm will become an inexhaustible treasure trove for me. Even the three saints will no longer be able to trap me. Perhaps, I might even have a chance to glimpse the beginning of mountain and sea. Lost in thought, Thief of Opportunities had already caught up to Li Fan. After all, Li Fan was heavily injured, and even with his efforts to escape, he couldn't match Thief of Opportunities' speed. I wonder what method he used to repeatedly return to normal from Sui Jun's attacks. But it doesn't matter, once I refine him into a magic treasure, everything will be at my disposal. Without further ado, Thief of Opportunities gently placed his hands on Li Fan's head. At this very moment, Li Fan, who had been unable to move, suddenly opened his eyes again. In an instant, in Thief of Opportunities' eyes, the chi of fate between them changed drastically. 1717, Stealing the Machine and Seizing It. Chapter 1703, Cheji seizes Huan Zhen. He had clearly been in a position to reap the benefits, emerging leisurely as a hunter. But now, he suddenly lost all vitality, his future a dead end. And Zhou Wei, whom he had long considered his prey, had instead become the hunter. His chi was unfathomable, and he was undoubtedly out of danger. All these changes happened so quickly. And incredibly. So much so that Cheji himself, even witnessing it firsthand, was momentarily stunned. He truly couldn't understand how Li Fan, already weakened to the brink of death, could possibly turn the tables. But it didn't matter, Li Fan would soon reveal the answer. When true is false, false is true. A ethereal whisper, seemingly with the power to penetrate the void, suddenly echoed in Cheji's ears. Though Cheji didn't understand its meaning, he instinctively felt its extraordinary nature. His heart tightened, and he urgently wanted to suppress Li Fan. But, Li Fan suddenly stretched out his hands, instantly locking Cheji in place, rendering him immobile. Cheji was then horrified to discover that the other party's apparent severe injuries were all just a facade. Even the power that Zhou Wei suddenly erupted with was no less than his own. The two sides engaged in a power struggle, momentarily reaching a stalemate. Could it be that Zhou Wei has been hiding his strength all along? A flash of shock and anger crossed Cheji's mind. But then, something even more terrifying happened to him. Because he belatedly realized that it wasn't that the other party had previously concealed his cultivation. Instead, he had grown weaker. In an instant, nearly half of his strength vanished into thin air, reducing him to the cultivation of a newly ascended saint. How could such an absurd and bizarre thing happen in this world? Fear began to grow in Cheji's heart, but he quickly suppressed it, desperately searching for a way out of the impossible situation. He remembered the words Zhou Wei had just chanted. When true is false, false is true, when true is false, false is true. Suddenly, Cheji's body trembled slightly. Connecting this with the scene of Zhou Hui's earlier battle with Sui Jun, he instantly understood something. It seems as if all the negative effects brought about by the passage of time have disappeared, completely ineffective. In reality, it is the recreation of a completely new self upon a decaying body. In a single thought, from false to true. Sui Jun's power, even the other shore sages must be wary of it. Yet, it ultimately has a cost. How can it withstand this endless creation? This is the change of false as true. And now, my saint realm, cultivation, strength, luck, and destiny, countless years of accumulation, are lost in one morning. So incredible, so unreasonable. True as false. From the very beginning, there was no saint named Zhou Wei, but rather the saint of truth and falsehood. Amidst the struggle, Cheji, who had figured out the profound mystery, not only did not despair. Instead, his eyes burst forth with an unprecedented light. His heart also began to pound fiercely, as it hadn't in a long time. He truly saw his glimmer of hope. The great path of truth and falsehood, the great path of truth and falsehood. I never thought such an incredible Tao would actually exist in the mountain and sea. That legend from back then was actually true. In the land of death, there are great opportunities hidden. Even if truth and falsehood is your Tao, I may not be unable to snatch it back. Greedy killing intent burned fiercely in his eyes like blazing flames. Cheji exhaled a long breath, and in an instant, tens of millions of streams of light scattered from his body. These were all the various luck he had absorbed and accumulated over countless years, some from mortals, some from true immortals, and some from mountain and sea saints. It was these foundations that built his formidable reputation as Cheji. But now, all of them were abandoned by Cheji. He wanted to make one last desperate gamble, to use the pure principle of thief of opportunities to seize the great path of truth and falsehood from the other party. If I obtain truth and falsehood, then I obtain the mountain and sea. The myriad luck, now free, scattered and fled. Like dragons soaring in the sky, they stirred up a commotion in the void. And having lost the blessings of various luck, Cheji's strength naturally declined further. But this also allowed him to unleash the entirety of the thief of opportunities Tao to contend for the change of truth and falsehood before him. Boom boom boom, when false is true, as Li Fan chanted again, he suddenly felt his soul tremble. It seemed as if something cold and formless had forcefully inserted itself into his consciousness. And it was trying to pull it out with great force. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint, sharp ringing in his ears gradually began, then intensified, turning into thunderous roars that continuously exploded in Li Fan's mind. Before Li Fan's eyes, the Huan Zhen light curtain suddenly appeared. Then it blurred with shaking. And an unbearable pain came from all parts of his body and divine soul. Dense and countless, like needle pricks and knife cuts. No words in the world could describe the pain Li Fan was suffering at this moment. Due to this distraction, the casting of the change of truth and falsehood was forced to interrupt. Feeling his act of seizing effective, Cheji's spirit was invigorated, and he struck while the iron was hot. Even the origin of the thief of opportunities Tao was burned and utilized by him at this moment. This was an act of success or death. Burning the origin of thief of opportunities, once started, could not be stopped. Even if Li Fan interrupted the true as false reduction, Cheji would eventually degenerate into a mortal with no cultivation due to the gradual loss of his origin. But at this moment, Cheji did not hesitate in the slightest. Even if I lose all thief of opportunities, as long as I can seize the great path of truth and falsehood, I can instantly turn the tide. Holding on to this belief, flames rose from Cheji's body. The invisible hand that had inserted itself deep into Li Fan's divine soul stirred even more intensely. Swearing to search for traces of the great path of truth and falsehood. Extreme pain gives rise to anger, and extreme anger gives rise to malice. After gradually adapting to the pain brought by thief of opportunities, Li Fan reorganized his thoughts. False is true. He gritted his teeth and once again cast the change of truth and falsehood. Fortunately, after so many reincarnations over the years, the casting of the change of truth and falsehood had been engraved like an instinct. At this moment, even though his consciousness was somewhat blurred, he could still perform it smoothly. Another carving knife cut down. But perhaps because Cheji was burning and releasing his origin, and his realm was already falling, the effect this time was far from as good as the first time. The flames on Cheji's body remained bright, almost blinding Li Fan's eyes. Soon, I'll find it soon. Cheji's sense of smell had always been keen. Especially for existences that could be called treasures. And the great path of truth and falsehood was undoubtedly one of the top treasures in the mountain and sea. Legend says that when the mountain and sea divided soul was on the verge of death, he left behind 3 contingencies. Each one had the power to overturn the mountain and sea. After the divine soul fell, the mountain and sea evolved independently, but the whereabouts of those three contingencies were never found. Until Tao annihilation arose, foretelling the arrival of the star. The mountain and sea divided soul, the star devours the mountain and sea. This is one of them. And this great path of truth and falsehood before my eyes. The closer he got, the more Cheji could feel its taste. The ethereal establishes the foundation of all things, the profound gives rise to the change of reality and illusion, the brilliant suspends the balance of all wonders. Like a remnant thought of a god, it can break the mountain and sea, it can stabilize the illusory star. Even though he was still tens of thousands of miles away, Cheji felt some of the great profoundness of the Tao of truth and falsehood. Even amidst the rising flames, his body trembled uncontrollably from excessive excitement. As one of the few strong individuals in the mountain and sea, Cheji had never thought that he would ever have the realization of, if I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening. 2 lines of clear tears suddenly flowed down, quickly dissipating into the origin flames. Immediately, a greater greed surged in his heart. Such a wondrous item, I must make it my own. Cheji went completely mad, holding nothing back. He thoroughly ignited all his remaining existence. This time, it was no longer just the origin Tao, but also his thoughts, feelings, and even his body and divine soul. All became bargaining chips for a desperate struggle. Reaching out with all his might towards the perceived location of the great path of truth and falsehood. Boom! An unprecedented tremor originated from Li Fan's divine soul. Li Fan's face showed horror, while Cheji was overjoyed. Found it! Regardless of everything, Cheji, who was left with only a few remnants due to the burning of his origin, used his last ounce of strength. He wanted to pull the great path of truth and falsehood out of Li Fan's body and claim it for himself. But, Cheji's expression slowly froze. The extremely bright light in his eyes also dimmed in an instant. Although he had touched the great path of truth and falsehood, the great path of truth and falsehood remained motionless. How could this be? Cheji stared blankly, disbelieving and incomprehensibly. He tried again with force. The result was still the same. 3 attempts, still no difference. Cheji finally gave up. Due to a wrong judgment, Cheji's life was about to end. But his expression gradually became calm. To be able to witness this divine object before death, I die without regrets. Only, unfortunately, I cannot claim it for myself. He touched it gently again, for the last time. But in the end, he felt nothing more. Inside Li Fan's body, everything returned to normal. The originally blurred light curtain of Huan Zhen became clear again. And Cheji Saint, amidst the raging flames, turned into ashes. Li Fan gently shook his head, trying to banish the sensation of the foreign object being inserted from his mind. Looking at the great Tao origin flames before him, he felt quite lucky to have survived. He truly hadn't expected Cheji Saint's strength to be so terrifying. Not only could he endure for a long time under the change of truth and falsehood, he could even sense and even strip Huan Zhen from his own body. Although he ultimately failed, it still left Li Fan with lingering fear. I was still a bit overconfident. The change of truth and falsehood is effective against those below the saint realm. In an instant, it can strip away the true spirit of an opponent, turning them into dust. But against a mountain and sea saint, the saint's accumulation over countless years in the mountain and sea is simply too abundant. Even if they cannot escape the influence of true as false, it is enough for them to endure for a period of time. In the game between saints, anything can happen within that time. Li Fan took a deep breath. If Cheji Saint was already like this, then undoubtedly, what about the stronger Lianshan, Guihai, and Tai 3 sages? Fortunately, the 3 sages currently seem to possess Dao Da. As long as I continue to maintain the true spirit infusion and the identity of a Shanghai walker, I will be safe and sound. While pondering, Li Fan also didn't forget to absorb the remaining power of Cheji Saint. Although Cheji Saint had self-immolated, the mountain and sea thief of opportunities Dao still remained. However, it seemed to be recovering from a serious injury, and compared to the formidable Cheji Saint, the remaining power appeared so weak. With a thought from Li Fan, the scattered sparks of light suddenly disappeared. And on the great Tao of returning to truth column of Huan Zhen, a few characters suddenly appeared. Representing Li Fan's gains this time, Sui Jun and Cheji. The flowing light rotated, engraved and manifested, returning to the truth. 3rd Sui Jun, 4th Cheji. Li Fan looked at the increasingly abundant great Tao of returning to truth column, his heart filled with joy. Suddenly, he noticed that this long string of characters seemed to be undergoing a change. 7 colored light flowed, like water, slowly shifting. Cheji, at the end, moved forward, seemingly wanting to go to the first position. Cheji, Zhou Wei, Sui Jun, Xuanu. Is this arranged by strength? Li Fan vaguely saw a clue. However, then he thought of something and frowned. Let's stick to the chronological order. In the unseen, there is a fixed number. Chronological order contains profound and mystical principles. As for strength, strength has no fixed rule. My consecutive victories over Sui Jun and Cheji today are proof. Li Fan said proudly, insisting. As if sensing Li Fan's firm resolve, the 7-colored flowing light on the great Tao of returning to truth paused for a moment. Ultimately, it returned to its original state. Everything was based on Li Fan's will. The flowing light settled, no longer rotating. Li Fan, however, did not leave the void for the time being, but first recovered from his injuries. This battle was brutal. Although he successfully acquired the Tao of Sui Jun and Cheji, he also suffered considerable backlash. Not to mention, the few blows he took from Shou Chu just to put on a show for the other shore sages were not light. Not to mention the exhaustive consumption from fighting Sui Jun and Cheji later. The extreme shattering and absorption of true spirit, even with my physique, is a bit unbearable. I can clearly feel symptoms of true spirit loss. It needs time to slowly recover. Furthermore, Li Fan stretched out his arms and slowly observed them, his expression solemn. Although not obvious, it can still be felt. It's like being between truth and falsehood, both near and far, existing and non-existing. This is the price I paid for forcefully using the change of truth and falsehood to defend myself. Originally, if it had gone smoothly, I wouldn't have suffered such a strong backlash. However, Cheji's ferocity was far beyond my expectations. Before Shou Chu and the other shore sages, I can use the excuse of severe injury. But these traces probably can't be hidden from the Lianshan 3 sages. It seems that I can't go back in this life. Fortunately, Li Fan never intended to return to the original mountain and sea and report back to the 3 sages. It's fine to just suppress and absorb all the remaining saints here. Li Fan sat cross-legged in the void, using the change of truth and falsehood to repair his severely injured body. Perhaps because there had once been a foreign object inserted, it seemed to have a flaw, making the repair particularly arduous. Li Fan multitasked, taking the opportunity to comprehend the newly acquired Tao of Sui Jun and Cheji. On both Tao paths, the last thoughts of their previous owners seemed to linger. Leaving aside Sui Jun for now, Li Fan himself was more interested in Cheji. The ethereal establishes the foundation of all things, the profound gives rise to the change of reality and illusion, the brilliant suspends the balance of all wonders. This should be the change of truth and falsehood, right? Li Fan pondered for a moment, then was slightly stunned. It's actually more profound than what I've comprehended. 1718, Xuanji Ring in Heart. Chapter 1704, Xuanji Ring in the Heart. Somewhat interesting. Intentions swirled on the great path of thief of opportunities, seeming to be filled with unwillingness, and an infinite yearning for, the great path of truth and falsehood. But all of these things completely vanished with Li Fan's intervention, becoming pure Tao principles. What Cheji Saint comprehended, though seemingly profound, was ultimately just a fantasy of someone who had never encountered the change of truth and falsehood, Li Fan mused, shaking his head slightly after thoroughly reviewing Cheji Saint's lingering thoughts. The establishment of all things, the change of reality and illusion, and the balance of all wonders are merely superficial aspects of the change of truth and falsehood. Just like the hall of the great Tao of returning to truth, which can display all the great Tao under heaven, seemingly encompassing all principles in the mountain and sea. But the core is still the 4 characters, great Tao of returning to truth. The true essence of the change of truth and falsehood. It's still those 7 characters. As if sensing Li Fan's thoughts, the small line of characters, true as false as true, suddenly appeared on the Huan Zhen panel. It seemed to contain infinite profound mysteries, then dissipated with a rumble a moment later, hiding in the darkness. No matter how much more is said, it's merely a thought of truth and falsehood. This is what is called, the great Tao is simple. Of course, Li Fan also had to admit that to have such comprehension ability the moment he touched Huan Zhen, Cheji Saint's comprehension ability was indeed superior to his own. Li Fan's current understanding of the change of truth and falsehood was accumulated and refined through countless cycles of reincarnation. Being able to touch Huan Zhen is one thing. Whether Huan Zhen is willing to go with you is another matter entirely. Li Fan lightly snorted in his heart, and the fourth thief of opportunities, on the great Tao of returning to truth column instantly emitted a brilliant seven-colored light. In an instant, as if incarnating as Cheji Saint, Li Fan scanned his surroundings and reached out towards the nearby illusory realm. The myriad luck released by Cheji Saint in his desperate struggle, some of which hadn't had time to flee far, were recaptured by Li Fan. Having luck bestowed upon me is indeed different. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, experiencing the taste of immense luck. With my current understanding of the Zhou Wei Great Tao, I can comprehend the Tao and become a saint on my own. Then, I can try to put on the thief of opportunities, outer garment again. The power of two saints, though not necessarily meaning a doubling of strength, will ultimately provide another trump card when truly fighting. Having been in a dangerous situation while confronting Cheji Saint, Li Fan was well aware of the deterrent capability of the Thief of Opportunities Great Tao. Actually, for me, Thief of Opportunities is far less useful than the Great Tao of returning to truth. But Huan Zhen cannot easily appear before others, so I can borrow the name of Thief of Opportunities. In addition to his insights into truth, falsehood, and Thief of Opportunities, Li Fan also glimpsed the ancient legend within the residual thoughts. The god once left 3 backup plans. If the second 2 are Huan Zhen and Xing Cha, then what is the last one? Li Fan had personally been to the mountains and sea's end, witnessing the fall of mountain and sea and the descent of the solitary star. At that time, besides Huan Zhen being able to turn the tide and contend with Xing Cha, there was nothing else left in the entire mountain and sea. It can't possibly be me, right? Li Fan thought playfully. He wanted to tentatively get an answer from Huan Zhen. Unfortunately, Huan Zhen remained as before, silent. Li Fan didn't mind either. As his strength gradually allowed him to contend with and even slay saints, he was getting closer and closer to the realm of the mountain and sea's peak. Presumably, it won't be long before I know all the answers. Li Fan shed the Thief of Opportunities, outer garment, allowing the captured myriad luck to dissipate once more. With Huan Zhen in hand, even immense luck was inferior. I wonder how Shou Chu Gong is doing. Having finally almost completely healed his internal injuries, Li Fan rapidly fled back in the direction he came from. From afar, he could sense the turbulent aura of the saints' battle. He saw Shou Chu Gong, holding the 3 saint treasures, facing the encirclement of Gui Ming, Duan Chen, Yi Pan, and Xing Cha, yet he was not at all at a disadvantage. Shou Chu's figure sat upright and stood firm. No matter how fate was altered, prophecies manipulated, or karma judged, he remained unconcerned, unmoving. Xing Cha seized the opportunity, releasing a sky full of starlight, attempting to break through Shou Chu's defenses. However, it was easily blocked by the Lian Shan staff and Gui Hai shovel. And the Zongsheng cudgel was elusive, occasionally appearing silently behind a saint, striking them on the head. Although Shou Chu was surrounded, he also had opportunities to counterattack. However, given the disparity in numbers, if the 4 saints were determined to encircle him, he would not be able to escape for a while. At this moment, the battle was in full swing. Yet Li Fan returned from the depths of the illusory realm. Shou Chu Gong was overjoyed, while the other 4 saints were instantly stunned. Since Zhou Wei had returned, where were Sui Jun and Cheji Saint? One must know that the strength of these 2 was above that of the 4 saints present. If even they had met with misfortune, the 4 saints of Xing Cha couldn't help but stop their attacks, their gazes directed towards the depths of the illusory realm. They tried to find the missing figures of Cheji Saint and Sui Jun. However, Li Fan's words cruelly shattered their illusions. Sui Jun and Cheji Saint have already been executed. Why do you not surrender quickly? Initially, the 4 saints of Xing Cha naturally regarded these words as deception. But as Cheji Saint and the others still didn't return, the 4 saints became increasingly hesitant. It couldn't be that they had lost them, could it? The 4 saints looked at each other. Stubborn. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Let me tell you, when I came here, the 3 saints granted me 8 characters. No taboos, act as you see fit. I originally hoped you would rebuild the mountain and sea and jointly resist Tao annihilation. But now it seems you are beyond hope. Li Fan's words, however, were for Shou Chu Gong's ears. After speaking, he no longer concealed himself, revealing the aura of Thief of Opportunities. He was the first to grab at Gui Ming from the air. Gui Ming instantly felt a cold, invisible hand gently caress his skull. He was immediately terrified, crying out in alarm, the great path of Thief of Opportunities. Cheji Saint, the strongest among the saints, had mysteriously disappeared, yet his cultivated great Tao appeared on Li Fan, whom he had been pursuing. What happened in the depths of the illusory realm? The outcome was self-evident. Although it seemed incredibly unbelievable, Li Fan was, after all, holding the three saint treasures and carrying the mission of the three saints. Who knew what other treasures the three saints had bestowed upon him besides the staff, shovel, and cudgel? The three saints' foundations were unfathomable. Even though Cheji Saint was already the strongest among the saints, he was easily suppressed by the three saints. Thinking of this, the four saints, Gui Ming, panicked and fled, scattering in all directions, leaving behind a similarly astonished Shou Chu Gong. Shou Chu, don't be stunned. If they react in a moment, it will be too late. After Li Fan finished speaking, his aura suddenly weakened. Only then did Shou Chu understand, grabbing Li Fan and rapidly returning to the mountain and sea. Amidst the turbulent currents of the mountain and sea, Li Fan explained the whole story to Shou Chu. Naturally, there was both truth and falsehood in it. So, you barely managed to slay Sui Jun and Cheji Saint with the help of the three saint treasures, but you yourself were severely wounded. Your Zhou Wei Dao path is completely destroyed, and you instead comprehended the great path of thief of opportunities. Shou Chu Gong asked thoughtfully. That's right, Cheji Saint knew he had no hope of escape. In his final desperate struggle, he abandoned the myriad luck he had seized, attempting to seize my body's fortune to escape certain death. He almost succeeded, Li Fan said with lingering fear. That's something he would do, Shou Chu Gong sighed lightly after a long silence. Cheji Saint calculated in every possible way, yet he did not know. I, who traversed from the mountains and sea's end, had long cultivated the ability to rise from obscurity even if my cultivation was completely fey. Shou Chu may not know, but in the previous mountain and sea, I was a Xuanyu saint. However, after the mountain and sea were reunited, two Xuanyu appeared in this world. I was the later one, and I could not bear for us to turn against each other. So I voluntarily proposed to abandon my Xuanyu Dao path. The three saints, seeing my ability to infuse true spirit, then guided me to the fortune of Zhou Wei. This part was not made up by Li Fan, but was his true experience in this life. Shou Chu Gong nodded repeatedly, praising, fellow Taoist has virtue. No wonder the three saints entrusted such a heavy responsibility to you. Afterwards, the two discussed the subsequent matters. Although the three saints once said that I should act as I see fit, the mountain and sea are in turmoil and could be swallowed by Tao annihilation at any time. I'm afraid that with just the two of us, it will be difficult to stabilize the situation. We still need the help of the four saints, Gui Ming, so it is not advisable to engage in further killing, Li Fan slowly said. These words perfectly matched Shou Chu's intentions. After all, they had sat together in the Xuanji ring for countless years, so they had at least some feelings for each other. However, I'm not sure how to make the four saints willingly rebuild the mountain and sea. Alas, if the Xuanji ring were still here, it would be great, Li Fan sighed, frowning. Shou Chu Gong's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. However, he did not speak immediately, but only after careful consideration did he say, actually, to be precise, we have been sitting in the Xuanji ring for countless years, and the number of times it has truly functioned is very few. After first experiencing the divine might of the Xuanji ring, the saints were subdued and could no longer harbor other thoughts. They could only be forced to be of one mind with the three saints. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding the hidden meaning in Shou Chu's words. Although the Xuanji ring is broken, we cannot restore it. But as long as we make the saints believe that we still have the Xuanji ring in our hands, we can trick them into re-entering their seats. Based on my understanding of them, that is indeed the case. At the very least, for a short period, they should not detect any abnormalities. That will be enough for us to jointly rebuild and stabilize the precarious state of the mountain and sea. Of course, that Xuanji ring cannot be too fake. If it's seen through at a glance, we won't be able to deceive them, Shou Chu Gong slowly said. I wonder if there were any remnants left after the Xuanji ring shattered that day? Li Fan asked. Shou Chu Gong hesitated for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he replied with some uncertainty, there should be. However, at that time, we were shaken by the fall of the three saints and did not pay attention to the whereabouts of those fragments. But since the mountain and sea have not been completely lost, the Xuanji ring fragments are still hidden within the mountain and sea. Then we need to find them as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, I haven't seen the Taiwei Sacred Emperor since I arrived. I wonder if Li Fan suddenly asked. Shou Chu's expression dimmed upon hearing this. The fall of the three saints caused an earth-shattering commotion. Taiwei's sacred emperor, sensing the anomaly, thought a great change had occurred on the other shore and rushed over to investigate. Unexpectedly, he was besieged by the unconstrained saints. It was a calculated attack against an unsuspecting target. He couldn't hold on for too long and perished. Along with him, countless beings of the Taiwei sacred dynasty were annihilated. This is also why I hid when you arrived. I truly witnessed their heinous acts and did not wish to associate with them, yet I could not stop them, Shou Chu sighed repeatedly. Li Fan, however, offered comfort. No worries, with my arrival, order will be restored. Everything will surely return to normal. When the mountain and sea are reunited, Taiwei's sacred emperor will be restored to his original state. At most, he will lose one instance of the strength increase brought by the mountain and sea reunion. Shou Chu nodded slightly, agreeing with Li Fan's statement. Having sat in the Xuanji ring for countless years, Shou Chu was extremely familiar with the Xuanji ring's aura. After a thorough search of the mountain and sea, he quickly collected dozens of Xuanji ring fragments. And in order not to let the four saints, Gui Ming, detect their plan, Li Fan occasionally showed himself during this period to attract their attention. Although the four saints gradually grew suspicious of what Li Fan had said that day, the fact that Cheji Saint had perished and Li Fan was alive remained true. Even though they harbored doubts, no one was willing to make the first move to test Li Fan's true strength. Thus, Li Fan truly managed to keep them occupied. There should only be these last ones left, Shou Chu sighed, looking at the fragments before him. Li Fan looked at the dozens of white jade pieces scattered quietly in front of him, unable to discern any hint of their magnificent past, when they once covered the other shore and asserted their power over the mountain and sea. He picked one up and examined it carefully. He couldn't even determine its material. It seems that restoration, even if it's just a forgery, is far from as simple as imagined. The Xuanji ring, as its name suggests, was truly profound. Li Fan observed it for a long time, yet he couldn't discern any clues. That is indeed the case. The Xuanji ring was jointly forged by the three saints, capable of subtly influencing even the minds of saints, truly the pinnacle of mountain and sea creations. Apart from the three saints, no one else, even if they were within it day and night, could fathom its mysteries. Otherwise, if they had been trapped for so many years, wouldn't they have found a way to escape long ago? This is also why the saints did not actively collect the fragments after the Xuanji ring shattered that day. If I had personally witnessed the birth of the Xuanji ring, perhaps I could still barely attempt to recreate a part of it. But when I entered the mountain and sea, the Xuanji ring had already existed for a long time. As Shou Chu spoke, his expression suddenly solidified, and he looked at the Lian Shan staff, Guihai shovel, and Zongsheng cudgel on Li Fan's body. These three treasures had been given by Li Fan to Shou Chu for combat earlier, and after Li Fan's return, Shou Chu had voluntarily returned them. Although in reality, the three treasures could unleash their greatest destructive power when on Shou Chu, Li Fan still took them back. Seeing Shou Chu's gaze at this moment, his heart also stirred. He immediately summoned the three items, bowed respectfully, and solemnly said, "Having traversed the mountain and sea, enduring trials of life and death, I have finally found a way to break the deadlock. I hope you will not hesitate to assist." The three treasures had accompanied the three saints since their humble beginnings and naturally possessed their own spirituality. And they had witnessed everything that happened in both segments of the mountain and sea. Now, facing Li Fan's request, after some deliberation, they seemed to have reached a consensus. The Lian Shan staff soared into the air, and dozens of Xuanji ring fragments, as if drawn by an unseen force, revolved around it. One after another, illusory images of continuous mountain ranges appeared. The Guihai shovel followed closely behind. The illusory images of mountains and seas intertwined, seemingly containing all laws and all Tao in the world. And the Zongsheng cudgel tapped repeatedly, and countless beings slowly emerged within the illusory images of mountains and seas. The images of the mountain and sea sculpted by the three treasures were as if real. They underwent the passage of time and the vicissitudes of ages. And with each flash of light representing 100 million years, a white light flew out from within, landing on the surrounding Xuanji ring fragments. 1719. Mountain and Sea Potential Theory. Chapter 1705. On Mountain and Sea Potential. It was as if the process of Xuanji ring's refinement was being replayed. Or perhaps, it was imitating the Lianshan three sages, re-refining the Xuanji ring. As the mountain and sea phantom flickered, years passed and changed. And the severely damaged Xuanji ring was being repaired inch by inch. After a long time, the Lian Shan staff, Gui Hai shovel, and Zongsheng cudgel retracted their light, as if they had lost all spirituality, almost falling from their floating state. Li Fan promptly put away the three treasures, then looked at the Xuanji ring, which seemed to be restored to its original state. Shou Chu, however, saw through the mystery first. It hasn't truly recovered, but it has engraved the method of how to recast it. Like a mold, we only need to infuse materials and power into it. Although it cannot be compared with the true Xuanji ring, it still possesses 1/3 of its power. It's more than enough to bluff Gui Ming and them for a short time, Shou Chu Gong said with pleasant surprise. Perhaps the Lianshan three sages had already considered the Xuanji ring's breakage and my need to rebuild it when they handed over the treasure to me, Li Fan said thoughtfully. Shou Chu nodded in agreement. Li Fan carefully examined the Xuanji ring before him again. Or rather, the Xuanji ring mold would be more appropriate. Reality and illusion intertwined, fully expressing the supreme principles of mountain and sea. Beginning and end connected, forming a self-contained cycle. While reflecting and containing the mountain and sea, it also used the power of Xuanji to bind everything within this small circular ring, causing them to be of one mind and one heart, following the rules. This method is ingenious yet simple, embodying kingly dominance. Compared to forcibly twisting thoughts, it is more than 100 times more brilliant. Li Fan praised repeatedly in his heart after studying it for a while. When the sages were seated within the Xuanji ring, their individual personalities and temperaments would not actually change. The sages were still the sages. It was just that under the influence of the Xuanji power, their thoughts and considerations would first prioritize the overall situation of the mountain and sea. At the same time, they would regard the sages sharing the Xuanji ring as fellow cultivators. Coupled with the suppression of the Lianshan three sages, that's why they appeared so peaceful and benevolent. However, once the Xuanji ring shattered, this collective would instantly be broken. Towards outsiders, the sages would naturally display their own methods, showing no mercy. Li Fan carefully savored the wonders of the Xuanji ring, while Shou Chu Gong's expression gradually grew serious. The Xuanji ring was forged by the joint efforts of the Lianshan three sages. Although it appears to be a single entity, there are actually three forces coexisting. Therefore, if one wishes to restore it using this mold, it is best to have three individuals. Otherwise, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. After speaking, Li Fan and Shou Chu Gong exchanged glances. If Tai Wei hadn't fallen, perhaps we could have sought his cooperation. But now, where can we find a third sage in this dying mountain and sea? Shou Chu couldn't help but feel troubled. Li Fan also frowned slightly. Although I possess the supreme method of true spirit infusion, I still need a suitable seed. I wonder if such a person still exists in this fragment of mountain and sea. After some discussion, the two decided to first complete a portion of the Xuanji ring mold while simultaneously searching for a suitable candidate for Dao certification within the mountain and sea. At the same time, to deter the Gui Ming four sages, Li Fan occasionally manipulated the accumulated true spirit in the illusory realm, creating huge commotions. The four sages became suspicious, thinking Li Fan was plotting something in the illusory realm. Their attention was temporarily diverted. As the saying goes, it is in the midst of great turmoil that heroes truly emerge. In times of crisis and the end of days, there will naturally be those who can turn the tide. Shou Chu, you were like that in the past, and there are still such individuals in the current mountain and sea. The two searched, and finally found a suitable candidate in a surviving possibility. Li Fan pointed at that figure at this moment, unable to help but exclaim. Shou Chu also showed a look of great appreciation. This child, 100 years ago, when the mountain and sea shattered, was merely at the nameless true immortal realm. As the end of days arrived and the mountain and sea neared disintegration, the constraints between possibilities were weakened accordingly. He finally broke through his long-standing shackles and attained the realm of transcendence. It's just a pity that after stepping out of the possibilities, what he saw was a fragmented and precarious state of the mountain and sea. He even encountered Dao annihilation waves several times, almost perishing. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have almost intervened to save him. Li Fan said indifferently. I observe that this child's luck is not exhausted. In life and death situations, great opportunities are repeatedly hidden. If he were saved, it would instead cause him to miss out on these opportunities. Shou Chu nodded. The Tao of Thief of Opportunities is indeed profound. He has indeed escaped death repeatedly, and even found a saint medicine scattered when Tai Wei fell from the chaotic currents of the mountain and sea. With the help of this saint luck great medicine, he has completely stabilized his transcendence realm. If the mountain and sea were still stable, he might have had a chance to aspire to the sage realm on his own. But now, Li Fan chuckled. Aren't we still here? After observing him in secret for so long, this child indeed meets our requirements in all aspects. That's right. After his strength increased, feeling the chaotic and apocalyptic situation of the mountain and sea, he returned to his homeland alone. He led the Immortals to resist Tao annihilation. He even selflessly imparted all of his insights. In this single possibility, within a short period, 13 Transcendence Realm powerhouses were successively born. Although this almost exhausted the potential of this possibility, it also formed a solid defensive force. Now that the Tao annihilation storm is gradually rising, they can still be considered safe. Even if the mountain and sea collapses, their location will be where they can survive to the end, Shou Chu Gong praised without reservation. Speaking of the potential of possibilities, I've recently observed that this place seems to have increased somewhat after being exhausted. I wonder if it's my illusion. It's not an illusion, but actually true. Shou Chu began to explain to Li Fan. The potential of possibilities originates from the mountain and sea. Under normal circumstances, from the day of its birth, it is already fixed and unchangeable. How many nameless, how many transcendent, and even whether sages will be born within it, are all predetermined. Only in extremely special circumstances can it defy fate and change. Not knowing what he thought of, Shou Chu's words paused slightly. Then he pointed to the possibility that the two were observing and said, now that the mountain and sea is shattered and order is lost, it is an opportunity for changing fate. To put it simply, the potential of possibilities is like the nutrients in the soil. Although it is not an absolutely fixed quantity, its replenishment speed is extremely slow. From the perspective of us living beings, we will naturally feel that it is limited. Moreover, the mountain and sea is already in a state where it can barely protect itself, and it will not allocate power to nourish the living beings within the mountain and sea. And the increase in the potential of this possibility right now is due to the fragmentation of the mountain and sea and the self-loss of its potential. Li Fan immediately understood. This extra potential comes from other possibilities that have already been destroyed. Originally, Li Fan found it difficult to discern how much potential was contained within a possibility. However, in the process of searching for suitable talent for Tao certification, he noticed that Shou Chu could often determine at a glance whether their target existed within a possibility, and his accuracy rate was often very high. Therefore, he asked, since they were fellow cultivators in saving the world, Shou Chu Gong naturally did not hesitate to share this small method of discerning the potential of possibilities. He taught it to Li Fan in detail. This method is called open black lens bracket observing the mountain and sea close black lens bracket, which can peer into the mai luo of possibilities originating from the mountain and sea. Then, by synthesizing various forms, it determines the magnitude of its potential. In the process of searching for suitable assistance over the years, Li Fan had already cultivated it to minor achievement. Logically speaking, if the methods are appropriate, it is possible to drain the potential of several possibilities and supply it to one of them. Li Fan suddenly felt something during his observation and enlightenment, and said this. Shou Chu Gong paused slightly, then nodded and said, it is indeed possible. However, there's no great meaning. For us, although we come from different possibilities, we are all born within the mountain and sea. There is no difference. Moreover, the potential of possibilities involves the origin power of the mountain and sea. If forcibly invoked, it might trigger a backlash from the mountain and sea. Although we sages are not afraid, we must also worry about the already fragile mountain and sea suffering further heavy damage. The topic thus stopped and returned to the transcendent cultivator they had taken a liking to. This person cultivated the Tao of Bu Ju, following the method of unifying all selves. In the apocalyptic era of the mountain and sea, it was a time of both grave crises and burgeoning opportunities. With numerous possibilities annihilated, the number of Bu Ju that needed to be unified throughout the entire mountain and sea was merely a handful. Bu Ju took only a mere 100 years to complete a path that ordinary transcendent individuals would find difficult to achieve in a lifetime. Like Dao, special circumstances have created a unique existence in the mountain and sea in some sense. Although the lack of self-nourishment from other possibilities will inevitably lead to his true spirit being weak. However, with my intervention, there's nothing to worry about. The time has come, Shou Chu, let's make our move. The situation in the mountain and sea is becoming increasingly critical, and we can no longer wait. Li Fan said loudly. Shou Chu nodded slightly, and then the two, with great mochi, acted separately. Li Fan's figure flickered, arriving beside Bu Ju in that possibility. He looked down from above, revealing an inscrutable smile. Young friend, today a great fortune is bestowed upon you. With that, he extended a hand downwards and gently stroked. At this sudden turn of events, Bu Ju's face showed shock. He instinctively wanted to resist, but under Li Fan's restraint, he couldn't move at all. He could only obediently allow Li Fan to infuse. Gradually, the fear on Bu Ju's face disappeared, replaced by immense joy. He closed his eyes in enlightenment, awaiting the final step he was about to take. Meanwhile, outside the mountain and sea, to attract the attention of the Guiming four sages, Shou Chu had already flown out. Holding the Lian Shan staff, Gui Hai shovel, and Zongsheng cudgel, he began to fight fiercely with the four sages. The three treasures, after years of recuperation, had recovered some fighting strength. But they had not yet returned to their peak condition. Shou Chu's gradual disadvantage was inevitable. As long as he could hold back the four sages for a period of time, until the new Bu Ju sage was born, that would be enough. Li Fan was already skilled at creating sages. And Bu Ju was also an absolute prodigy who emerged from the end of the mountain and sea. Without any surprises, before long, a strange fluctuation descended upon the mountain and sea. A new sage was born. Not good. As if they had thought of something, the Guiming four sages immediately abandoned Shou Chu and rushed over to kill this newly born sage. In an instant, Li Fan had completed the information exchange with Bu Ju. Bu Ju felt grateful to the senior who had enlightened him to become a sage. In contrast, the Guiming four sages were ruthless individuals who wanted his life without a word. There was no need to consider which side to stand on. Shou Chu, you may return. Li Fan's voice was clear and resonant, spreading throughout the shattered mountain and sea, reaching directly into the illusory realm. The Lian Shan staff and the other two treasures immediately shone brightly, protecting Shou Chu's return. Please, Xuanji Ring. Li Fan and Shou Chu spoke with solemn voices simultaneously. Thus, under the gaze of the four sages, a white circle, incredibly familiar to them, suddenly appeared in the field. The four sages, who were originally flying rapidly towards the mountain and sea, instantly stopped in their tracks. They looked at the shattered yet reappearing Xuanji ring, filled with astonishment. Having been suppressed within the ring for countless years, how could they not know the power of the Xuanji ring? Hence, they instinctively feared it. Li Fan, Shou Chu, and the newly promoted Bu Ju sage, successively sat within the Xuanji ring. In an instant, they were of one mind and one heart, their thoughts seemingly unified. So, there was such a profound mystery to the first three sages who took their seats. Under the white light reflected by the Xuanji ring, Li Fan revealed an obscure and unfathomable expression. Shou Chu and Bu Ju, who were beside him, should have been focused on repairing the Xuanji ring and resisting the impending attack of the four sages. But at this moment, they completely ignored all of that. They only looked at Li Fan. Refine all of the Guiming four sages. The great Tao of returning to truth will gain a few more points. Perhaps it will be of some inexplicable help to Huan Zhen. It wasn't Li Fan who said this. It was actually Shou Chu Gong. Bu Ju also nodded in agreement. It turns out that the mountain and sea is not suitable for return. After absorbing the other sages, the changes in your qi machine are such that even Shou Chu can vaguely perceive them. Let alone the Lianshan three sages. The ancient mountain and sea, the situation is unclear. It is best not to go alone. It is better to return to Huan Zhen, and then lurk among the sages. With collective strength, ascertain the truth. The Lian Shan staff, Gui Hai shovel, and Zongsheng cudgel can also be considered unique treasures of the mountain and sea. After refining the Guiming four sages, we will help you to comprehend them together. If we can subdue them and keep them within Huan Zhen, they might serve as a surprise weapon in the next life. And this Xuanji ring, after all this is done, there's no need to rush back to Huan Zhen. Let us work together to fully comprehend it. If in the next life, you can reproduce it yourself without the aid of the Lian Shan staff and the other two treasures, then many troubles can be avoided. Shou Chu pondered for a moment, then uttered even more astonishing words. Although the secret of carrying Huan Zhen had inadvertently been exposed, Li Fan at this moment showed no sign of the panic he should have. Instead, he was overjoyed beyond measure. Xuanji, truly lives up to its name. I finally understand why the Lianshan three sages always had a unified opinion, as if they were one person. Excellent, indeed excellent. Shou Chu Gong and Bu Ju both nodded in agreement. The moment the three of them took their seats in the Xuanji ring, countless things that Li Fan had not expected occurred. Li Fan had still greatly underestimated the power of the Xuanji ring's open black lens bracket, one mind and one heart close black lens bracket. Especially in this instance, where the three of them jointly forged it and were the first to take their seats within it. The so-called one mind and one heart meant that all of their memories and emotions merged. As if they had become a single entity. Any subsequent decisions or thoughts made by the three of them would be from the perspective of this collective entity's interests. If Li Fan did not have Huan Zhen, and was merely a villain purely concealing his true nature, then his ideas would inevitably clash violently with Shou Chu's virtuous concepts. They would need to contend with each other before discussing the matter of being of one mind and one heart. But, Li Fan just happened to be imbued with the great power of Huan Zhen. Shou Chu's ambition was to save the mountain and sea. From a broader perspective, the stronger Li Fan became, the more beneficial it would be for saving the mountain and sea. As for everything in this current mountain and sea, what sages, and even the mountain and sea itself, all were usable materials. 1720. Killing the Four Saints Together. Chapter 1706. Four Sages United in Slaughter. Within the Xuanji ring, Li Fan, Shou Chu, and Bu Ju were at this moment without self or other, indistinguishable from each other. In the past, you stumbled upon and comprehended a fragment of the great Tao of longevity. It truly seems destined. I underestimated you a bit. Even if I knew you possessed Huan Zhen, I would never resort to plunder. The treasures of mountain and sea are not for the virtuous, but for those who can obtain them. Just as I obtained the great Tao of longevity back then, once obtained, it was fate. How could it be so simple for others to snatch it away? What is called, this moment, that moment? With Huan Zhen in hand, one must be cautious. Even though I deeply understand Shou Chu's temperament now, I might not dare to easily let you know about Huan Zhen in the next life. Perhaps the memory inheritance option of Huan Zhen can be used. In my opinion, this so-called memory inheritance is more like using the change of truth and falsehood to rematerialize already perished beings. Just like the reincarnation you experienced. As they exchanged thoughts, witnessing Gui Ming and the four sages charging to prevent the Xuanji ring's reappearance, Li Fan chuckled, ants trying to shake a great tree, ridiculously overestimating themselves. Today, let's use these four sages as a sacrifice to celebrate our acquaintance. Excellent. Shou Chu nodded. The Xuanji ring's profound uses were truly unimaginable. With the memories, knowledge, and perceptions of Li Fan, Shou Chu, and Bu Ju all intertwined, it was as if Shou Chu, with his countless eons of life, was simultaneously comprehending the change of truth and falsehood that Li Fan had experienced. Although the moments of comprehension were only the 100th instance when Li Fan had activated Huan Zhen, what Shou Chu gained and understood was undoubtedly far superior to Li Fan's. As for Bu Ju, even though he was slightly weaker than Li Fan, he also had his own unique insights. 3 layers interwoven, a trinity. In the short moment Li Fan took his seat in the Xuanji ring, his comprehension of the great path of truth and falsehood had already increased exponentially. The Xuanji ring, which originally required the combined efforts of the 3 and decades to forge, was completed in mere breaths under the influence of the great path of truth and falsehood. As the white light roared and burst forth, enveloping the mountain and sea, Gui Ming and the 4 sages happened to arrive head-on. From that incredibly familiar light, an instinctive fear surged in the hearts of the sages. How is this possible? The Xuanji ring was clearly shattered. Gui Ming's voice betrayed his shock. Shou Chu declared loudly, without seeing its true form, it's naturally difficult to comprehend its supreme mysteries. Don't make futile struggles, please enter the great Tao of returning to truth. Accompanying Shou Chu's words, circles of white light, like ropes, continuously bound the bodies of the 4 sages, moving from outside to inside, from large to small. Gui Ming and the 4 sages might be able to break 1 or 2 circles with their sage divine ability. But the Xuanji's restraints were countless, just like their fate back then. In just a moment, they were suppressed by the Xuanji ring. They had originally thought that they would merely return to the other shore and resume their world-saving efforts. But they hadn't expected, compared to when the Lianshan 3 sages were in charge, the atmosphere within the Xuanji ring now felt extremely strange. Shou Chu, what do you intend to do? Gui Ming and the four sages vaguely sensed unease from the words, Great Tao of returning to truth. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm doing what needs to be done. Shou Chu chuckled again, his expression incredibly cold, as he swept his gaze over the bound sages. You all possess the realm of sages, yet you are useless for saving the mountain and sea. Why not achieve fellow Taoist fan, and when the world-ending crisis passes, your contribution can be recorded in the ledger. What Shou Chu said truly resonates with me, Li Fan echoed. Stop spouting nonsense. We were indeed not mistaken. With the Lianshan three sages gone, your true nature is completely exposed. All that talk of virtue was just a disguise to deceive the world. Duan Chen replied coldly. Even if we are captured at this moment, you are only relying on the Xuanji ring's advantage. The Xuanji ring only suppresses, it has no power to harm. If you want to kill us, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Yi Pan retorted with cold eyes. Even while suppressed, he remained fearless. Is that so? Shou Chu's expression was unreadable. Mortal eyes, how could they discern the profound mysteries? Today, I shall let you witness. To be able to glimpse the great path of truth and falsehood, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. After speaking faintly, he had already pronounced the death sentence of the four sages. Fellow Taoist fan, observe carefully. Within the Xuanji ring, in an instant, countless images of mountain and sea seemed to rise. It was not like before, merely creating illusions. The sages actually felt the aura of the real mountain and sea from within. Shangfang Mountain stretched endlessly, and the infinite sea was boundless. The pressure of the mountain and sea itself made the sages, breathing seas. And within the mountain and sea illusion, there was also a striking figure. Sitting by the mountain, gazing at the sea, with his back to Zhang Shang. Have you ever heard the sound of mountains roaring and seas raging? Have you ever seen the scene of mountains toppling and seas overflowing? Have you ever experienced the calamity of mountains collapsing and seas sinking? Have you ever feared the end of mountains perishing and seas becoming silent? Surrounded by the mountain and sea phantom, the sages could not see Shou Chu's figure. Only the might of the mountain and sea, the collapse of the mountain and sea, the destruction of the mountain and sea, all sorts of phenomena, like wind blades and frost swords, pressed in simultaneously. These were both Shou Chu's past experiences and insights, and after integrating the change of truth and falsehood, they became almost tangible. Gui Ming and the four sages, though powerful, naturally could not escape such a vast catastrophe. The mountain and sea phantom appeared, then shattered. Everything returned to tranquility. And Gui Ming and the four sages also seemed to have truly experienced a calamity of mountain and sea destruction. They were silently obliterated. From then on, they ceased to exist. Only four faint rays of light remained, suspended within the Xuanji ring. These were the Tao paths of the four sages. Although Li Fan was astonished by the destructive power Shou Chu displayed after mastering the great path of truth and falsehood, he didn't stand idly by at this moment, immediately awakening Huan Zhen. Under his gaze, the Tao paths of the four sages were instantly absorbed. More characters appeared in the great Tao of returning to truth column. To be able to achieve the Tao of a sage is already extraordinary. But looking at it now, it's merely an insignificant brick in the endless wall of truth and falsehood. Bu Ju couldn't help but exclaim, using Li Fan's eyes to personally see the great Tao of returning to truth hall. Shou Chu was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Even the great Tao of longevity is among them. When this life ends, we too can enter it. Shou Chu's words implied that he was willing to self-disintegrate and become one of the great Tao of returning to truth before Li Fan's Huan Zhen returned. This matter is not urgent. I observed Shou Chu's divine ability just now, its power is truly terrifying. Even without the Xuanji ring's restraint and suppression, ordinary sages would probably find it difficult to resist. The method of observing potential possibilities is called observing mountain and sea. This sage-slaying divine ability can be named flattening mountain and sea. Li Fan carefully savored the entire process from the appearance to the collapse of the mountain and sea phantom, feeling both shock and delight. Although in his current Trinity state with the Xuanji ring, he could be said to have a complete grasp of this divine ability, without this state's enhancement in the next life, he might not understand its meaning. Sensing Li Fan's thoughts, Shou Chu meticulously explained everything to Li Fan. All sorts of things are merely the recreation of what I personally experienced, using the great path of truth and falsehood. Then, they are applied back to the opponent. If there were no enhancement from the great path of truth and falsehood, it would only be a slightly more real illusion. However, under the effect of the great path of truth and falsehood, it can transform into the method of all sages. The Lianshan three sages might pass through safely. However, the other sages on the other shore, even the strongest thief of opportunities, would find it difficult to escape this calamity, Shochu said with great confidence. With their thoughts intertwined, learning became even faster than Huan Zhen donning the outer garment of a sage's Tao. Even though this one move, flattening mountain and sea, encompassed Shochu's insights from countless eons of his life, its core was still the change of truth and falsehood. Within 100 years, Li Fan had already completely mastered it. During this period, the Xuanji Ring's white light only enveloped most of the remaining mountain and sea area. It maintained the mountain and sea's precarious state without truly resolving the crisis of destruction. This was to create the illusion that Li Fan was still striving, preventing the Lianshan three sages from crossing over in future generations. This method cannot last long. The wisdom of the Lianshan three sages is something even I find difficult to fathom. Perhaps they have already vaguely sensed that you possess Huan Zhen. However, knowing that Huan Zhen cannot be taken away, or that taking it would be useless, they allowed you to act freely, Shochu Gong said faintly. As long as this matter isn't exposed, it's fine. I'll continue to play the role of the true spirit infuser, the Shanhai Walker, and for the sake of reuniting the mountain and sea, the Lianshan three sages will have to compromise, and even promote it, Li Fan pondered for a moment before replying. Going against the flow, absorbing numerous sages, and filling the great Tao of returning to truth. I have a premonition that if that magnificent hall reappears from nothingness, even if the mountain and sea reunification plan fails, the mountain and sea can still be saved. As for the Lianshan three sages, one cannot entirely disbelieve them, nor can one entirely believe them, Shochu suggested. Why do you say that? Before the mountain and sea reunification, they might act as before. But after the mountain and sea reunification, what will happen then? It is still unknown. Moreover, the ultimate goal of the Lianshan three sages is to return to the time when the gods fell and the mountain and sea split apart. Otherwise, even if the mountain and sea returns to its full glory, it will not be a match for the stars. Within the Xuanji Ring, Li Fan and Shochu exchanged many thoughts. Shochu's experiences over countless eons, especially his interactions with the Lianshan three sages, were undoubtedly an unimaginably valuable treasure for Li Fan. They even made rough plans for the subsequent reincarnation. You can go against the flow all the way until I enter the other shore, there should be no major issues. However, further back. Perhaps I won't be able to help you then. It's fine, I've long been accustomed to being alone on this journey. Moreover, we might still be able to travel together, Li Fan said faintly. Within the Xuanji Ring, three unusual fluctuations interrupted their conversation. Shochu glanced sideways and chuckled. The Lianshan staff, Guihai shovel, and Zongsheng cudgel have fully recovered and are desperately trying to break free. Although they don't know our good fortune, they can sense some abnormality from the act of slaying the four sages. As it goes against the mission of the Lianshan three sages, they naturally want to leave. But now, they have no choice in the matter. Shochu casually suppressed the three treasures with a flick of his hand. If it were before comprehending the change of truth and falsehood, Shochu might not have been a match for the three treasures. But with the great path of truth and falsehood now in his possession, no matter how miraculous the three treasures were, they were ultimately not the Lianshan three sages themselves. Coupled with the aid of the Xuanji Ring, they naturally could not escape Shochu's suppression. Time is running out. Since the four sages have been dealt with, let's now dismantle the Xuanji. Although we have reforged the Xuanji Ring, most of it relies on the three treasures providing the mold. If there is no mold in the next life, trying to create the Xuanji Ring from scratch. Even with the enhancement of the great path of truth and falsehood, it might not be so easy, Shochu said slowly, his gaze sweeping over the white light of the Xuanji Ring enveloping the mountain and sea. That's precisely the point. Moreover, without the Xuanji Ring by his side, fellow Taoist Fan probably wouldn't feel at ease either, Bu Ju nodded. Li Fan didn't refute Bu Ju's teasing. Instead, he frowned and said, the Xuanji Ring is a supreme treasure forged by the Lianshan three sages. Even if I could recreate it out of thin air in the next life, I'm afraid it wouldn't escape the Lianshan three sages. Notice. I need to thoroughly understand its principles and create a Xuanji Ring that is not the Xuanji Ring. Or rather, a Xuanji Ring that belongs solely to me. Li Fan's words were a bit convoluted, but Shochu and Bu Ju naturally understood his meaning instantly. I don't have absolute certainty either, but I'll try my best, Shou Chu said. The analysis of the Xuanji ring proved to be more difficult than Li Fan had anticipated. Even with the combined wisdom of the three, progress was painstakingly slow. After all, it was the very foundation the Lianshan three sages used to unite others in heart and mind, it wouldn't be easily deciphered. As they reached an impasse, Li Fan suddenly had a wild idea. With the power of us three, we might be insufficient. But what if we add the Zhongsheng of mountain and sea? Later comers to the Xuanji ring can only be subtly influenced, not united in thought. Perhaps it could work, Shou Chu said, nodding in agreement after some thought. Bu Yuzhu also concurred. The wisdom of the Zhongsheng of mountain and sea may not be weaker than that of so-called sages. They simply lack opportunity and fate. Once they attain the Tao, they might find an alternative path and see what we have overlooked. After reaching an agreement, the Xuanji ring's light suddenly expanded again. Its radiance illuminated the entire mountain and sea. At this moment, the countless Zhongsheng of the remaining mountain and sea all glimpsed the brilliant white circle above their heads. Though their physical bodies seemed not to have entered, their divine souls and lingering thoughts had already been confined within it. In the white circle of the Xuanji ring, previously there were only Li Fan, Shou Chu, and Bu Yuzhu, three solitary, towering figures. But now, around them, countless specks of light appeared, like a vast starry sea. Upon their arrival, some were startled, some were fearful, and some were excited. Chirping and clamoring, it was a cacophony. Bu Yuzhu frowned slightly, Li Fan's eyebrows furrowed in coldness, while Shou Chu merely smiled wryly. Silence. Bu Yuzhu's voice reverberated, explaining their mission to all the endless beings. Those who sought the Tao, without needing to be asked, spontaneously began to explore the mysteries of the Xuanji. As for those beings who were not interested, Li Fan was not worried that they would remain idle. After all, with the Xuanji ring's influence for unity of heart and mind, unwillingness would eventually turn into willingness. Slowly, the Xuanji ring grew quiet. Countless specks of light floated everywhere, drifting into every corner of the Xuanji ring. All they knew, thought, felt, and perceived. All converged like trickling streams. Though small and fine, they were precisely like all rivers under heaven, eventually forming a great sea. 800 long years passed, and the research on the Xuanji ring had reached a critical juncture. Fellow Taoist fans' ingenious idea truly worked. The collective exploration of the endless Zhongsheng of mountain and sea is superior to our individual research. This Xuanji ring might have been created and evolved by the Lianshan three sages by drawing inspiration from the mountain and sea. For the Zhongsheng of mountain and sea to break it is like finding the key. Naturally, it yields twice the result with half the effort. Shou Chu's words echoed within the Xuanji ring. Compared to 800 years ago, it had become much brighter and more transparent here. Many obscure and difficult to understand parts of the Xuanji ring, which were once opaque to Li Fan and the others, had now become as transparent as glass. So this is what the Xuanji ring looks like in the eyes of the Lianshan three sages. But there is still one most crucial core mystery unsolved. That is, the secret of unity of heart and mind.